lovely, lovely people. I hope everyone is well, feeling blessed. Welcome to TDA, the day after, your favorite news platform and the home of popular culture as defined by the culture. And as always, you have amazing hosts with you. You will not be seeing them due to some other reasons, but they might as well let you know who they are audially.
I'm here, baby.
Wonderful. As always, your favorite shade queen. Also present.
And they call me E-Man, the pro-black activist, TDA producer and news analyst. Melanin jam-packed.
That's right, man. There's a lot of melanin conversations going on today. I'll tell you guys that. I saw that someone, I don't know if I'm going crazy or not. Yep, I'm not. Someone asked yesterday about my headscarves. So basically, my headscarves come with outfits. So this one comes with a lovely two-piece. They're all from Nigeria, basically. And then I've got another one that comes with a bulbul, which is basically like a kaftan. And then I've got another one that comes with a kimono. So basically, they come with outfits. But it's cold and winter here. And sometimes the UK is not deserving of my lovely colours. So, yeah. But that's basically where they come from. How are you guys doing?
Also, they can't find them in the streets.
No, you can't find them in the streets. They're exclusive.
Check you. Look
Made
at
for me.
Look at you go.
That's a life God called me to live. That's a life I'm meant to live. I'm on my way there. How's everyone though?
I'm all right, man.
Love that. Brent plenty? No, that's not it. Brent, how are you?
I'm all right, please. What?
That's fine. You sound Ghanaian. Ghanaian
Yeah,
say
for
please
real.
after everything.
Mm-hmm.
No, please. Thank you, please. We don't have that, please. Funny people. All right, we've got some spots. Do you want to say good morning to people or just the general?
Good morning, everybody. Apologies for the tardiness. That
Don't be
is it.
tardy to the party.
And good morning, everybody in the chat. Love you all.
Morning, y'all. That's a song one of the Real Housewives made. Good old Kim. I need to watch them episodes back. She made a song called Tardy for the Party. Stinks. Anyways, Spotify comment from Curtis Jackson. Curtis says, E-Man, you'll be happy to hear that discourse was had on socials about how Labour should no longer be viewed as the go-to party for black people, especially in my age group 20s. Yes, after what they did to Diane Abbott.
Mm-hmm. It's a shame you had to take that, but
Do you know what?
we're here.
Shut up. Do you know what it is? No, because they're all the same people. So there's no point highlighting that Labour is really bad. They're all the same people. They're all bad.
Yeah, 100%, but it's more so that a lot of us still believed they was good.
Yeah, but then...
And we've had nothing to show for it.
Yeah,
know
but
what I'm
you
saying?
say that, but how many years has Conservative been in power for?
14.
Exactly. And do you not think that's because people think they're also good?
No, it's because Labour's that bad.
Nah, man. It's the same. They're all the same people. Anyway, yesterday as well, Green Party's out of the loop. They're
What
out.
happened?
Oh, I'll tell you what happened. So following everything that's happening, of course, happening with Israel just bombing people up and down, thinking, this is great and whatnot. Green Party released a statement on Twitter. They did a whole...
Not about Israel.
What it is.
Oh, man.
They did a whole card. They did a whole, someone went on Canva and thought this was good. I hear this. They said the horrific scenes following the latest Israeli bombing in Rafah and previous rocket fire from Hamas into Israel underline why the UN Security Council must act today to enforce the order from the International Court of Justice to end the fighting, release hostages, and dramatically increase the flow of humanitarian aid. Cut a long story short, they're playing Switzerland. They're on the, we just want peace to reign and it's fighting. It's not fighting. It's not fight. It's not fight if people are getting jumped with nuclear bombs and shit. Anyways, cut long. And then they deleted the post because it started getting cooked.
Oh, they started getting cooked, yeah?
I caught I love when I catch this post has been deleted. Oh, I love when I see that. I'm like, oh no, stand on business. So yeah, people are now in a limbo.
Mm.
But the reality is that we're just going to have to vote for whoever is the best person, but it's going to be foolishness until further notice. I think that this land is cursed.
How many independents are there?
No idea at the moment, No idea.
I have to get some independents up in here.
Yeah.
Let them try to sell themselves.
Labour can't get my vote.
Conservatives can't get mine.
That's good though. Like we send a message to the main parties.
Yeah, but Conservative can't, Labour can't, Green Party can't. Who am I voting for? What's that thing you was talking about spoiling the ballot? I might have to do that.
Yeah, I have to do that as well.
I
You
might have
can't
to
just
do that.
abstain and not vote because there's always low voter turnouts anyway. The low voter
That's the
turnout
thing.
doesn't really affect anything. The people that vote are the ones that affect things, isn't it?
True.
So
But
just saying you're not going to vote is not actually going to do anything. It's just going to be more of the same.
But if I go and spoil it though, I swear that has a different effect to me not
Yeah.
showing up at the polling station.
Well, yeah, you can make people lose seats if you
That's
Get
what I'm saying. So
concerned
maybe
if
we
have
need
to
to
put
do
the
that.
vote somewhere. We just need to work out where they're gonna go.
This is it.
Anyway, adulting is fun. All right. Are we doing these in the intro, Brent?
Yes.
Okay. Quickly.
Please.
We've got 2 dilemmas.
No.
What were you responding to?
Brent wanted the intro. He said, did it?
No.
No, that's
It's
word on
supposed
road.
to be an asking for a friend.
Oh, okay. What did you think I was talking about there?
I really dislike when it is I'm discombobulated, you know.
Yeah, I can feel it.
hate it.
I know, babes.
Didn't you say you want time? Oh,
No, that was word on road.
ah.
Yeah, he's leading word on road before we get into other people see them. Anyway, so that's it then, basically. But I hope everyone is well and feeling good and feeling great. Yes.
Oh, can I just say to the people,
Yeah.
obviously we've got a wonderful guest coming.
We've got Darrel Blake.
100%.
Do you know how you would know that? If you follow us on Instagram.
Thank you for saying that.
Because we be posting, we be letting you know what's up next. As TV does. This is what the new black does. We let you know what's coming next. So please follow us on our socials the day after TNB, and you will know what's happening.
Yes, 100%. And just for those, I guess if you're not working, if you're not behind the computer, if you're not needing your fingers to do whatever you need to do to, make your money, get a pen and pad out. This is going to be a very informative show today.
Word.
I'm telling you.
It's a seminar.
I'm telling you. So please, people, take it serious and share the video, man. Let's get as many people in the chat.
Yeah, man. You don't know.
Listening.
We've had Darrel on before, and Darrel is really, really good vibes. He's doing a lot of work with black people.
Facts.
So you know that when he's coming here, it's about to be a good time. It's about to be an educational time. And more than ever now, gosh, we really need to know, we need to know black history. We need to know all black things. We need to be consumed with black things. So yeah, get your pen and paper and whatnot. And remember at uni, the people that were in the lecture hall that would have their laptops, they felt so cool. This feels so cool, just typing. I used don't know. I know you're not typing. You're watching very stupid videos, watching porn and shit. You're not typing. Anyway, get your laptops out if you have to. Cut long story short. All right, let's get into our headlines.
All right, people. So our first headline, of course, is about Miss Diane Abbott. And she said that she wants to carry on as the MP in her area, but that Labour wants to exclude her from Parliament. So these are her words, right? Yep. It comes amid a row over whether the party will select the veteran MP to run in her Hackney North and Stoke Newington seats at July's election. In an emotional speech to supporters, she said that Labour wanted to ban her from running after reports that she will not be picked. So Keir Starmer has denied the party had decided to bar her from standing. This guy's lying already, yeah? And
You say he denied it?
Can you imagine?
How can he deny it?
You know, that's my worst offence. When you lie so blatantly, be for real.
It's insane. But yeah, at this rally that was organised by Miss Abbott's supporters, Miss Abbott, who's a close ally of the former leader, Jeremy Corbyn, said that she wanted to run in Hackney North and Stoke Newington by any means possible. But she did not respond when later asked repeatedly by a BBC reporter whether she would stand as an independent candidate. The Labour leader decided to readmit her as one of the party's MPs on Tuesday, following a 30-month suspension for saying Jewish, Irish and traveller people do not face racism all their lives. But Labour has confirmed who its candidates will be in her constituency, which it won with a majority of more than 33,000 at the last election. I just want to play something quickly here, because obviously I'm not trying to take this to some other place, but it's interesting just hearing this from this other perspective. GB News, yeah? What would you say GB News is like? Would you say it's left-leaning, right-leaning? Brian, what would you say?
I don't know.
Right.
All right, cool. Listen to their perspective on this quickly, yeah? Because there's people that still feel as though Diane Abbott was in the wrong for some reason.
Admit their views, and the much smarter ones like Starmer who do stealth reforms like Tony Blair. He doesn't want all these people admitting their views. He's like, no, you don't do that anymore. You do stealth reforms.
On air that he was a socialist.
He did, yeah.
About himself.
He did.
Okay, let's put that to one side. What does Abbott represent? Well, she, as you say, her most notorious outburst that she got suspended for was saying that Jews and travellers and gypsies don't experience the same kind of racism that black people do.
Prejudice and racism are different.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, I don't think that's the most ludicrous statement, although she phrased it badly, but clearly if you're black and you walk around, it's impossible for people not to notice that you're black, whereas it is possible for Jewish people to pass. I
Black
passed
women
for
are the least
over 50 years,
represented.
even to myself. So I know how possible
Black
that is.
women are the least represented individuals in legally in this country.
Yes, absolutely. So I don't think that was necessarily the problem. So I do think that there's some other problem they have with her, if I'm honest. And also, to be honest, the anti-Semitism thing doesn't really stick insofar as they are bending over backwards to cultivate the
I think
pro-Palestinian.
it's Corbyn attachment.
So yeah, just wanted to play that so people can hear that perspective. It's not just black people who think, or some black people to be fair, who think that what she said wasn't outlandish. You know what I'm saying? This is just a common sense thing. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, next thing is Labour MP Lloyd Russell-Moyle has been suspended by the Labour Party over a complaint about his behaviour. The MP for Brighton, Kemp Town, has been told by the party that he will not be eligible to be a candidate at the 4th of July election. He told BBC South East that he believes it is a vexatious and politically motivated complaint about his behaviour 8 years ago. He says that he will cooperate with the investigation process to clear his name, adding, "I believe I will be fully exonerated." The Labour Party confirmed the complaint had been received and is being investigated. He said that this is a false allegation that I dispute totally, and I believe it was designed to disrupt this election. There isn't enough time to defend myself as these processes within the party take too long. So the parties have told me that I will not be eligible to be a candidate at the next election. I'm gutted. And on the last headline, Labour has accused the Stoke-on-Trent North MP, Jonathan Gullis, of hypocrisy and betraying victims of drug crimes after a string of photos emerged of him alongside a notorious drugs kingpin. Former trainee solicitor Yasser Hussein was jailed for 8 years in 2006 after being found guilty of masterminding a drug gang in Stoke-on-Trent and beyond. Cops seized 4 kilos of heroin with an estimated street value of £400,000, and several others were jailed alongside him. Detective Inspector Mark Abbott, who led the investigation, said at the time that Hussein was the head of a gang involved in a large-scale supply of heroin in Stoke-on-Trent and further afield. It's only fitting that he received this substantial sentence. And Richard Holden, who's the Tory party chair, told LBC's Andrew Marr last time he was on there that I've not had a chance to speak to Jonathan about it yet. I know what he said, that he was just doing some local visits basically in his community. And yeah, that's it for the headlines.
Cool. So let me get this right. Labour will have to permit Diane Abbott to run for MP in her constituency.
Yes, but I think they've also missed the deadline.
They
That's
did it on
what,
purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
that's what happened to Natalie. Conservatives wouldn't let her run for MP in her constituency.
You sure?
Can you remember Esther?
I don't remember her saying that though.
Didn't she say that the Conservatives were the one that let her
That's what I was
that
thinking.
let her
Yeah.
thing?
That gave her
But
the
there
opportunity.
was
Let her
something
what?
though.
Let her be a, I don't even know, something. Like
I think
she
they let
wouldn't.
her in, but they wouldn't let her run or something like that.
Emmanuel seems to think that when she got into the Conservative Party, she realised how racist they were, so she left and ran as an independent. And I was saying, that's not the case. She went in, because the Conservatives was the only party that would let her get in, but they wouldn't let her run for her constituency. They wouldn't allow her to do it. So she's like, why didn't you allow me to do that? All right, cool, I'm going to run independent then.
I feel like that was Labour though, Brent, you know. I feel like it was Labour. I could be wrong. We need to revisit the video. But I feel like she said the reason why everyone knew that she was, I guess, a Tory is because Tories opened the door for her and she came out as a Tory potential candidate for mayor.
Why did she leave then? Why did she become independent from the
He's
Tories?
saying
because-
that she found out that they were racist.
No, not racist, but more so found out that they were the same as everybody else. And it's like, this doesn't work for me. You know what I'm
But she
saying?
been knew that though. Everyone knows that.
I'm just trying to recall what she was saying. You know what I'm saying?
I was trying to
remember she
remember
tried
the
them
reason
last.
why she left basically. I can't remember.
Because remember she tried them last, didn't it? She went to Labour first, then she went to the Lib Dems, then she went to the Tories.
The only thing I do remember is that she was saying that none of the other parties wouldn't actually even allow her to
Exactly.
to do her thing. Basically, it was the Tories. I think that's why she
Yeah.
went with them in the first place. That's the only bit I remember.
Yeah. But yes, that's it for deadlines.
All right, let's get into Word on Road.
Praise.
Oh, Brent's got a surprise for us. I love a surprise.
Yeah.
Christy's just gonna walk in.
That is just the sound of chaos, isn't it?
Nah, man, that's Christy's sound, man. You
I
gotta find a
want
new sound.
y'all to get Eddie's name out of your mouth.
I won't if he keeps.
Yo, yo, yo.
Oh, that's, did he tell you to play it?
And I love TDA.
Oh. Oh, he's cute. Oh, big up Eddie, man. That's really sweet.
Me run that back.
All right.
Sorry.
Me run
Reload
that
it.
back.
Reload it.
Yo, this is Eddie. And I
Aw.
love TDA.
Right.
Oh, he's cute. I love that.
Right.
Period.
You mother
Okay.
effers. Oh, you mother effers.
Well, at me next time. I thought I said that I thought Eddie was a troll. No, not a catfish. So I apologize, Eddie. It's nice to see you in person, in motion.
I want apologies from all you mother effers.
Can I finish mine?
No, not in the room, in the chat. I'm talking to the chat.
But yeah, big up Eddie though. That's really sweet. I'm very. That's actually made me. That's warmed my heart. So big up Eddie.
I knew you weren't catfish or nothing like that.
Nah, I thought like he was a catfish, man. I even said I went as far as saying it's someone from UK, nothing but time, had nothing but time on their hands, putting on voices. But big up Eddie. That's really sweet. And he's a team player as well. He said play for everybody. Or did you convince him that you want to play for everybody because everyone's chatting shit?
No, because I swear yesterday he was saying he's posted it, and if you ain't think he'll put it in the Discord. He's on people seeing it. He was like, I sent it.
No, he's fine. He sent it. So I can play it.
Oh, that's really sweet. That's really warm, actually.
Yeah.
Big up Eddie, man. Hopefully he comes to London one time, we can meet you. All right. That's word on road, to be fair. That is quite literally what this segment's about. But anyways, people are, what I said to people care. I say people care. It's the joys of like the other side of British media. But basically, they're reporting that Holly Willoughby, who we know used to host This Morning with Philip alleged paedophile Schofield, and then she quit the show and whatnot. Like, I'd be so upset if my co-host does something and I have to quit on account of that. Y'all better never, like, anyway, to be fair, I wouldn't quit for that. Why am I in it? Why am I in it? Holly Willoughby is like down £1 million a year. £1 million Great British pounds in this cause he lives. Because Philip couldn't keep his flipping penis himself. Couldn't keep his aged penis with his aged mates. And now I'm out of a job. And now the publications are flipping reporting on me and watching my accounts. Do you know how mad that is? They're monitoring her accounts. Talking about her management. And they were so cheeky, they're like, her all-female-led management. Anyway, big up Holly. And I hope she can, get it back. She apparently was the face of Marks and Spencer's. I did not know that. I've never associated Holly's face with Marks and Spencer's, but apparently she was the face of Marks and Spencer's. She's no longer the face of Marks and Spencer's. And apparently when she was on This Morning, Brennan, I need you to listen to this. Apparently when she was on This Morning, she was getting paid £730,000 a year.
We're going.
Mate, that's a... Yeah, man. But she's lost that now, obviously, because she's thingy.
Is she part of the morning show?
She was this morning.
This morning. How many hours did it do?
I don't know, not as many hours as I'm doing here. I don't think it was that long. This morning.
This is great.
They just go and
You'll
talk.
have something to look forward to, innit?
What's on 240?
She's waking up the nation
Yeah.
next to the alleged... And she's getting $750,000 a year.
Crazy, innit? A year. That's wow. That's lit. That's a great job. And she was just there just to be a friend. I love that for her.
I mean, I would stay in the country for that.
Stay what country? Stay what country?
I'll stay in this country for that.
Wait.
Who's leaving?
Oh, you idiot. Why are you laughing?
I don't know.
Okay. I was like, you better not know. You're a dickhead. Anyways.
I'm trying to be involved.
Fair. But yeah, man. Yeah, that's Holly's reality. But I'm sure she'll be fine. You know, she's got a beautiful, lovely home, beautiful kids, beautiful husband. So I really like her, you know. I think she's good vibes. I like her.
You see how old she is.
Oh, that's true. But you know, like British people, she's probably like 35.
Because in my head, that she's been in that particular position for how many years?
Yeah, but she's younger.
Getting paid for paid that particular salary for how many years though?
I'm not sure, you know.
Because I don't know if it is that she'd been actually saving up, knowing full well that she's going
She's
to
gonna
be
get fired.
Yeah.
Or that her man was dicking people down. Or
Allegedly.
allegedly dicking young boys down. So I'm gonna allege them. Might as well allege all the way. Let's see. How long was she at this morning for?
She's only 43.
She's 43. She looks good though. I thought she was 35. Or like 37. She's got 3 children as well. Okay, girl. She's been married since 2007. Okay, love that for her. I wonder how long she's been at thingy though.
So is she really dope? I don't watch that show.
I like her because she was on what did she hosted a show before that. No, not Big Brother. That's Emma Willis. She hosts as X Factor. She hosted X Factor.
With Dermot? No.
Yeah, with Dermot. Yeah.
Did she?
Yeah. It was, I think, but it's not the main X Factor. Dermot does the, because you know we like the, he's the judges.
What, Extra Factor?
She did Extra. I think she did the Extra Factor. I don't really care about that. I don't want to watch that. Okay, let's see. So she was on this morning since 2009. Oh, wow. So 2009 to 2023. How many years is that? Quick maths. I don't know, too many years. All right.
Well,
You going to guess? I think it's like 14.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, lovely. I got my maths right. Okay, well, that's Holly's account situation. Alfonso Ribero is so funny. So I talked about him the other day and how he said that playing Carlton basically ruined his career. Well, ruined it, killed it, couldn't get a job after that as anything other than Carlton. Fair. Personally, I think he should have done rom-coms. But anyway, that conversation was going on online. And then someone tweeted saying, at Tyler Perry needs to revamp at Alfonso Ribero's career. I just know he could. Alfonso responded saying, I don't need or ever want that man to do anything for me. Do you know what I used to call someone that man? I just need the tea. I think, Alfonso, while we're here, you might as well just tell us why you don't want that man to, revive your career. It's crazy though, because obviously with Tyler Perry, like there's a lot going on in the Hollywood streets, but there's been a lot of rumors about Tyler Perry and whatnot and Oprah and, them and such. So it'd be interesting to see, but yeah, he must know some things, I think. But I thought that was absolutely hilarious. And then lastly, trigger warning. Sorry, Brad, if you could just, the trigger warning is Diddy. At this point, Diddy is his own sub-trigger, basically. Rolling Stone did an article, very detailed article on, what's his name? Diddy, basically. They basically conducted a 6-month investigation. They reached out to like 500 people. Is it 500? I think it is 500. About 500 people, ex-colleagues, people that worked with him, people that like bare people basically. I think only like 50 people came forth to cooperate with it, cooperate with the thingy. It's called It is called Bad Boy for Life: Sean Combs' History of Violence, and that man does have history. It started as far back as university. This man was abusing people. So sorry, trigger warning of all of that. But I'm not going to go into detail because it's just... By the way, P.S., I am judging everybody that's still following him on socials. I am 100% judging people. And I know that sometimes people take a minute to catch up with things, but there is a time limit. I'm going to start unfollowing people that are following Diddy. I just think that's a very crazy thing to do.
As in your friends?
As in people that I know.
Well, why would they follow him in the first place?
He doesn't
tweet like that.
No, not on Instagram and whatever else. Because I'm like, on Instagram, that's why he posted that stupid apology. So if you follow him, it would have come up on your timeline. So while you're there, you could have just hit unfollow quickly.
Question. So the reason why people follow on Instagram like that is to get up-to-date news on what he does on his account, right?
Yeah.
Is it an endorsement?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. 100%. Because you can get news about what he's doing without following. I don't follow Diddy. I've never followed Diddy in my life. But I've been here telling you detailed accounts of what Diddy has been doing.
Suppose
Yeah.
they follow Shadeborough.
Yeah.
Is it an endorsement of Diddy?
No, why would it be it's endorsement of
'Cause
getting
the
news
posts
about
come
stuff?
there as well, innit?
No, it wouldn't be an endorsement of Diddy. Because all this stuff, like, it's an endorsement when you're following the person directly and stuff. Because they can make money and stuff from all that kind of engagement and whatever else. And people are liking his posts and whatnot. People are commenting on his posts. So yeah, it's all an endorsement of his situation. Even when he did that stupid apology video, people were in his comments saying, "Oh, like, you know, we shouldn't judge him. This man is apologizing," and like they were saying, "Oh no, let's just forgive him." Forgive him. The month before that, he said that she wanted a payday. Now he's saying, "Oh yeah, that was me in the video, and I went to therapy and I've sought God's." Okay, but yeah, so I think it's an endorsement, and I think that it's weird that people are still following Diddy on socials.
Apparently, most recent information is that they have interviewed one of the male sex workers that they found on one of the tapes.
Yeah.
That he was abusing.
Yep. But they're trying to make a federal case now.
Trying to. They're compiling it right now.
He's going down.
And they've told all of the people they've talked to so far that
Yeah.
they are going to be part of a grand jury. So they'll have to basically testify. So it's going to be very, very public.
I need a live stream. This is like my OJ, because I want a live. Actually, how old was OJ I don't know when OJ was allegedly killing people. He's dead now. So sure, the truth is out in the other realm. Well, the truth has always been out in the other realm. But anyways, this is like my version of OJ situation, or like Michael Jackson. When Michael Jackson, I was little when Michael Jackson's situation. I remember my grandma watching it and celebrating that he was
freed.
He was found innocent. But in hindsight, I'm shy for her. But she's not here anymore for me to be shy for her. So RIP to my granny, love her very much. But I'm shy for her. So yeah, this is like my version of that.
It's so interesting.
Of watching foolishness in 4K.
I don't know if it's gonna
be live streamed.
Reach the court.
Really?
Only because of what he knows.
But what's the option though? Because he can't settle. He can't settle out of court anymore.
No, as in somebody's going to remove him from the earth.
You think so?
I said that. No,
Yes, man.
Yeah, you did say that.
Oh no,
yeah.
to be fair, no. I said I feel like he's gonna unalive
He's gonna
himself,
do it,
and you
yeah.
said you don't think he's gonna do that. You think that he probably make a deal with whoever he knows things about to extradite him somewhere and let him live calmly.
No chance.
Brent, thoughts?
Nah, no chance.
But
Probably
I
all this
think
happened.
what happened to Jeffrey Epstein.
Brent's thoughts.
Sorry, put the camera back on me. I need people to
Brent's
see it.
thoughts were
Is
he's
that-
not going to make it, right? I said the only way he looks to make it is if he looks to threaten
Oh yeah, people
that he will run his mouth
Yeah.
on all of those particular individuals,
Yeah.
judges, lawyers, bankers, anybody who he has compromise on, and say, if you don't make this go away and make sure that I've got enough money to basically just live in wherever
Yeah.
in this particular state that's extradited, that has extradition, that doesn't have extradition, then, hey, I will sing.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. He if he's smart, yeah, he shouldn't play that card. First of all, I hope he's what scandal, because playing that card never works. Furthermore, Jeffrey Epstein tried to play that card.
I don't know if he did.
Died.
I don't know if he did.
So Jeffrey Epstein did.
What? Play that card?
He was going to sing. The authorities said he was cooperating with them. He was going to sing. Then he died.
Oh, you think he's still running about?
No, they said he committed suicide.
There's certain people that saying that
He didn't.
they've seen him
No
in
chance,
Israel.
man.
Well. Netanyahu's
You know this
advisor. No, same spirit running in him was running Netanyahu anyway. They share the same demons, so fair.
Oh,
Possibly.
man.
But yeah, so this Rolling Stone article it was like 6 months ago. They reached out to, I'm pretty sure they said 500 people, and there's like 50 people that cooperated. A lot of them asked for anonymity due to being scared about what this sick man could possibly do to them and stuff like that. And they've heard stuff and they've seen stuff happen. One of the accounts, one of the detailed accounts there's a lot of essay allegations against the man, like bare, like a lot more than the public know, like a lot. So when we're counting, because of the news articles we think we're seeing, there's other ones. and the other ones he allegedly kind of settled on the side and whatnot. So there's that. But also one of the accounts is from when he was at uni, and apparently he went to Howard University. We didn't graduate. He was there for 2 years, something like that. And he was throwing like legendary parties back then and whatnot. So he was known on campus. He had a nice little convertible, always going around sharing the poster for his parties and whatnot. But apparently there was a time where he was like, women were basically scared of him even at uni because he was very like abusive and he was very controlling. And like he had a girlfriend that he would always summon her out of class, like just tap the window, and like her classmate who sat next to her, who's also one that detailed the next situation I'm going to tell you about. She said every time like he was by the window, where the girl would tense up and like just be nervous and blah blah blah. Anyway, apparently there was one time as well where he abused her to the point where like there were other girls trying to like knock on doors in the hallway and stuff, trying to get like garner help essentially because of what he was doing to the girl, and basically shouting at her and beating up with a belt, and which is a whole. So he's been abusing women. Apparently his name Puff is because he was angry when he was young was angry, had anger problems, and so his friends used to call him Puff because he was huffing and puffing all over the place.
Like a dragon.
Like a fool.
Puff the magic dragon.
Oh, I just know huffing and puffing blow the house down.
And
Yeah, I've never known dragon to huff and puff.
Oh, you know that song?
No.
Dragons live forever.
No, but singing the second verse is not going to be good. I don't know this song. I know the first, second, or third verse. So there was that. Also talks about, the whole bad boy situation. Apparently he was a tyrant around that time as well. One time he was beating up a woman in his office. The workers had to run in and hold him waist down and whatnot. So he does, sorry. I'm trying to get a ticket for something. So trying to like hold.
I wonder who's performing. I wonder who's performing right now in the UK.
Who's performing right now in the UK? Oh, I don't care about that. I retired. She's a weirdo. Tickets free, that would be there. Gonna hook me up. I get my best Bob outfit on. But so like there's been situations. Morning. There's been situations like that where like his workers know. It's just sad, It's very, very detailed. Like let me show you how long this damn article is that I had to read. It's flipping long. It's long, child. It's a whole thing. Like it's still going. Still going. This is never are we halfway through? Just halfway through now. It's a whole investigation. Hella people, hella witnesses, and it's just sad because all of this just started back in the day and whatnot. But anyways, if I'm being honest with you, it's just way too much to get into. But I would say it's an interesting read. Obviously, it's a sick read because it's sickening knowing that this is like he's been a tyrant all his life essentially. But it's interesting for people who think people just want a quick payday or da-da-da-da. Like, there's way too much evidence about what this man is doing for that. But it will be interesting to see what happens. 'Cause obviously, the investigations are still ongoing. At first it was, what was it? It was sex trafficking they were trying to get him on, but there's like a bunch of other stuff coming up now. So...
It's the co-conspirators that I kind of want to also see.
What do you mean? As in people cooperating with it?
100%.
Yeah. It'd be interesting. I feel like there's going to be people from the industry. Remember how Tory Lanez was getting people to write letters? I feel like there's going to be people in the industry who didn't know how sick he is. But then, I feel like there's going to be a lot of people within the industry that are cooperating with this. Anyway. Yes. Oh, and apparently as well, when Biggie died, there were meant to be what article was it? Is it wrong? Hold on, I do have it. Well done. I had to screenshot that part because I couldn't believe it. This guy is such a sicko. Okay, so hold on. Yeah, so apparently Rolling Stone approached Bad Boy about a cover a few months after Biggie's murder, and they wanted to honour him or whatnot. Diddy said no, he's dead. I have an album coming. I'll do it.
I'm not surprised.
Apparently, Burroughs, who's Burroughs? Some guy. When you're reading a long article like that, I start to lose people's names. Because at the start, they tell you, Burroughs, director of da-da-da. I don't know anymore. Anyway, someone who was very close to him, like, part of the Bad Boy, whatever, was basically like, oh, this is a good idea. Let's make it Biggie, blah, blah. Oh, no, I think she's the photographer. Anyway, so and then he said to Diddy, I was telling Sean, let's make it Biggie. You still have a chance for a cover in the future. Diddy said, no, he's dead. I'm putting out his album No Way Out in July. I need to be on the cover of Rolling Stone. Anyways, now he then does the cover. Years later, he's talking about like he feels that the Biggie's death definitely increased his fame and also helped him sell like I think he sold like 5 million copies. He said something like Biggie's death contributed like 2 million of the numbers. And it's like that doesn't count as giving tribute. You should have let him have the cover. But anyways, there's that. And then the whole stuff about Tupac is also the people that believe that he allegedly killed Tupac are up in the article as well, giving their accounts and conversations that they'd heard and whatnot. And also, because the guy that went down for it, remember he said that Diddy offered £1 million for anyone that could $1 million for anyone that could kill him. The people are also saying, some of the people that are very, very close to him, as in like very close proximity, are also alleging that he is the reason why Biggie died as well. So, it's a whole thing. But it's very detailed about like the workings, dynamics of the relationships and stuff. So yeah, it's by Rolling Stone. If you want to check it out, definitely do. I think it's an interesting read. If you're somebody that thinks that they're trying to take a black man down, you 100% should read that. And I hope you get glasses so you can really see the words on the screen. But that is it, man. That is it. And yeah, love and light to anyone that's triggered by these topics. Yeah. That's it. Let's get into our headlines.
People's Journal or was it headlines?
No, headlines.
Hey.
Yo, this is Eddie. And I love TDS.
Big up Eddie, man. All right, so our next headline. Apparently, the BBC have found out, that a number of homeless people have been sent out of Edinburgh to make way for tourists ahead of Taylor Swift's performance in the city. Shelter Scotland said that several homeless people it supported had been sent via taxi to Aberdeen and Glasgow amid a shortage of accommodation, and one person was offered temporary accommodation as far away as Newcastle. The housing charity said it was a blatant injustice for homeless people to be in direct competition with tourists. Edinburgh City Council said it was working with affected households to find appropriate alternative accommodation. Next headline, trigger warning on this, guys, big trigger warning. And I'm pretty sure you guys have heard about this. And it's about Oliver White, 27 years old, who was found dead at home. And it's linked to the whole him working for that watch firm and basically them getting robbed. And obviously he, I guess, taking on a lot of the responsibility of feeling like he's kind of responsible and then obviously committing suicide. So long story short, the police have deemed it not suspicious, his death. His family said in a statement on Tuesday that they believe their son took his own life due to the anguish and distress that the incident caused him. Now the firm, 247 Kettles, where Mr. White had been working when the robbery took place, has released a statement following his death. Horrifying footage showed two men entering the shop with one appearing to assault Oliver, placing his arms around his neck and restraining his hands. The firm said that Mr. White should never have been alone in the office on Saturday with that amount of watches on display. It added that it had a strict security procedure in place to prevent such circumstances, but these procedures were not followed on Saturday through no fault of anyone's.
That's one of the saddest things
man.
to ever. Like, that was so sad. I read his girlfriend's tribute to him and they were saving for a house and like, it was so sad. And the thing is that, so even with the people, I read their statement as well, they were saying how like he goes above and beyond for his customers. And those guys had actually been in 2 days before. So they've been scoping out. So I feel like that's probably why like he didn't feel like he needed security, or he didn't feel like he like the watches were out because they maybe wanted to see this and see that and whatever else. So they did what they did over a 3-day period, trying to find just the perfect moment to strike. It's so horrible, and I feel like there must be a way. They can't just go down for robbery. They need to go down for manslaughter, whatever it is. They can't just go down for that because the reason why he would have done what he did was because of them. They're a direct cause to it. But RIP, man.
Yeah, man. Sad.
Very, very sad.
Next headline, trigger warning on this as well, and this is about something that took place in Amsterdam's, is it Schiphol or Schiphol airport? Basically, emergency services rushed to the scene at around 3 p.m. A person was killed after falling into the passenger plane engine, right? So yeah, passengers and crew members were already on the aircraft when the incident occurred. The KLM flight 1341 was on its way from Amsterdam to Denmark before the person was killed. It's unclear whether a passenger or member of staff was killed, but this is what has basically been reported. A spokesperson for the airport actually came out and said, today there was a horrible incident where a person ended up in the airplane engine. Our thoughts go out to the relatives and we care for the passengers and colleagues who witnessed this. And that's it for the headlines.
Wonderful.
Time to pay the bills.
Let's get into People's Journal.
All right, people, welcome to the People's Journal, where I give you the news from an economics point of view. There isn't much to talk about today. Just a bit of an update on that situation with FTX, for those who are in the crypto world. Remember Sam Bankman-Fried, who was basically the owner, the face of FTX, who got sentenced. His deputy now, Ryan Salam, can't pronounce his name, basically, he's now been sentenced as well. So he pled guilty as well to what's his sentence? Pled guilty to illegally making unlawful US campaign contributions and to operating an unlicensed money transmitting business. So, like I was saying, Bankman-Fried, who's the main guy, right, who owned FTX, he was jailed for 25 years in March. We spoke about that as well because he was found guilty of stealing billions of dollars from his customers. And his deputy, Ryan Salam, was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison plus 3 years of supervised release by the judge as well. So this was more than the 5 years that was requested by the prosecutors. Next thing I wanted to mention briefly is just about RAC. They've come out to basically say that, look, the amount of money that we're spending on diesel in this country is basically the highest in all of Europe.
Yeah, well,
We're not
why have you got a
surprised,
diesel
innit?
car?
What?
People never have diesel. Stop using diesel.
Why though? It's good. Sometimes it's good, isn't it?
Do you have a diesel car?
Yes.
Oh, do you? Oh, well.
Marsh, you got
petrol.
diesel? You got petrol?
I got petrol.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Like everyone should. Like, who the hell drives a diesel car?
You get more for your, mileage.
That's
and
what you
that.
think, and you pay more.
And they charging you for that shit.
Bro, and you pay more.
Anyway.
Are diesel cars even you less compliant?
No, yeah, it depends. If you've got a new enough one, yeah.
Fair. Just say you gotta get 2023. You can't. But I'm happy for you guys.
But yeah, man, basically what RAC have said is that UK drivers are paying the most for diesel in all of Europe. The average cost for a litre now is £1.55, which is 5p more expensive than the second highest, which is in Ireland and Belgium, and they pay £1.50. Obviously, the unleaded costs aren't as comparatively high. This is why you guys are giggling and whatnot. Yeah, I believe the UK is the 11th most expensive when it comes to the unleaded petrol and whatnot, at an average of £1.49. Apparently, there's no good reason for why the diesel rates should be this high in the UK. Obviously, it's all down to competition. Well, a lot of it will be down to competition. You know, the retailers are going to be trying their best to maintain their margins. So they're not going to just drop their prices for no good reason. When compared to Northern Ireland, in fact, somebody from RAC came out and pretty much said that it's important to note that in Northern Ireland, where there's greater competition for fuels in the absence of supermarket dominance, the average price of diesel is just £1.44, you know what I'm saying, which is 10p less than the UK average. And petrol is also 6p cheaper there as well in Northern Ireland. So again, this is kind of what I was talking about the other day, where you never really get a real solution. You always get trade-offs. You feel like you gain something here, but you are losing something elsewhere. So with obviously the supermarkets being there and getting the competition, and perhaps, technically maybe getting cheaper food here, there, and, other places, you are going to pay for it in the petrol. The last thing I wanted to mention is just a bit of an update on what we mentioned yesterday, reporting on South Africa's elections. Basically, the first set of results are out. Only 11% of those results have been counted so far, and the ANC, which has been in power since for the past 30 years, they're the most dominant party over there, African National Congress. They're leading with 43%, followed by DA with 26%. Obviously, EFF, which we spoke about yesterday as well, I believe they're about 8%. And the MK party, which is a party that Jacob Zuma apparently, I believe is part of, they're also around 8% as well. Jacob Zuma is the former president, for those who don't know. But yeah, basically, opinion polls are basically saying that ANC could lose their majority in parliament, so they're going to need to get a coalition if they actually want to maintain power. But I'll keep you guys updated on that. But that's pretty much it for the People's Journal.
All right. We're going to our headlines next, and then... Yeah. All right, we'll do headlines and then what you're saying.
What's the point?
No, sorry. Wait, no, what? What happened?
The headlines.
Oh.
What happened?
We've got important shit to get into.
We've got black matters.
That's right. But yeah, these headlines are relatively quick. I'm not too sure if you heard, firstly, trigger warning, about Nikki Haley, the former US presidential hopeful. She basically, there was a picture of her basically writing on some artillery for Israel saying, finish them. So yeah, people obviously, she's there taking pictures and whatnot for the gram saying, finish them, America loves Israel, all this other garbage on the artillery, yeah.
Is that like some big green missiles?
Yes.
Who is she?
She used to be a presidential hopeful. She was trying to become the candidate for the Republicans. Yeah.
No, fair.
That's basically the gist of the first headline anyway. And the next headline, trigger warning as well, this is a sad incident that happened in Hackney, and a child is in serious condition and 3 adults have been injured after being shot near a restaurant in North East London. Police were called to Kingsland High Street in Dalston in Hackney about 9:20 on Wednesday after reports of gunshots. Officers, including firearms specialists and the London Ambulance Service, attended the scene. The 4 victims were found with gunshot injuries and were taken to hospital in East London. That's what the Met said. The force said that the child remains in serious condition and that it's awaiting further details on the condition of the other victims. No arrests have been made and an investigation into circumstances around the incident has been launched. And the last headline takes us to Nigeria, where, Esther, they're looking to change the national anthem.
They can't.
I'm telling you.
To what? Charlie Poppy?
Shut up, man.
This guy.
You only shut up one time. They can't, man.
Yeah.
Who would want to do that? It can't be Tinubu.
It's him. It's him, man.
How's national anthem go, guys?
Arise, O compatriots.
No, I'm sure it don't go like that.
Yeah,
it does.
What?
Are you sick? What do you mean you're sure? Why are you sure?
Here we go.
Then tell me you want to sing. Don't tell me.
No, I'm saying
Tell me you
how
want
it
me to
goes.
sing.
I didn't say what's the lyrics.
Tell me you want me to sing.
I didn't say what's the lyrics. I said how does it go?
Tell me you want me to sing.
I want you to sing.
I'm not singing. But that's like it stays in your head though. I remember it to a T. You got to sing it every day,
Is it?
Yeah, that's cool,
every
man.
5 days a week, child. And they love Jesus in that state. Also, we're praying every 5 days. We're doing praise and worship. They can't change that, man. That's too much history. Silly for them.
Well, this is what he wants, apparently. But yeah, a lot of Nigerians have expressed outrage after the country's national anthem was changed with little consultation.
Yeah, because the national anthem is older than him. And he's an old man. That man is knocking on doors.
Yeah,
that's
man.
really out of order. That's
Happened
very out of order.
on yesterday. It got signed into law. Yeah.
Oh, it's happening.
Yeah. So basically, like you said, the president, Bola Tinubu, on Wednesday signed into law the bill to revert to Nigeria's old national anthem, which was dropped by the military government in 1978.
No one knows that.
We're going to have to learn it. That's basically what
That's
this
really
is.
out of order. I think the kids should take a stand. The kids should take a stand and not learn it. Actually,
I wonder why, you know what I mean? Because there's not much information on why, but yeah.
I have a feeling. I know why. He's worried about the wrong things.
This is funny enough, this is what people are saying.
Since his presidency, that man has been worried about everything but what he ought to be worrying about. Because I don't know what the national anthem did to him, but I know what the economy is doing to people. So,
Where?
Anyway.
But yeah, the newly readopted anthem, which begins Nigeria, we hail thee.
Oh, hell no. It's a Catholic song. Hell no.
Yeah, it was written by Lillian Jean Williams in 1959.
It sounds like a white man.
So it really does. But you never know. You never know, right?
How many Nigerians do you know called Lillian Jean? Sounds like a Frenchman. That's crazy.
But yeah, speaking on his first anniversary in office, President Bola Tinubu said that the anthem symbolized Nigeria's diversity. But many have questioned, like...
Oh, but the Lebanese and the Chinese in there now.
Who knows?
Sir, bye.
Yeah, people have questioned, obviously, his priorities because of the cost of living crisis.
Literally, that's other things we're worrying about.
But former presidential aide, Bashir Ahmad, had an interesting take, apparently. He said, these are his words, after the change of our national anthem, some people are now calling for the name Nigeria and the national flag to be changed as well. what I'm saying? What do you think? Should we keep the name Nigeria? He said. So yeah, people
What are
are
they gonna call
starting
it?
to question things. I'm not too sure, but
Worried
maybe
about the
something
wrong
that will
things.
be, yeah, it's true.
Worried about the wrong, like the most irrelevant and silliest things.
But yeah, another person by the name of Tahir Mongunu, who's the chairman of the parliamentary committee which pushed this particular bill through, he dismissed the criticism, saying that it was actually an apt, timely, and important decision, basically.
But he would though, because he lives in a mansion with private chefs and private everything. When people are in the markets unable to buy a whole yam and having to buy slices of yam now, of course he would think that.
Sad. Yeah, well, these are his words. He says it will undoubtedly inspire a zeal for patriotism and cooperation. It will promote cultural heritage. Changing the national anthem will chart a path to greater unity.
Oh, yeah, unity to get them out, yeah.
But yeah.
That's sad though.
But yeah, that's it, man.
I'm still singing the old one.
But that's it for the headlines, man. Time to
All
pay
right.
the bills.
Well, y'all get your pens and your papers out. Get your laptops out, ready to make some notes. Let's get into what you're saying. I'm going to start giving you 1 second intros. You've lost it now.
All right.
Oh, that's not it.
So, guys, our topic of the day, like we said before, we got something different for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm super excited for this. You know what I'm saying? I've got my pen and pad ready. Well, updated digital version. Right? And I'm going to be super tuned in, attentive and whatnot. And hopefully you guys will be as well. But yeah, I'm pretty much just going to pass it on to Darrel, man. We can get into this. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
How are you doing today, man?
I'm good.
Oh,
I'm good.
Thank you for coming back.
Thank you so much for having me, man.
The people have been asking for you, man.
Hey.
You said, hey.
Hey, you know, when I see the Black Batman signal come.
Love that.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm always gonna be here. And again, last time I had so much fun, and it was good amount of discourse that we was having collectively, and essentially some of the clips that were shown on social media, you know, it brought a lot of the racist people out. So that means we've done something right.
Absolutely.
Essentially, but again, thank you so much for having me last time. It was a pleasure. It was food. I left, like, even though it was a morning show, I felt like I had breakfast. You know what I mean? You lot are like, you're the best. I'm not even blowing smoke because I'm here again. trying to secure a third spot. Do you know what I mean? But honestly, like, just so I've got something for you guys. I mean, before we even get into it, is basically I wrote a sort of booklet / book sort of thing, based upon the Adinkra symbols of Ghana.
Oh, nice.
And what I've done is each book is covered with kente cloth, but with a different piece of the yards. So even if you, like, there's two of the same print, for example, they're not going to be two of the same books because it's two. So it's handmade where it's been wrapped on the inside. Yeah. So I have one for each and every single one of you. But ladies first, so you get to choose the colour that you want.
I'm a gentleman. Marks, be a gentleman and pass me those, please.
Essentially, and what I wanted to, the reason why I kind of wrote that book with over 100 symbols in there is essentially I thought it would be powerful if we as a group of people essentially have symbols or proverbs that we can use for our own, you know, especially if people want to get tattoos and they want to get like a leopard and then they get Chinese writing underneath and they hope it says the right thing.
But it says spring roll.
Right, exactly. Okay. And it's got the menu number, spring roll 45.
All right.
Do you know what I mean? And it's like, no, it means echinacea. Like,
no, it doesn't,
cool, whatever. All right. So essentially, that way. I thought, let me just provide something so we can use as a basis. And also what we will find, so basically it breaks down the Adinkra symbols and the history of it.
I'm on that page.
You see? Right.
Love it.
That's one of the most common Adinkra symbols there, Jinyame, on the left-hand side, which gets used quite often.
Oh, yeah.
So the actual booklet itself, it breaks down the history of kente cloth and also the Adinkra symbols of what it actually means, especially with the colours. So essentially, you know, here in the Western world, we wear black to funerals, where in a lot of African customs, you wear bright colours, right?
Yeah.
Things of that nature. So it breaks that down and it kind of, from A to kind of like Z, different symbols, different proverbs, and things that you can just use in a day-to-day life. And also, what you will find as well is a lot of these proverbs are synonymous with other African proverbs, a lot of Jamaican proverbs as well. Essentially, so that's kind of like my gift to the world. Like, hey, use it. We got our own stuff. We don't need to have Latin or Roman numerals written on our skin. Like, we can use our own systems. We can use our, and I think having an African stamp on you, it just adds that level of powerfulness, essentially, because you're walking around with a brand on your skin, but you don't actually know. But we've been tattooing for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's not a Western thing, thousands of years, if that, if you want to go back to ancient Kemet. But so yeah, essentially, the Dinka symbols is something that I love.
I've seen a couple that I'm gonna get already.
See there? You know what I mean? So, and obviously with the Akan tribe in Jamaica, as you know, huge relationship. So,
Thank you.
no problem. So I just thought, hey, let's go back to ourselves, and that's literally over 100, but there's loads more. You know,
I know. There's so many more than I ever thought there were.
There's loads.
I did not know there was this many.
And then there's a couple of symbols in there. Like when I travel around Europe and I go to certain like museums or ancient sites, and then carved into the walls, you will find a lot of these African symbols are carved into the walls. I went to Malta last year before, and there's an old site that's like nearly 2,500 years old. And it's just like a group of stones, and it's like how they lived in Malta. They got caves and whatnot, but carved into the wall, I'd have to pull it up and find it, is the same symbol which is in the book. I was like, hold on a minute. Imagine that. So how can we bridge the gap between Africa and Europe and understand that, you know, before the emergence of modernity, how do we really see ourselves in these places? Because it's written in the walls, literally. It is. So yeah, the Dinka symbol that's from Ghana is in Malta at the same time that we've got the Metu Neter in the hieroglyphs, essentially in the pyramids of Egypt. So who's talking about that? I was like, what? I was speaking to the guy, no, this is from Ghana. He was like, oh, okay. I was like, oh, never mind. But yeah, so just wanted to give you guys something to say. Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it, man.
Love that.
And no problem. And I've got a whole bag for life full of books here for you guys to just have on display, things of that nature. The African way and the Caribbean way has always come with gifts, innit? So
Absolutely, man.
I'll just bring that over here.
It's a huge bag, people.
Yeah.
No,
You can go for
it's proper bags, not them little 30p ones.
No, that one is
that's snap before you get to the
that's
car.
strong. So you can. You can just and then just see, you can have a look through, and then we'll get into it. But again, thank you to all the listeners and those who have requested. Essentially, today is a special day because we will be doing a live presentation, which I haven't seen before on any sort of YouTube channel. Usually people upload lectures or they upload seminars and things of that nature, but this is different. We're going to do it live and direct and have discourse amongst ourselves. So it's for you guys to get involved, but also for everybody a part of the network to get involved as well. But again, as E-Man said, there's loads of information, so have your pen and pad ready or laptop or whatever, because we will be getting into it and probably shaking the tables a little bit, essentially. So
Sorry, before you start, just a quick to anyone watching. Is
that true?
Were you at DLT? What's it you had?
He was saying he's in Malta, innit? So
Imagine.
See what I'm saying?
No.
Get your pens a bit.
No.
Anyway,
Okay, Malta before DLT. Anyway, never mind. Come on, man.
if you've got Twitter or if you call it X, please go on there and retweet the live show link. If you follow us on there, we'll come up pink on at the top. But follow the day after TMB and then retweet and put other people on. So let's have a really, really conversation.
Yes.
About all things blackness, honey.
Okay.
Powerful.
So, if you go over to the first slide for us. And then we will essentially get into it.
Right.
So, we good?
Centered.
Okay.
And
Just
then
move
pop in.
this way. Yeah, like that.
All right.
You ready, lecturer? Professor?
Yeah. All right. So, greetings, people. I'm Darrel Blake, educator, historian, social activist, love everything black. And last time I wore grey when I came here, and I felt so out of place.
Really?
So I said, yeah, listen, maybe get my black hoodie.
Love
Bought my
that.
black hat yesterday. I was like, I'm joining the team. Do you know what I mean?
Love it.
Because when you lot take,
I'm glad we didn't come here colours today.
I would have been like,
That was
"Rah."
so good.
Like, guys, memo. Essentially, I just wanted to fit in because when you guys take over the world, I'm trying to apply to be the head of the Department of Primary and Secondary Education.
Oh,
So
100%.
I just got to make sure I fit the part. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, I'm charged.
Love it.
Essentially, so the reason why I wanted to present this is
You
because
have to give me a quick library card to make sure I bring these books back. Make sure you take a note of what I'm
And
saying.
rotation.
there's a whole.
That is good.
I can only read so much.
That is
Yeah,
good.
you cannot constrict.
All
Say no
right,
more.
then. This is a
No, you don't understand. Darrel really came with the goods.
Yeah, I'm surprised you missed this one out.
I didn't see this one. What's this?
That's a classic right there. You
That's yeah. You gotta have that.
Is this a classic?
Yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah. It's a must.
a classic.
man said sold.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Illmatic right there. For real. That's Illmatic. Right. The reason why I wanted to basically have this conversation, blackness, myth or reality, is because when we discuss the topic of blackness, what tends to happen is we deal with the contemporary aspect of what it means to be black, and people kind of run off emotions as opposed to dealing with facts.
Yeah.
And I'm not the sort of person that deals with emotions first. I deal with facts first. Essentially because I was raised on this mentality or on this mantra of go on then. And go on then, literally where I grew up, was you have to show and prove. So, oh, you think you're the best on Street Fighter? All right, go on then, show me. Right? You think you can run faster than me? All right, go on then, cool. Oh, you think you can beat up this person? All right, go on then. So that cultural capital of Guandin that I took from growing up in Brixton Hill, I've taken that and applied that to life. You know, theory and practice is praxis, right? So I can take that mentality and bring that into places like Cambridge and Oxford. Because when you have debates, they will say, okay, show and prove. What's your resources? So I have to bring the Guandin. So with the blackness aspect, I feel we deal with emotions more than deal with facts. And when we deal with emotions, that's what gets you clicks and likes.
Yeah.
And what happens is the information becomes misplaced or misconstrued. And I think it's important that we highlight what it actually means to be black in its 360 context, right? And then we can deal with the right information and apply it to how we want to apply it. Because when we deal with emotions when it comes to blackness, what happens is with social media, it kind of brings about bravado and in the wrong way. And then what that does is people prefer flair over substance, and what that does is produces nothing but ultra crepidarians. So,
Ultra what?
ultra crepidarians, basically that means people who think they know about something but they have no idea.
Okay.
So a lot of politicians are ultra crepidarians. Yeah. So with this conversation and with this talk, what we're going to be doing is looking at blackness and identifying, is it a myth or reality? Okay. So next slide, please. So we're going to do it like a proper university.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like we should dim the lights or something.
Right? So we have the learning objectives. And the learning objective is to understand the cause and effect of systemic oppression of black people via the symptoms of identity crisis, double consciousness, self-loathing, colorism. And then the learning outcomes is learners will be able to show the historical value to the African diasporic movement, to recognize the cognitive dissonance of imperialists and their pseudoscience influence on black lives. And lastly, to demonstrate how contemporary conditions for black people are the effects of colonial trauma, imperial discrimination, racial injustices, and prejudicial treatment within black people. And it sounds a lot, but we'll be able to make sense of that soon. So if you go back, actually. Right, so before we get started, is a question for the viewers, but also for yourselves. Yeah. How long have black people and white people been around?
I'm trying to think of what angle.
How long have black people and white people been around?
I would just say forever.
Forever?
it would be at the time when they bring race into it, if that makes sense. Because before that, they would have just been people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good point. 76 trillion years, man.
We was kind.
Those one class down.
Okay, very good answers.
Brent, what's your idea?
White people came after black people. So
Not for sure.
if it's trillion of years, then the white people came after the first man,
Okay.
first black man. So I don't know. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying. I have no clue.
Okay. You're just
Yeah.
thinking that race is
I
a
just
social
wanted to say that
construct.
white people came after black people. That's all. That was a summary.
That was his
Somewhere.
point.
He's like, we were first. I don't even care.
I don't care.
You're late to the party.
Race could be a social construct, if that's just the way some people see it. So
Yeah.
I would say at the time, whenever they constructed it.
Okay, when was that then? I tell you what, you're on the money. You're very much on the money with that.
I'll take that. Let's move on.
He's like, no more else. So it's a trick question. So the question was, how long have black people and white people been around?
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you. If you can go to the next slide, please. So what we're looking at is Jamestown, Virginia, and we're looking at the East Coast of the United States, right? And what you have in this period of time in the early 1600s, right, is something called indentured servitude. And what was happening here was people of European descent were sent to Jamestown to work on tobacco farms. Okay, so it's the English that have dominated. Jamestown named after King James. And this area has been dominated by Europe, but mainly the English, and essentially it's the Irish that are being sent there, Irish prisoners, because Irish and English didn't get along because that's about Catholics and Protestants and things of that nature. But prisoners who were Irish and a few other Englishmen were sent to these regions to work in these tobacco farms.
Yeah.
Okay, next slide, please. During this period of time, what we can see is a hierarchy of power, and you have planters at the top, free white farmers, white indentured servants, free black people, and then enslaved black people. That building there is called the House of Burgesses, right? Or the House of Burgess. And in 1619 is where we get the first emergence of enslaved Africans being trafficked to what we know as Jamestown, Virginia, okay? So House of Burgess is like their version of Houses of Parliament. That's all it is. Next slide, please. The governor was a man named Sir William Berkeley. Even though it's written Berkeley, Sir William Berkeley. He was the man that was essentially reporting back to England with the processes, and he was the one that was affecting law and things of that nature in Jamestown. So he was the top guy, right? Next slide. Now, what we see here is during the period of time of this early 1600s to the mid 1600s, in order for slavery to be a thing, they have to pass laws and acts within Virginia. So the law of 1662, Act 12, basically states that all children who have an enslaved mother will also be a slave for the rest of their life. So if you are on the soil of Jamestown and your mother is a slave, you will be a slave. Simple as. Okay, next slide. The Act of 1667, or Act 3, it slightly switches it. One before? It slightly switches it. And what it does, it says, all right, what we need to do is recognize that those who are Christian cannot be slaves. So if you are on the soil and you are of the faith of Christianity, you won't be a slave. However, what they wanted to note was they tried to basically, the people that was bringing over from West Africa, they were calling them converts, okay? And reason is because in the Western world, Christianity was dying because you have this process called enlightenment, which we're going to discuss shortly, which says, okay, we're going to bring science to the Bible and we're going to say this is nonsense because we can't have X, Y, and Z happen in a period of time. So they wanted to seek new converts, and that's how we kind of get religion, well, Western religion into West Africa. So they passed the act to say, all right, no one that's a Christian can be a slave. And then they kind of up the ante on the next slide. Is they say, however, they passed something called the Casual Killing Act.
hell?
The Casual Killing Act was an act that they passed in law in 1669 to say if an enslaved African dies by being corrected, then they won't be fined or they won't be imprisoned and things of that nature. Not like anybody went to prison for killing slaves anyway, but essentially they had to pass an act. The reason why, or the main reason, was because the wives of the slave masters were killing children at an alarming rate. The slave masters were losing property because the wives were killing them. Which children do you think the wives were killing?
The master's children.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the people who were identified as mixed race at the time, they were dying at an alarming rate. So whilst the husband's like, what are you doing? Because that's my property, that's money. The wives are like, well, explain their complexion.
Yeah.
Then they're saying, do you know what? Cool. So the slave masters all had meetings and said, look, our wives are going crazy. You know, we're lusting over this exotic body. What can we do? Well, if we pass a law that protects them, then that may make them feel a bit comfortable because we're actually trying to say, you know, we're catering to your feelings. So we understand that sometimes you might get a bit too carried away and start whipping to death, but just know you're going to be all right. So they actually passed an act, 1669, called Casual Killing Act. So when we talk about allyship nowadays, we have to think, well, you know, sometimes in history, these people who we call allies were actually murderers as well. Go ahead.
Quick question. So the correcting, that's what they call correcting. Like if you're whipping them, you're just trying to correct something. So if you kill them in that part, then it's okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because you can be fined for mistreatment of enslaved Africans. Take it, next slide. So this is quite important. We have something called the Barbados Code. And the Barbados Code was the basis in the Caribbean which set the manual for how do you treat enslaved Africans. So in 1661, they said, all right, if any Negro or slave whatsoever shall offer any violence to any Christian, so they're saying to a Christian, they're not saying to a white person, because white doesn't exist yet. It's not a construct. If you offer any violence to any Christian by striking them or any form of violence, such a Negro or slave shall for his or her first offense be severely whipped by the constable. And then they kind of up the ante. So they will slit your nose, trigger warning, and you'll be burnt in some parts of your face with a hot iron. And sometimes what they will do is throw like bird pepper on a wound, or they'll go to the ocean and get the water.
Salt water.
Yeah, that's where we get salt in the wound context from, right? But that model was practiced in 1661 in Barbados, because Barbados, England took over St. Kitts and then Barbados in 1627, and then they didn't go to Jamaica until like way after that in like 1655. But essentially, Barbados was like it was capture land, and that was basically where they practiced. That was the manufacturing place, and then they kind of pull it out across the colonies. But at this moment, African lives are still considered as animals. So black doesn't exist. It's just heathens, savages, slaves, and then Christians. That's literally what it is.
But the Christians at that time were white.
Absolutely. 100%.
But the slaves were black.
Absolutely. Okay. And some of them were of Asian descent as well, but not many at all. Okay. If you go to the next slide. Okay, click again. So these are important acts to note down. So the first one is the Maryland Law. And this law literally passed stating that black individuals brought into the colony were presumed to be slaves for life unless they could provide otherwise. So let's say you happen to be a free African and you're just traveling to Maryland. If you do not have your papers to say who you are, that's it. It's over. And obviously, back then there's no camera, so someone can just take your papers, and what are you going to do?
As in they make you a slave or they kill you?
I'll make you a slave.
Oh yeah, I'll just take a paper and then, yeah.
That's it. Then now what? Next slide.
Not your word over theirs.
This is it. Then you have the Massachusetts law, which basically what it does, it provides the provisions that allowed slavery, particularly of those captured in a war, purchase of slaves, contributing to the legal basis of enslaved in the colony. So in 1641, obviously there was a lot of beef, there was a lot of war that was going on. And they said, look, anybody that's captured on the opposing team, mate, you're going to be in the colony for the rest of your life and your children. Next click, please. Okay, so Act of Preventing Negro Insurrections. And what it was, in 1680, they passed a law prohibiting African Americans from bearing arms, congregating in large numbers, and traveling without explicit permission. It aimed to prevent the possibility of slave uprising. And then, if you think about it now, black people moving within a certain group is also seen as a threat.
Yeah.
But it goes way back to 1680s. It's nothing. Even in Chicago, they have it. It's called mob action. If there's a group of 5 or more black people walking on the street in Chicago, police are pulling you over and saying, "No, break it up." You could be academics with books, whatever. Chicago is called mob action. Next click, please. And then you have the last one of law concerning slaves. And this is a statute clarified that all imported non-Christian servants, including Africans, were to be considered slaves for life, thus formalizing the status of African slaves. So that was kind of like the nail in the coffin of how they're going to pass certain laws, just to kind of secure this moment of enslaved Africans of the United States. But when we move over to the next slide, we have this man here who's very, very important. Nathaniel Bacon. Nathaniel Bacon was an English guy. I think he was born in Suffolk or something. And he basically was a money man. And he was related to William Barclay, funny enough. And what that image there you're seeing is William Barclay at the door. And then there is Nathaniel Bacon. And what you have is indentured servants who were Irish and enslaved Africans. And they're approaching him and saying, look, there was 2 things that was happening. Was one, when the indentured servants came over, they were promised if they work for a period of time, what will happen is they will be allowed to have land and things of that nature. But obviously there's a lot of swamps there. So malaria was killing these people at alarming rates, but nature always wins. So they were surviving. They were saying, where's my land? Where's my land? But what happened was England had a relationship with the Native Americans and said, we're just going to occupy in this space. Nathaniel was like, what are you doing? Like, expand, kill these people off. And William was like, no, I can't do that. Nathaniel says, all right, here's what we're going to do. It's best that you either move the people, the Native Americans, further, otherwise we're just going to have to run riot. William's like, I'm not a part of this. I'm cutting. So he dips. So Nathaniel and his people are like, okay, let's burn down Jamestown. So they burnt down half of Jamestown, Virginia, and they also expanded and killed off a lot of Native Americans. That was in 1676. He dies, but only when we get to 1681 is where we get this emergence of class. So now it's like, okay, we've got indentured servants and we've got enslaved Africans. We can't be having the 2 people working together on these plantations. So what we need to do is that we need to pass a law that states that whoever's going to be working on the plantations are going to be underneath one label. And those who are not, who are going to have ownership, are going to be going as another label. And that's when we get, in 1680, black and white. Prior to 1680, black and white doesn't exist on any records. So to answer the trick question, how long have black and white people been around? Well, 344 years.
Is that more so in a potentially derogatory context?
Absolutely, 100%.
Because prior to this, I guess you still had people kind of describing people as black. And it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, even like when you mentioned Kemet before. But I guess that never had the construct attached to it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
No, we're going to expand on that, the labeling. Moving on to the next slide, what I wanted to highlight, essentially, and that's just kind of the breakdown, so we can ignore that. This slide here. These 2 individuals are the reason why we have arguably enslavement of African people from West Africa and slavery in the Caribbean. These 2 people, King Charles II and King James II and 7th of Scotland. Okay, the one on the left, he was king, he died, his younger brother took over after he died. They were operating between 1650 onwards. And what we're going to highlight is something that they are responsible for. If you go to the next slide. So, has anybody seen this flag before? We're talking about the white background with the red cross, but with the red and white squares around the side. Have you seen that flag before? No. Okay. So this flag here is a representation of a particular company, a particular organization. The organization is on the next slide. The Royal African Company. The Royal African Company was the #1 organization in terms of the amount of trafficked and enslaved Africans coming from West Africa. They were the Steve Jobs or the Bezos of the slave trade, but it was created by those two individuals who were brothers. And what you can see is indigenous people on the left and right-hand side. And then what do you see in the middle at the bottom? What animal is that?
Elephant.
Representing ivory. And what's on its back? What's that a representation of?
The empire.
Yeah, but what?
Castle?
Yeah. So what's the animal?
Elephant and castle.
Elephant and castle. The area, elephant and castle.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's where it was first established. Oh, that's where. Okay.
Elephant and castle, the area, has a huge colonial history, especially when you look at Blackfriars Bridge and who the Blackfriars were. But essentially, back in the day in Elephant and Castle, you used to have, above the shopping centre, there used to be this pink elephant, weird. And then it had the castle on top of it as well, which is exactly the same as the Royal African Company. And then if we go over to the next slide, they are responsible for giving the world what we know as guinea coins. If you ever look at old English coins today and you see the elephant at the bottom, and sometimes you might see an elephant in its back, that's representative of James and Charles. And you know that's from the Royal African Company period. Okay? And they also birthed, the next slide. What we have here is the Negroland and Guinea map. And what they did is they carved Africa into two sections, Negroland and Guinea. Focus on the Guinea land. The three areas was the Grain Coast, you got the Gold Coast, and then you got the Slave Coast. The reason why the Grain Coast was important was because what they did is that when they went to explore the west coast of Africa, especially that part there, they noticed huge grain farms. And they noticed that per square mile, Sierra Leone was producing more rice than anywhere else on the planet per square mile. And it was African women that were harvesting rice. So they said, all right, well, we need to take these women and these grains and we're going to bring them to the United States. That's how rice made it over to the United States in the capacity that it did during that period of time, because it was African women that was doing it more than India, more than China in that period of time. So that was the Grain Coast. Then you got the Gold Coast in the middle, which is obviously Ghana, and then and Togo, parts of Togo as well. Then you got the Slave Coast. And with the Slave Coast, it goes all the way around to Nigeria, Cameroon, Gabon, and further up, going up past Negroland, you got Chad and places like that. But essentially, it's called the Slave Coast because more enslaved Africans were trafficked from that region than the whole history of the transatlantic slave trade from the 1600s right up until 1865. So that slave coast there was very, very important because the population was huge. It was very, very, very vast. Essentially, when the Portuguese got there, they said, okay, well, we like this river here. We like this lagoon. We're going to make this a capital because we can use this as a port. That's why we get the term Lagos from lagoon, right? From the Portuguese. So Britain took over that and said, we're going to take the gold from there, take the grain from there. We're going to take enslaved Africans from there, and then we're going to bring them over to the Americas. But essentially, the two kings, they are responsible for why we have that map. When we get to Negroland, that was more French territory. They didn't really beef with the French on the soil of Africa. They did it in the colonies. Any questions so far before we move?
No.
Yeah? All right. So, before we move to the next slide, by a show of hands, who identifies with being black? Okay. When was the last time you guys looked up black in the dictionary? What year? What year, if you have?
Many, many moons ago.
Never. I used to school homework when I was younger, but
So we identify with something, but we don't even look up the definition of it. So what I've done for you, next slide, is gone to dictionary.com because that's just the easiest one to go to, especially when you work with young people. Sometimes physical dictionaries is not for them. So they rather just do the online thing on their phone, right? So if you click, what we see here is black as an adjective, okay? And if you click again, and what we have here is being a color that lacks hue and brightness and absorbs light without reflecting any rays composing it. Absolutely. So if you park your car facing towards the sunlight, you get out and you got black seats. When you get back in, it's curtains for you, right? Pertaining or belonging to any various populations characterized by dark skin pigmentation, specifically dark skinned peoples of Africa, Oceania, Australia. Cool. So anywhere like below the sub-Saharan region, labeled as black people. Okay. But then we move down. And then we got, for number 6, ill-boding, sullen or hostile, threatening, without moral quality or goodness, evil, wicked, indicating censure, disgrace or liability to punishment, marked by a disaster, misfortune, based on the grotesque, morbid or unpleasant aspects of life. Click again, please. So we have the synonym, so similar. We've got dark, dusky, sooty, inky, sable, ebony, dirty and dingy. And then we move on, which is sad, depressing, somber, doleful, mournful, funereal, disastrous, calamitous, sinful, inhuman, fiendish, devilish, infert, and the list goes on. So similar to black is all of those negativities. Okay. So we have the antonym, which is obviously the opposite. White, clean, hopeful, and cheerful. So that's dictionary.com that young people get to access. So when I present this to young people and I say, who identifies as being black, they put their hand up. I'm going to say, well, are you clean? Yeah. Okay, cool. Are you hopeful? Are you cheerful? Do you look forward to things? Yeah. I'm like, okay, but that means you're white then. They're like, no, sir. No. I'm like, well, that's what it says in the dictionary. And then they get irate. Now, this reference is from 2019. And that was the revised version in 2019.
That was the PC version.
In 2019, right? Then they changed it recently, post the murder of George Floyd. It's pretty much the same. They just added 1 or 2 more positive things in terms of as an adjective, essentially. And then they highlighted and they separated color from people. So they said, okay, when we're dealing with people, we use a capital B. And when we're dealing with color and things of that nature, then we're just doing a lowercase b. So they're separating the two.
After, I find it interesting that there was changes made after George Floyd's murder, because obviously there was the whole Black Lives Matter movements and stuff like that. Was that part of, I don't remember that, was that part of the things we were fighting for a change in definition? Or did they do that on their own accord because they know what was up in the dictionaries?
I think people were fighting for it. Because I feel like when, without sounding a bit too harsh, a lot of the time, when it comes to some black capital B movements, it becomes performative. So they wait for a tragedy to happen, and it's like, oh, we need to do this. But in between a murder or disrespect or...
There's no call for change.
No, it's quiet because they're getting paid by those people who they want to change the system or whatever. So it was on the back of George Floyd being murdered that they said, okay, well, we need to talk about Black lives, we need to talk about education, we need to talk about health, we need to talk about NHS, we need to talk about this and that. So, yeah, it was based upon the murder they wanted to change. And they were kind of up for it. They said, all right, cool. Do you know what? It is pretty bad. Let's just add a few more positive things in there and then put a capital B when it comes to...
What's the positive there?
Well, if you look it up, people look it up in their own time, you will see it's exactly the same, but just 1, 2 will be more positive. And 3 as well, and then the rest of it they've kept the same because they don't want to like erase that part. They want to remind people that black people are still villains. So let's not get it twisted. Exactly. yeah. Can't have it all, mate.
So a couple of things. The point of this here is to point out how they have described this particular word in text that children can actually read.
Absolutely.
Right? It's not to basically let us believe that we, as black people, capital letter B, should be seeing ourselves as this description.
Well, essentially, you're all right. So, all right, one thing I'll highlight is when children they do like word association. So if you say like yellow, they're gonna say banana. If you say red, they might say strawberries or love or whatever. Blue, they might say ocean or sky. With young people, if they are calling themselves black, psychologically, they're going to associate with whatever they understand it to be. And if they're reading a dictionary and it says...
It's saying dirt.
They're going to be like, oh, okay. But I'm going to be, to your point, I'm going to be expanding on your literal point very soon anyway.
Good. Because I see a product of Hackney say here, have to wonder how much this plays into the psyche and self-worth. And then another product from Hackney says 100%.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, even with studying sociology, like, I feel like that would, when you're reading that, it almost feels like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Not like it's directly like, oh, you are dirt, you are this, you are that. But if you're, like you said, the word association with that, that does it does do things to people's minds and psychologically over time of how it is that you see yourself and stuff like that.
And it's subconscious, isn't it? Because
yes,
you see,
exactly.
like, anything that's black is associated with bad, isn't it? Anything
Yeah,
that's white is saying, like,
Yeah.
you told a little white lie, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
But someone could be as black as sin.
Yeah. Black magic.
Yeah,
exactly.
These are
magic, yeah.
Don't co-opt this.
No, but what?
But he just
You said
co-opted
black
it by
magic.
saying black magic. Don't
I
throw that
said,
in there.
hey,
Don't throw
I
that in there.
didn't. Don't you see I paused? I
White
said,
magic is seen as harmless.
Yeah,
what's white
it is.
magic? Magic.
Harry Potter
Black
stuff.
magic.
Sabrina.
Black magic
Go
is
to the
dark.
cinema and watch
I
it.
get what you're
Sabrina and
saying.
Teenage Witch.
So what I'm trying to say, subconsciously, like, some people might not even read that and not even really actually take it on board, because this is just the way that things have always been, and this is just the language that we use and the way that we knows it. But that's why history and stuff is important, because you could just it's dangerous to think that, oh, this is just the way it always been and this is just the way it is. When you do your research and you realize this is like this for a reason.
This is how it was
You know what I'm trying to
placed.
say?
It
Like,
was
this
made
was
to
written
believe,
at a
yeah.
certain time in life, and the language that they use is because of the way that they see people. So this is it's cause and effect kind of thing. You know what I'm trying to say? So once you get the information and you clock, and then you can start to re-educate yourself into thinking different things.
So my initial question is, I guess this is why the whole George Floyd topic was brought up, because during this time it's a great opportunity to highlight the racist tropes or beginnings of these particular descriptions, because they can change these descriptions.
Absolutely.
They can start from scratch and erase all of these negative connotations attached to black. Surely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But we're going to get into why these even exist in the first place. I think that's the important side, to recognize that, okay, they could erase it, but they will be doing a disservice to their ancestors by doing this, which you will see. I don't want to say too much, because you're all hitting the right points, but we are slowly getting to why and how this even exists in the first place. But I remember the original question was, blackness, is this myth or reality? So blackness in its whole. So that's what the next slide is. If we click next slide. So does anybody in the room, or even those viewing, know the difference between race, ethnicity, nationality, and culture?
I did a whole module.
Let's start with race first. Anybody know what race is?
So race is a social construct.
Yeah.
Just your skin color, I guess.
It's to do with the race that's made up.
Okay.
Yeah.
If
I
you
can't remember how race is defined again, but yeah.
click for us, please. So, race is similar to ethnicity, but relates more to the appearance of a person, especially the color of their skin. It is no longer determined biologically, including inherited genetic traits such as hair color, eye color, bone structure, and jaw structure, among other things. So, it is a social construct, because they can decide whenever they want to switch it. And they highlighted, they said it's no longer determined biologically. So, there's like some people who are, you look at them and say they're white, and they will say, no, I'm not white because my great grandmother was mixed race. So I can pass to say the N-word. In their definition, that can't run. But they will still, anyway, moving on.
They'd run with it.
Ethnicity, do you know what that is?
That'd be your country that you come from, I guess. No?
Your
Like
heritage.
heritage and that.
Your people, so most of your tribe, where your DNA is linked to, like being Yoruba, being Akan, Shanti, and something like that. That's what I would say. I think it can be linked to nationality, but you can get various ethnicities within a nationality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It's based upon a group called an ethnic group that normally has similar traits such as common language, common heritage, and cultural similarities within a group. So what you're saying is
Spot on.
yeah, technically correct. Nationality?
Isn't that to do with like where you're a citizen of like what land?
Yeah.
Citizen of a land, basically.
Yeah. If you
I didn't want to let them cheat.
nationality refers to the place where a person was born and or holds citizenship. Correct. However, nationality can often be determined by a place of residency, ethnicity, or national identity. If a person was born in country A but immigrated to country B with their family while a toddler, that person might identify more with country B nationality than because they were raised there. That makes sense. So someone could be born in Nigeria and left when they was 3 and then came here and was like, okay, cool, I'm British because that's where I've spent most of my life.
So that's not me. I was born here, lived in Nigeria, back here, but
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay, last one, culture.
That's your, I guess, your way of life.
Yeah.
Your belief systems, your folk ways, mores, all those things is kind of linked. I would say typically to ethnicity, but with the, I guess, people mixing from different ethnicities, nationalities, you can form new cultures. You know what I'm saying? But I guess all of those people kind of somewhat subscribe to a certain way of life and how they view certain things.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, I feel like it's more about your social, like how you socialize, your socialization, more like, yeah.
That sounds about right.
He's like copying answers.
No, you copying homework.
So, similar to ethnicity, yet really more common, more of a microcosm of it. Basically, it's one trait or characteristic, and it could be just like an amalgamation of different things, sort of like a subset of various traits that make up an ethnicity. So, if each of you was to say your race, ethnicity, nationality, and culture, what would it be? Starting with yourself.
My race would be black. Wait, how do you define a culture?
The culture
Black.
is like a mix up of different things.
So if you're going to describe and say what culture you are, I'm from Caribbean culture.
Yeah, you could use that if you wanted to, because your culture and your ethnicity can be both the same.
Yeah.
So you could be Caribbean culture, and you could say your ethnicity is Caribbean.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But yes, go on.
So I'll take my ethnicity and my culture as Caribbean, my race is black, and my nationality depends on where I am in the world. No, that's facts. Because if you ask me in England, I told people like I'm Jamaican and based wherever. If I'm out of England on holiday somewhere and people ask where I'm from, I'll say I'm from London.
Yeah. No, that
We'll
makes
get to
sense.
some treats.
Depends. Fair
Some
enough.
respect.
Turn the accent out.
See my passport. Do you know what I mean?
See my book.
God save the king. But yeah, essentially, and also within culture, you can have your ethnicity. So you could say your ethnicity is, or you say you can have Caribbean culture, but your ethnicity could be a specific part of Jamaican culture, essentially. So you can play around with it. Esther, yourself.
Well, since learning the definition of black, I feel like I want my race to be African now, moving forward. But basically, black African ethnicity, I would say Yoruba. Or that Nigerian Yoruba. No, Yoruba for my ethnicity. Culture would be Nigerian. Nationality, retweet on Marks. But I hold the British passport and I hold a Nigerian passport.
Lucky.
So, yeah.
Race, black. Ethnicity, Yoruba. Nationality, like I said, pretty much said, legally British and Ghanaian, since I got those passports. And culture, Yoruba as well. Yeah.
What about you, Brent?
I would say black. I would say ethnicity. I would say displaced Nigerian.
Okay.
You do give Nigerian vibes. You are a Femi, I tell you that.
Nationality Trinidadian. And culture, I would say Trinidadian too.
Okay.
Black Trinidadian.
Okay.
Or Afro Trinidadian. Woo! I like that one.
Afro Trini, yeah.
I like
That actually sounds nice.
Afro Trini. Okay. Say no more. All right. Cool. Well, essentially, those you can define however you want to define yourself. But these are just like the basic kind of definitions of what each one of the, because a lot of the time we mix race and culture together and they're not the same.
Yeah.
They're not, because there's, I don't like to use this word nuance, but because people just overuse it. The nuances of like, oh, shut up. But what I'm saying is like there are nuances to culture that need to be celebrated. Because Jamaican culture, for example, you have the Christian side and then you have the Rastafarian side. And within the Rastafarian side, you've got 12 Tribe, EW, Wef, Bob Ashanti. There's so many different, do you know what I mean, groups, essentially. So it's more, with us, we know the differences. It's the outside world, you've got to like kind of, oh yeah, I'm just Jamaican culture. Oh, okay, cool. But you know, within your Jamaican friends, oh, where are you from? Da, 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 da. So it's good to kind of highlight these things when discussing race, ethnicity, nationality, and culture, because then you can also give a sense of uniqueness to yourself. Because you could be in a room group, you could be in a room group of black people, and you might think, yeah, just black people chilling, which innately we are. But within that space, you could say, oh, but by the way, Hausa, Fulani, things of that nature, and then you can be, oh, really? So what's your customs? Oh, we do this. Oh, we do. So it's a good way to kind of look at yourself and say, do you know what? There's a bit more detail to me. I'm not just a blanket statement that dictionary.com wants to put forward. Does that make sense? So focusing on culture, because black culture seems to be the go-to. It's like the buzzwords when it comes to speaking about blackness. Let's have a look at what a respectable person in history named David Starkey, what he thinks about black people and what he thinks about black culture.
What's happened is that a substantial section of the chavs that you wrote about have become black. The whites have become black. A particular sort of violent, destructive, nihilistic gangster culture has become the fashion. And black and white, boy and girl, operate in this language together. This language which is wholly false, which is a Jamaican patois that's been intruded in England. And this is why so many of us have this sense of literally a foreign country.
In that speech, Enoch Powell talked about 15 or 20 years' time, the black man having the whip hand over the white man.
That's not true. What's happened is black culture. This is the enormously important thing. It's not skin colour, it's cultural. Listen to David Lammy, an archetypical, successful black man. If you turned the screen off so you were listening to him on radio, you'd think he was white.
All right, what's your thoughts on that?
Wow.
Remember, David Starkey is respected.
Yeah.
You already know, right? And that's his thought. Remember, he said it's not black people, he says the culture. What black culture represents is this Jamaican patois, right? This gangster kind of mindset. He's saying that's black culture. Because we was highlighting culture before, and we've just innately just highlighted there's a few different cultures, right? Yeah. But he's just labeled everybody the same and said that's black culture. And he is a product of what we're going to learn about soon when it comes to enlightenment. But what's your thoughts about him saying about David Lammy? Because remember he said basically an intellectual black man. Yeah, he said, by the way, David Lammy, an intellectual black man. Just want to remind you of this. He's smart, right? I remember this is live on TV. But yeah, what's your thoughts on that?
You see the connection that he made. Obviously, he's calling him he's only saying that he's smart because he's saying he's like a white man.
Basically.
Exactly. Yeah. You know what I'm trying to say? That's the only reason why he had good things to say about him. Yeah. He's saying he's like a white man. It's just showing you that anything black can't be good in their eyes.
Yeah.
Right. He said, because they're talking about chavs, he said they have adopted this black culture. Okay. All right. So sticking on David Starkey, let's continue with another thought of his.
Come on, DJ.
Oh.
His spirit's possessing there.
Yeah, right. He ain't had his breakfast.
Oh, I meant this white man spirit.
He doesn't want the truth to come out.
What is so preposterous about this, Darrel? How would I go about tackling it? I would say quite simply, you cannot decolonize the curriculum because you, Black Lives Matter, are wholly and entirely a product of white colonization. You are not culturally black Africans. You would die in seconds if you were dumped back in Black Africa because you wouldn't know how to cope. You're a product yourselves of cultural and racial mix. And again, what is very remarkable about the pulling down of the statues, normally statues are pulled down, be it Hitler, be it the French kings in the time of the French Revolution, or indeed our own kings in the time of the Civil War, because people have been defeated. What has happened, of course, is that the only reason that these young black protesters are here, isn't it slavery? It's only because of the great African diaspora, the compulsory diaspora, because of slavery. What, of course, that brings you up to confronting is, of course, slavery was not the equivalent of the Holocaust. And what again, there's no point in arguing against globalization or Western civilization. They are all products of it. We are all products of it. The honest teaching of the British Empire is to say, quite simply, it is the first key stage of world globalization. It's probably the most important moment in human history, and it is still with us. Its consequences are still on, and generally speaking, in most ways, actually fruitful. There are downsides, again, as the Brexit vote demonstrated. So that's how you go about tackling it. And as for the idea, as I said, that slavery is this kind of terrible disease that dare not speak its name, it only dare not speak its name, Darren, because we settled it nearly 200 years ago. We don't normally go on about the fact that Roman Catholics once upon a time didn't have the vote and weren't allowed to have their own churches because we had Catholic emancipation. And you know what? We had Catholic emancipation at pretty much exactly the same time that we got rid of slavery in the 1830s. Mm-hmm. We don't go on about that.
Before we actually make a comment on that, slide to the next one, please, because they are related and it's a lot shorter. Don't worry.
Is it him again?
It's him again.
So he's just taking upon himself to do the devil's work.
Yeah, absolutely. But
Wow.
Yep, go ahead.
Slavery was not genocide. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many damn blacks in Africa or in Britain, would there? An awful lot of them survived. What again, there's no point in arguing against globalization or Western civilization. They are all products of it. We are all products of it.
An awful lot of them survived is wild. That's a wild line.
Disgusting.
Remember, he works in universities, he is a lecturer, in history. So he's just one of many who essentially have this mindset who actually teach. So you can only imagine the curriculum that they are teaching or the discourses that they're having in their studies based upon this guy's ideology of what it means to be black.
That's what scares me. I'll be honest with you. Watching that, I felt sick because, I find stuff like that scary because you don't know what people are thinking. Mm-hmm. And so when you're interacting with people and you think it's a pleasant interaction or just a normal interaction or whatever, they could be looking at you like you are the scum of the earth and actually you should have been one of the slaves that got killed. Do you get what I mean? And that creeps me out.
But obviously he's got fucked up opinions on things and crazy ideas. But what do you say about the things that are true that he said?
Which part?
The fact that we are a product of it. The fact that it kind of is the first step in human globalization. That them kind of part. What is the truth? How do you feel about the truth in what he said? Because he's got opinion stuff in there.
Yeah,
and also that we influence the whites.
Well,
that's what he's vexed about.
Because black culture does influence everybody.
White England.
Black culture does influence everybody. It's just the way that he sees black culture is what's wrong in it. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. How do you feel about the truth that he said?
All right. So expanding on that, there is a bit of truth to him saying that we are products of it. But what he's looking at the benefit. So he's saying, look, slavery happened, great, but see you now, you're not a slave, you've got the benefits, you have been able to go to universities, you get free healthcare, you get things of that nature. But what he's not talking about essentially is how we got there in the first place. And I feel like that's what's missing from the discourse. So if we stick with his ideology, say, do you know what? Yeah, slavery did happen. I don't want to talk about it. It's all negative. It's all trauma. And it is, by rights. But also, if we do not highlight what actually happened in terms of how we got there, then everything else gets missed. And then, because arguably Europeans won, they can keep the narrative going, and then what actually really happened will start to diminish and whatnot. So we are products of it, 110%. But the only reason why we're products of it is because these mass murderers and are apers, right? They decided to go to a next part of the world and cause havoc. And he is a product of it also, because with us being around, we are a constant reminder. That's why he's sick in his head, is because he's like, oh, I can't take it. Like, you know, in Matrix, when the agent is about to convert someone, they like touch their neck or touch something, and they do that thing. That's what's happening to him. He's about to explode. He can't stomach black culture.
Yeah.
For the simple fact is, we went through what we went through, and we're still here.
Yeah.
Like, be grateful you're still here. And he should be grateful that we actually just want to have a conversation and we don't want revenge.
Yeah, 100%. Everything that I just kept hearing him justify slavery, justify
100%.
colonialism, and basically say to people, because there was no genocide, because you guys are here and you can benefit from universities and better education compared to the savage cousins of yours back home, we can justify neocolonialism. We can do the same thing today and understand that, guys, yes, there will be some bad along the way, but the good outweighs the bad.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
And remember, he's made a comment. He says, you should be grateful that you're not in Africa, because if you went back there, you wouldn't survive.
If you were dumped back,
exactly.
You didn't say if you went back or if you were dropped back. If you were dumped back,
that's a different mindset.
Yeah.
Exactly. You would
it's
know.
in a language.
You wouldn't be able to survive. Do you know what I mean?
Someone would jump. Actually,
they're just about surviving in Australia. But anyway,
is that the same type of spirit when one highlights the benefits of capitalism?
This guy.
So next slide, please. Next slide, please.
That is not why I'm here.
We're not, yeah. We're not doing
It's another day.
Right. So to kind of go off his mindset and what he learned, we're going to just close this out. So what we're seeing here is a newspaper clip where it says, police investigate David Starkey over slavery remarks. Okay, so everybody went crazy, was like, whoa, this is 2020, by the way, right? So this is the height.
COVID, the BLM and that stuff.
Exactly.
I remember that interview.
And also,
it's
in
in
October.
Nasty stuff.
Right. Yeah, 100%. We already know. So that was in October of all months that he decided to say that. So police investigate because people go crazy. So that was on the 13th of October. And if you go to next slide, what does it say? 1 week later, the police dropped the case. Look at that. And they're like, there's nothing that we need to look into. It's just his views. I mean, he lost a few opportunities because people were complaining in the university spaces that, hey, you got this guy employed with you, this can't run. Essentially, but he can just work somewhere else. And usually with things like this, they kind of die over time. So about a year later, he'll be able to just sneak into another job and probably apologize, and that's about it. So he's not going to be punished innately. But moving on, he is a product of this. And what we're seeing here is a group of European men sat in a room, and this is a representation of what we call, click again, please, the Age of Enlightenment. Is anybody not familiar with the Age of Enlightenment?
I heard it during my studying years, but it's been time.
Social, yeah. All right, if you click next. So the Age of Enlightenment, what we have here is called the Age of Reason. And what it is, it's about politics, it's about philosophy, and literally about different kind of sciences that were produced between 1685 and 1815. These were people who were very influential in academia and also in social sciences and in government, where they can fixate certain changes within Britain, but also within the colonies. If you click again. And what they did, they produced certain books, certain essays, inventions, science, discoveries, laws, wars, revolutions, and things like that. So they are kind of like the key figures by what we call racial science. So a lot of the nonsense that's produced during conversations about, black people are savages or they're cannibals, or when Dr. Amani was talking about running away from your plantation was an illness. Right, that all comes from, that was called Drapetomania by Samuel A. Cartwright. That science is all a part of this Enlightenment. And if you click again, Here are some key figures, and again, and one more time. There are some key figures here that people that study social sciences, whether it's law, whether it's politics, whether it's sociology, these are key figures that you will learn at university level. And one of them was René Descartes, who said, I think, therefore I am. And what that meant in the French government was, I think, therefore I am. I'm connected to God. I am human. That means I exist. For those people who cannot think for themselves, they are not human. They are animal. They are savages. Oh, who are savages? Who can't think for themselves? Oh, the Africans. Cool. So we're going to go into Mali and take over Mali because they are not Christian. Yeah. That's all the science is. David Starkey is a product of this because this is what was perpetuated throughout universities for centuries, essentially. Okay.
Science, yeah.
Yep. Certain sciences.
This is why it's so crazy about what we reported on earlier this year with Professor Hakim Adi.
Yeah.
And the situation going on in that, what university was it again? Where they're trying to where they're trying to stop his course. And like, we need obviously more black people who know the history. So we can, you know what I mean, like show this instead of having the Starkies of the world disseminating all that type of foolishness.
Next slide, please. So, who were the beneficiaries of this racial science? James Madison, who is the 4th president of the United States, he says, click.
James Madison. Where did I know that name from?
He said, blacks are inhabitants but are debased by servitude below the equal level of free inhabitants, which regards the slave as divested of 2/5 of a man. Click again, please. So the reasons for this, essentially, reason one is there was something called the 3-5 Compromise, which was each state has a number of representatives at the House of Representatives. So, for example, if we break it into boroughs, let's say like Hackney has 2 representatives because there are 200 people living within Hackney. And then you've got Brent, you might have 5 representatives because there's 500 people living there, for example, right? And then when they go into Parliament, they get to obtain money, they get to vote, they get certain benefits based on population. So they said, all right, if we count these people as 3/5, each man and each woman as 3/5 of a human, then when you add up the numbers, we should get a bigger population. And then we can go to the House of Representatives and claim certain things. Yeah. That's the only reason why when it comes to looking at it on a political level. But then on a human level, if you click again, please. And again. To justify the American treatment of slaves, in his compartmentalization, he would have to agree with himself that black people are not human. So if you're 3/5 of a human, you're clearly not complete. Yeah. So he had to label, that had to be a label enlisted on enslaved Africans, as well as counting them just so they can make up a population. All right, next slide, please. Cool. John Newton, the Amazing Grace writer. Click, please. He says, blacks are inhabitants, but He says, slaves are lesser creatures without Christian souls and thus not destined for the next world. He was a slave captain, and he was on a ship one day, and the ship was rocking because they hit a storm, and he panicked and he said, God, please, if you get rid of the storm, I will then turn the ship around and return back the enslaved Africans. He then noticed that the storm was calming down, and then they turned the ship around and he returned back the enslaved Africans. If you click for me, please. Moments after that, click again, he wrote a hymn about it because he was a poet. He was a Christian, a poet, and a slave captain. And he wrote, Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was once lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. He's talking about the calm after the storm, right? He's talking about the calm after the storm. I was once lost, but now I'm found, was blind by what I see. God doing that enabled me to realize that what I was doing was wrong. So now, having that grace from God, I can now do better. And he wrote that in 1779. What I want to add is that after he wrote that hymn, 6 to 7 years later, he went back to being a slave captain, essentially.
You know the mad thing, yeah? Because I'm a Christian girl. I love the Lord. I do. And I've heard the story many times. I know there were slaves up in that ship. I did not think. I just never thought that. Anyway. It's the Lord forgives, isn't it?
Yeah. But again, he's a product of the Enlightenment period because they were religious figures as well. So in order for the reason why the monarchies and the Church of England, for example, were hand in hand and shaking hands and making money together, is because the king or the queen, but mainly the king, was seen as the highest person, biblically and also in society. So you cannot go through God unless you go via the king. But the king was blessed by the Church of England. So the reason why they worked hand in hand is because the ships and enslaved Africans were blessed by the Church of England and branded and renamed. But then for them to get that blessing, they would have to pay the churches. So when the king's making money, he's paying the churches a lot of money to bless the ships and bless whatever. But also for branding and ownership, it costs a lot of money. So the Church of England, one of the main devils anyway, they essentially made like nearly £500 million from the transatlantic slave trade period from because of how important the kings were during that 1600 period where I spoke about King James II and Charles as well. They made a lot of money. But so he's a product of that innately. And if you go again. All right. So we've got another man named Carl Linnaeus. He's the father of taxonomy. Taxonomy is, if you go back one click. Taxonomy is basically the classification of things, organisms, plant life, human life, and things of that nature. He's regarded as that guy. So he basically classes these human beings, and he says Homo Americanus as reddish, choleric, obstinate, content, and regulated by customs. Obstinate meaning not moving, they stick to what they stick to, and they believe in their own customs and traditions. Who do you think he's referring to when he says Homo Americanus?
So called Indians.
Americans.
Yeah.
Yep.
Native Americans.
Yep. If you click forward, please. That's right. And if you click again. Right. So you've got Homo Europaeus, quite easy. White, fickle, sanguine. Sanguine being like they always see the positive in things. Blue-eyed and governed by laws. Who do you think they're talking about?
Some people.
them lot over there, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. If you click forward, please. And one more time. So you got Homo Asiaticus as sallow, is what the old polite word of saying yellow. Grave, dignified, avaricious, and ruled by opinions. Avaricious means greedy.
Okay.
In Jamaican culture, we say someone is gravelicious if they want too much food or they want this. Yeah, they say gravelicious, but it comes from avaricious. Who do you think they're talking about?
Is that true, Max?
You said it.
Guess the Asians, like I guess the Chinese,
Mongols.
Yeah. They said the Mongoloids. All right, and if you go forward one more time, you got Homo Afa as black, phlegmatic. Phlegmatic means just like kind of chilled, don't really have emotions connected to things. Cunning, lazy, lustful, careless, and governed by caprice. Caprice is like unpredictable, essentially. Who do you think he's talking about?
Must be the Africans.
Yep. They say Africoid or Australoid. If you click again. So again, this is all a part of racial science that's developing. Okay, if you click forward. You have Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, who is the father of physical anthropology. And if you skip forward and forward again. Thank you. What he's basically saying is he had a few skulls, and he said the most beautiful form of the skull, from which is mean the primeval type, the others diverge by most easy gradations, both sides to the two ultimate extremes. He's talking about the Mongolian and the Ethiopian. Besides this white in color, which we may fairly assume to have been the primitive color of mankind. So this man has skulls from different regions of the world, and he said because the skulls are white. That must mean the original people are white. This man is respected. People study him. If someone's studying him right now, that's his ideology of what whiteness is in terms of originality, because the skull's white. That's it.
That was science back in the day, yeah?
Yep. Okay. Moving on. Some science, European science. So the hard N, we just say the hard N. Because it's synonymous with the word black, capital B, essentially this word comes up. Okay, and if you click, we've got different variations of that. So we've got the Dutch one, if you click again. We've got the French, and again. Haitian Creole, we've got German, we've got Greek, and one more click, and that's it.
They really made sure they covered all languages to say the same thing.
It's pretty much, because even at some point, they was looking to change the name Cafe Nero, because Nero meant black, but in parts of Italy, Nero, as well as Moor, was considered like a derogatory term. So there are parts of Europe where if they want to be disrespectful, they might not say the hard N, they'll call someone a guinea, for example. But Cafe Nero kind of stuck with the name. But you can see there's the German version, there's the Haitian Creole, which is similar to the French. All kind of, well, the only difference with the Dutch one is they got Swat, which means black. But the Greek one, you got Nekros, which means deaf, and things of that nature. But the Spanish Portuguese are very much very, 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 very similar. So they all got their variations to describe the hard N. But yeah, where we have black and we've got the hard N in most European countries, black and hard N are one word. So when you've got Negro, they meant that for the color of your skin, and also you are beneath us because you are from the continent of Africa. You skip. Okay, so hard N with the phonics and etymology. Go ahead. So you've got what we know as NGR, and that's Kemetic, yeah? So it's pronounced Enja, meaning God. Then you got Netja, which means God, divine in nature. Then you got Nagash equals king. You got Negus, emperor. I'm pretty sure people were exposed to Negus through Kendrick Lamar. Nagasi. You've got Ngozi. Mm-hmm. And then you've got, you said it better than me. I should get you to read it instead. And Daba, Naka, and you got Nakamoto as well. And there's parts of Japan who have relationships tied to the Igbo tribe of Nigeria. A lot of their places have Naga as a name to start off with. So someone needs to do the research on how they managed to get over there and what's the influence of the Igbo language and Japanese language, essentially. But skip. Okay, so looking at the time of being African from modernity to present day. So modernity is like from the age of change, from Enlightenment period until now. These are key dates of when either these terminologies were introduced or these terminologies became popular. Okay, and if you click forward. So what we have here, you're seeing Moors, different variations of Moors, and that's in Egypt and in Europe. And then you've got Ethiopian, because the whole continent at one point was called Ethiopia. So when you've got Johann Fried Blumenbach, when he was describing the black skull, African skull, he said it was an Ethiopian skull. He didn't go to Ethiopia. He just said people from that continent, essentially. Then you've got slave mulatto, you got Negro, black, slave property. Then you've got the hard N. Then you've got coloured. You got coloured UK, you got black when that became an emergence, and that was post Windrush Empire. You got black in USA, and that was due to the Black Power movement that was emerging from the Black Panthers and also from the murder of Malcolm X, essentially. And then you've got Afro-American becomes a thing in the 70s, and then 1978 you have this emergence of Afro-Latin, and then 1979 you got multiracial. And there was a black Japanese woman who coined the term. Actually, in 1978, Christine Ijima Hall, essentially, she coined the term. Biracial came out in the early 1980s. Prior to that, as it being a popular term being used, it didn't exist. African American became a thing when Reverend Jesse Jackson was like, hey, we need to identify with this term. And then you got BAME and ethnic minority, which two terms I hate largely, became a thing after the 1991 census, which we're going to explore shortly. And then you have Afro-Latin X, which became a thing after the emergence of the Black Lives Matter movement, which started in 2016. Essentially, and the X just basically, because you got black Latinos, black Latinas, and black Latins, and they say, do you know what? Let's just put an X to group everybody together. Any questions so far before we move?
No.
There's a lot to take in, I know, like I said.
It's very interesting.
There's like 69 slides.
Let's go.
Let's do it. This is so interesting.
Thank you. What's the viewers saying? They're good?
They're loving
They
it.
ain't dropped off since he started, to be honest.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
we've got a couple educated fellas from America.
Yeah.
Who attended HBCUs.
Lovely.
And they're like, yep, learn this day one.
Facts. Big up. Right. So there's something called, which a lot of us go through. It's called the Negro to Black Conversion Experience. And this was created by a man named William E. Cross. Okay. And what we're looking at is, if you click forward, there's a process that people go through when they go from a Negro to a black person. If you can see from the image, on the left, that will be classed as a Negro, and then on the right, black. Okay? And if you skip forward, these are the stages of what people go through. And I've seen people go through these stages, actually, in real life. Like, yeah. Now, it's a real thing. So you got the stage one is the pre-encounter, which I'm going to break down. Click again. You've got the encounter, immersion and immersion, internalization, and internalization commitment. Okay. So those are the 5 stages, and I'm going to show you what the 5 stages are. So if you skip forward. Okay. So you click. Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
I like how you've incorporating yourself into this slide.
That's the inter version.
Yeah, this is proper interactive. It's immersive.
That's stage 5.
You already know. And you see him on the front line as well. You got the sisters behind me. I'm on the front line with the brother. I don't even know the guy.
The boots on the ground.
I don't even know
This
the
is
guy.
what I'm
I love
saying. Front line.
Boots on the ground.
I love that.
And they're just there. Like, that's a powerful picture. That was by Hyde Park, and that was in 2016.
Oh, nice.
The first Black Lives Matter march. When it wasn't performative at that moment. It was like, right, this was the first time.
I love the shade.
Facts. Facts, no printer. All right, so.
You went to the performative one.
You're a phony.
Big fat
To be
phony.
fair, I haven't been doing it.
What, the boots ain't been on the ground?
No, my boots.
Oh my God,
boots
we need another travesty.
No, more like, my wallet.
All right, so stage 1, which is going to be behind or underneath the actual stage 1. So,
There we go.
cool. So stage 1, if you click forward. Okay, it says, in the pre-encounter stage, a person is programmed to view and think of the world as being non-black, anti-black, or the opposite of black. The person's worldview is dominated by Euro-American determinants. So they kind of move, if it's put in a British context, they kind of navigate around the space and they say, okay, this is black people, this is white people, this is not for white people, this is not for black people. And that's about it. But you know what? I'm not really touching that because I'm just trying to get paid. I've got bills to pay. There's taxes. All them kind of things. But I recognize, I know this stuff is going on. I don't want to say too much. I'm just going to stick in where I fit in, essentially. Then we have stage 2.
Oh.
Brent.
Okay, so what experience, information, or event causes a person function at the pre-encounter level to become interested in, or at least receptive to, material that will contest a number of his or her basic assumptions concerning black? So you might just be navigating in a space and you know how the world operates. That's stage 1. In stage 2, either you might see a racist attack happen, or you might experience yourself where someone might say, oh, like, wow, you've changed your hair again this week, when it was just like literally a wig and another day it was braids. So you might feel something like that, and you might be, something don't really feel right. I need to probe a bit more. I need to question and find out what is it that I'm feeling, because I need to express, which leads us to stage 3. So in this period, the person immerses himself or herself in the world of blackness. The person attends political meetings, joins the Muslims or the Nation of Islam, goes to rapping sessions, attends seminars and art shows that focus on blackness. Now, that happens to a lot of people. They'll be like, do you know what? There's this black cultural event going. I'm going to go there and beat the drum.
He's about to break his neck. That's him. He did this.
Right? So they will be like living their life, stage 1. Stage 2, something happens. They're like, oh, I need to find out more. So then they'll go to something in stage 3 and be like, oh, this is interesting. Oh, these
people.
Right? This is more than just, Snapchat and TikTok. There's real things that are happening. Okay, cool. I like it. I feel like I'm at home. Okay, which leads to stage 4. This is where it gets a bit. Some people stay at stage 4. They don't go past it. Yeah, stage 4 is the most difficult and complex to explain because the events that occur during the immersion stage may frustrate or inspire an individual. So you've gone now stage 3 where you've immersed yourself within black culture. You're loving it. You're thinking, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm going to wear a dashiki. Cool. Then stage 4 happens when real action needs to happen because you're frustrated. Say, no, we need to do more. We need to decolonize the curriculum. We need to do X, Y, Z, right, to bring about change. So people stay in that stage, which those are ones that stay in that stage, literally the ones that forever complain. Always going to something to say when a tragedy happens or travesty, and they just stay there and that's it. Just, oh, we need to do more and da-da-da-da. And then stage 5 happens, and that's when it becomes like, that's the be-all and end-all. That's a make or break, right? So when a person decides to change identity from Negro to black, he generally experiences frightening periods of anxiety that are related to his intense concern or concern over whether not he is black enough. So some people go from not knowing anything all the way to the end, and they're like, do you know what? Is this for me? I don't know. I don't think I can do anything. I want to do more for Congo, but I'm using a cell phone. Nah, I'm going to pull out. It's not for me. I'm just going to go back to stage 1 and just be easy. Or some people may end up saying, no, do you know what? I'm going to start my own organization. I'm going to continue pushing forward and hopefully people will get on board. So it's the make or break period because you get to that point where it's like action needs to happen and stage 5 is action. A lot of people are not ready for stage 5 because a lot of us, unfortunately, what I've come across in terms of the certain black societies within Britain, we would rather be uncomfortable. We rather be unhappy than be uncomfortable, because you could be unhappy and still stay in a situation. I don't really like my manager, but you know what? Pays really well, right? Yeah. The moment you're uncomfortable, you have to shift. You have to change your environment. You have to change your nature because you're uncomfortable, right? A lot of us don't want to be uncomfortable because it means we have to do something, and doing something may be at risk to either their status, their friendship, their relationships, their working environment, and they don't want to do that. In fact, that because they're comfortable in what they're in. So being uncomfortable, a lot of people don't want to do that. Now, an example of the Negro to black conversion is actually on the next slide. So I'm going to show you someone. They're pre-encounter, living the life, not knowing anything in the world, even though educated by parents, but he's just still navigating. And then an encounter happens. He's like, wait a minute, this don't really seem. Why am I being targeted? Nah. No. That can't work. And then we have the immersion and immersion. I'm going to submerge myself within a culture and see what's going on and see what these people are saying. Cool. On to the next one. Then you've internalized. Now you're starting to see, okay, this is what we need to do more of. Now I'm at a certain point where I'm operating in this space. I feel comfortable and I feel good. And then you get to the last part where we're talking about internalization, commitment. He's devoted. He's saying, look, there are some things that are a bit shaky. I don't even know if I'm a part of the nation like that too tough because there's certain things I don't agree with. So it's either I form my own thing or I just pull back. But I'm dedicated to the cause and I'm dedicated to Allah. So I'm going to move forward and push. And obviously that ended up with him being assassinated. What I'm talking about, or who I'm talking about essentially, is Malcolm Little, also known as Malcolm X. E-Man?
There you go, people. Can't see it. There you go again.
It's one of the best books you could read. 100%.
Yeah?
Oh, there's the X.
All right, cool. So, any questions before we move on?
No.
It's the most quiet I've seen you guys in a very
We
long
are
time.
engaged.
Yeah, man.
Like you, first of all, you're doing our work today, which is lovely.
Right?
I do appreciate a day off.
Essentially.
Very engaged. This is, yeah.
Yeah? All
Very
right,
engaging.
cool. So about halfway there. Okay, so understanding blackness, because this all plays a part. Okay, you're familiar with a census? You filled out a census before?
Yeah.
Did I do it?
Probably not. He's like, nah, the system ain't knowing my details. Okay, so the census plays a huge role in how we identify. So just to summarize this bit here, basically, United States Census of 1790 was the first census of the country's history. The Census Act 1800, also known as the Population Act 1800, enabled the first census of England, Scotland, and Wales to be undertaken in 1801. 1801. So, from 1801, records were kept, and it's basically they wanted to kind of find out the population of England, Scotland, and Wales, but also they did small sort of records within the colonies. But essentially, that's where slavery was happening. Not until this act happened did we have records of slave records. After 1801, 1814, that's when the first slave records were starting to be produced. Prior to that, there weren't. People were purchasing and buying enslaved Africans and trading, essentially, and they made notes of it, but it wasn't actually as a record. So the earliest record I have of my ancestor is from 1814, who came from the Calabar region of Nigeria, essentially. If we skip forward. So in the United States, every census since 1841, people have been asked to state their country of birth and in most cases their nationality. The idea of ethnicity wasn't a concept in the 19th century, and anything other than white was a slave. So if you skip forward, there's something that I wanted to highlight as well, which isn't discussed. And what that is however, in 1840, US Census was the first time they included disability. This census was shown to have several overcounted the number of free black people who were insane or idiots. Data that supports slavery propaganda essentially was to say, look, these people are what we know as deaf, dumb, and blind. So why would you want them to be free? Because what they're going to provide to society. So loosely, insane could refer to a periodic condition of unusual behavior, and idiotic could refer to a permanent learning disability, but there were no precise definitions of these terms. And if you click one, this is the census of slaves and disability in the late antebellum South. Antebellum means pre-Civil War in the United States, right? And you've got disability, and you've got Virginia, South Carolina, Louisiana, Mississippi, right? And you've got deaf and dumb, blind, insane, idiotic, deaf only, dumb only, multiple other unknown. This was a census for enslaved Africans in the South. Where we fill out our census like ethnicity and all that, that's what they had for slaves. Other than that, it was just white. So when we actually think about the slave period and what black people went through, we don't actually think about those who may have been considered disabled because they were around, right? We just think about those who were strong and went through abuse. But right. Stuff. So also, having a speech impediment will be classed as having a disability. So they will treat a particular way, or they will kind of do a particular type of abuse, essentially, or being dyslexic, not being able to read the Bible properly. That is also being classed as idiotic. So these little small things that we may have, they just wanted to bung everybody into the same category and say, see, look, we can't free them because innately this is what they're going to be doing in society, is promoting these kind of people, and then they're going to be crossbreeding, and we can't have that. So we got to keep them within
themselves.
Yeah, exactly, essentially. But disabled people went through it. All right. So that's the USA. But let's focus on the UK. And I think this part is very, very important. So we're going to go from 1991 to 2021. And I'm going to show you, wait, go back. I'm going to show you how racist the census is, because this innately helps us to identify why we call ourselves black. Because it's, even though it's a political thing, I mean, even though it's a social thing and a mental thing, how we identify amongst ourselves is based upon what the oppressors have given us. These are titles and abbreviations that's been given to us based upon the fact of they decided we're going to create these categories and we're going to bung everybody into these categories. So I'm going to show you how racist these census is based upon the categories that they've selected. So in 1991, the census was the first to include an ethnicity question. The question included 9 boxes, 7 labeled with pre-coded categories, and 2 allowing people to write in their ethnicity. The classification was white, Black Caribbean, Black African, Black other, writing, Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Chinese, and any other ethnic group. Now, if you skip for me, please, Brent. Now, for those who are essentially aware, go back. And back again. Thank you. For those who are aware of the English alphabet, Okay. Does C come before A?
No.
So why is Black Caribbean at top and Black African second? All right. So does I come before C?
No.
So why is Indian first and Chinese fourth on the census? All right. So that's in 1991. So prior to 1991, when my parents were filling out census for me or for my brothers and stuff, Black British Caribbean, for example, didn't exist.
Didn't?
Nope, because it's not in the census. So when we're calling ourselves we're Black British, you're only saying that because it's the option that was given to you by the powers that be, because it didn't exist at all. Right? So if you skip forward for me, please. So the 2001 census ethnicity question included mixed ethnicity. This made the question more acceptable and relevant, though one downside was that it made it hard to compare with the 1991 census results for some groups. Other changes included the use of the term Asian British and Black British. In addition, the 2001 census included a voluntary question about religion. So now they've put it into nice kind of boxes for us to be able to digest. And Brent, if you skip forward one, please. What you can see within these boxes, right? You've got white as in box A, mixed within box B, C, D, and E, and things of that nature. Now, if we go over to census 1991, what box would people who class themselves as mixed race, what box would they choose? In 1991, the one on the left. Because all you can see is white, Black Caribbean, Black African, Black other. And then you've got Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Chinese, and that's it. So if you was mixed, what would you choose?
Black other. Maybe.
Okay. Because they don't have white other.
Isn't it white other? Yeah.
So that's where things became discombobulated, because it was like identity crisis was rife in the 90s, because what do you identify as? So during the 90s, you had people saying, do you know what? I can't class myself as white because clearly I'm not white. And then you have people say, I can't class myself Black because I'm not Black enough. And that's based upon the trichology of what the system did in terms of the census by giving us boxes and categories and makes us argue amongst ourselves. And even people that were mixed race during that period of time of 1991 or dual heritage, for example, they would say, I'm not white, so I can't be white, but also I don't feel like I can fit in with my Black side because I'm not Black enough. They never say, or never did at that period of time, say, I'm not white enough. They always said I'm not Black enough. So innately, spiritually, and subconsciously, you gravitate towards the Black side automatically. You don't say, I can't class myself as Black because I'm not Black. You say, I'm not Black enough.
No. Yeah.
You know, you don't really hear them say, I'm not white enough. They say, I'm not white, so I can't be. But of the Black side, I'm not Black enough. So innately, spiritually, you already know the dominant gene has more of a power. But that's a different kind of science. But anyway, with the 2001, the 2001 census, so let's go to box D. If you look at box D, it says Caribbean, African, and any other Black background.
Just say you're asking for too much. So
again, does C come before A? No. So why is Caribbean first and African second? So what they did, similar to what they did in 1991, is about hierarchy of preference. So what they did was put in Caribbean first. For example, if we was to take a group selfie right now, and then I held the phone up or held the image up, the first thing you're going to do subconsciously is do what? Look for yourself. How do I look? Oh, my eye looks a bit lazy. Look at my mouth corner. All them kind of things. Innately, census is about how do you see yourself. So we're going to look straight for ourselves. And as Caribbean people, right, so Caribbean people see themselves at the top. So then when this is all happening in the 90s and 80s and early 2000s, we are perpetuating the discrimination amongst ourselves based upon the labels that are given to us. There's a reason why they did it. It's about hierarchy of power. So when you got certain Caribbean people saying, yeah, I'm not African, they're below us, it's because visually we're just seeing it non-stop. Yeah. It's just a little tick.
You've been conditioned to believe that.
Right. It's bigger than a tick. They're doing it on purpose. So for example, box C in 2001, yeah, you have Asian or Asian British, and you got Indian, Pakistani, and Bangladeshi, right? Box E says what?
Any other Asian background?
In box E, the one on the far right hand side.
I can't see that. Chinese or other ethnic group.
Right. What continent is China in?
Asia.
So why is it not in the Asian box?
Exactly.
You say you're below in the South Asians.
Exactly. Moving over to the mixed box in box B. You've got white and black Caribbean, white and black African, white and Asian, and any other mixed background. Again, white and black Caribbean is first. On purpose. We're going to get into why. Skipping over to the next slide, please. So the census comes out every 10 years. So that was 2001. Now we've got 2011. The 2011 census makes significant changes to the last census, 2001. The section on ethnicity was expanded to include Gypsy or Irish traveller, tick box, under the white heading, and an Arab tick box under other ethnic group heading, whilst Chinese moved into the Asian category. The categories black and mixed had significant changes compared to the previous census by broadening the other black section. So if you click forward one for me, please. What you can see here, you've got white, mixed, then you've got Asian, and then you've got African, and then you've got other ethnic group. Skipping over to black in D, it says black, African, Caribbean, black, British, and then the boxes are African, Caribbean, and any other black, African, Caribbean background writing. This is how they manipulate our minds. Any other black, African, Caribbean background, what would that be? If it's, for example, let's stick with concept of Africa. Any other African background. So you got African there,
Yeah.
but then the third box is, but any other African background. What is the any
Who is
other?
that? Yeah.
No idea.
They're catering to some people, a particular group. But what they're doing, they're manipulating our minds. So we're not even deep in it. We're just going to see, okay, Africa's gone back to being first now. Caribbean second, so we're just going to go for ourselves. We're not even paying attention. Box 3 is there on purpose
But
to
who is that
target
for?
a particular group who may feel marginalized due to what the stereotype is, what it is to be African. Who do you think that is?
Like Moroccans and that.
Because white Africans would be in the white box, it'd be white other.
Oh, okay.
Moroccans, Somali,
Because there'll be other ethnic group. But you're right. What was this, the S one?
Somali.
Exactly. East Africans, they're targeting.
But then because they feel marginalized anyway, they would just go
for that.
Like, yeah, to just tick that.
Right, exactly. So we're not even paying attention to the game that they're pulling.
So that just adds to like the division that we have amongst ourselves.
Exactly. So we're not even deepening this. They're just pulling the strings.
Yeah.
Because they're saying, here's a census. Let's give them an extra box and see if they're going to play into
Let's see who
it.
ticks
So they did a survey back in 2007 when they said they went to certain Somali groups within the UK and they said, if we was to give you a box separate to African, would you choose it? And 45% said yeah, 54 said no because we're African. So it's like, when we think about the model, what it is to be African, we always gravitate towards the West. But what about those in the East who are from Djibouti, from Eritrea, who are Ethiopian, who are Kenyan? They may say, do you know what? I'm black, I'm African, but I'm not that African. I'm this African. So there's a divide. And because we're not really paying attention to how the devil works, we're not seeing, do you know what? Cut that out. No. You're with us. Don't let them fool you. We will do better in our own communities and include you, but you're with us. Don't let them try and separate. And that's exactly what they did. And this is how smart they are. They got black African and black Caribbean and black British section. Then they got African and Caribbean, right? So they put A back at the top. But when you go over to the mixed section, white and black Caribbean is still at the top. So they move African to the top within the black section, but in the mixed section, African is still second. They are playing this
That's so
game
obvious, you know.
from the jump, and we're just like so oblivious to how, and this is how we get categories because it's stuff that's given to us. Now, here's the funny thing. If we together said, you know, we're not ticking those boxes, see the other box? We're going to call ourselves Yoruba. We're going to call ourselves any other tribe. You can say Bambara or whatever, right? Any other group. For the next census, if like 10,000 of us did it, and then the next census, 20,000, and then after that it was 40,000, they would have to recognize the list that we put in. We can determine what we want to identify as. So going back to the original point about us labeling ourselves as black, you know, we are actually in control of what we want to label ourselves, but we're just going off titles that's been given to us. It's literally there. And the reason why they put the Arab one in is because they said, you know what, these people are being left out. So we need to include them in some way, shape or form. So if we call them Arabs and any other ethnic group, we'll give them the last box, but we're going to cater to them soon because Arab and Arabia is just Western Asia. if we be technical, it's Northeast Africa, but it's Western Asia. So they can't have Middle East as a box because then they're going to have to deal with all the, right? So they have to just keep it any other ethnic group. Because essentially what would happen if we go to the next, if you click forward for me, please. We get into the 2021 one, the most recent one, and that one was even worse, right? So this census expanded the ethnicity question around Black, British, Caribbean, and African. The census placed Caribbean back above African. They also changed the wording to African background right below. This was the first time the option of any other Black British was introduced as an option or a choice for ethnicity. This census further separates Black people into particular specifications to create more of a division and unification. And if you click forward for me, please. So it says, in D, it says Black, British, Caribbean, and African. But then you got Caribbean back at the top again. Then you got African background right in below. Why is it asking you to write in below? Cool. Yeah. Any other Black, British, or Caribbean background. So what other Black, British background could you be? You're Black and you're British. Yeah, exactly. What other option? What can you be? There's what? You're going to say, oh, I'm Black British, but I'm from Scotland. No, you're not going to do that. But these are labels. They're toying with us and we're just following suit. We're too busy trying to decolonize the curriculum. Fair enough. That's great. We're trying to operate and say, do you know what? We need better treatment within the NHS. Absolutely. 100%. But from when you are born, they are boxing you in and categorizing you and separating us all together from the jump. Before we even learn to read, before we even get our NHS card, they are already boxing you in and deciding on what to do with you. Point blank, like when you go to E, you got Arab and any other ethnic group. And the reason why they're finding trouble with that, because any other ethnic group, they're trying to cater to a particular group of people who are in this world who have convinced the whole entire world that their religion is a race. The Jewish community.
Let me sick.
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to say you've never seen what people they are.
Because they can't innately put... So in the white box, you've got any other white background right in. So a Jewish person will say, I'm not white, I'm Jewish. So they can't go in there. But then they have to go in any other ethnic group with Arabs and everything else, right? But then what about those people who are Black and Jewish?
Exactly.
What about people who are on the continent of Africa who were innately Jewish or Hebrew before you have the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic Jews when they became pirates? What about those people? What would they put? If that is your heritage, if that is your culture, if that is your nationality, if that is your ethnicity, where would they go? So they're kind of, the next census in 2031, we will see what the boxes are. Remember this conversation. I know it's going to be up on YouTube anyway, but innately have a look and see the difference. But they are toying with us and trying to decide on how we can write in below African background. So that's for people from East Africa. That's what they're trying to do. Say, oh, you know, you got these little Black events going on, don't you? Yeah. You got these Ghana beads and that. You're seeing people wearing all these bracelets and they're saying, what's that chin and what's that foo and things like that. Yeah, they've got all of this stuff going on. And guess what? I don't see any of your Somali food. No, I don't see that. Eritrea, I know Eritreans and Ethiopians never really got along, in Somalia as well. But you know what? Don't worry about it. We'll cater to you, right? We will make sure that you're all right. We'll give you your own box and then you get certain privileges because then you can claim certain things once you go underneath a certain identity. Because then when we're talking about BAME, right? See, we try to group you guys together, right? But do you know what? Black people, they were complaining, saying, no, we should be next to the Asians and the ethnic minorities. So what we're going to do, we're going to separate you lot because the blacks, they're not too happy. And now what they're doing, they're shooting themselves in the foot. So now, when we separate you lot, you can say, you're Black and you're African, but not you're East African. And then the East Africans, we're going to give you a whole load of money. And then when the West Africans, those lot over there, right, when they're complaining, you can say, well, do you know what? You didn't include us in your movements and your talks anyway. So don't come to us for money. You got to go to the same government, all right? So we're going to sort you out. You stay there. Don't worry. You stay there, yeah? Haile Selassie, you know all that. Yeah? All right. Yeah, Baba Shanti, yeah. My mate, he's a Rasta. Yeah. He likes Bob. Was it Bob Charlie? Is it Bob Marley? One of those two. Marcus beside Garvey. I liked him as well, but he's a bit too dark for me. You know, I don't like these darkies. That's basically what's going to happen next for the next census. That is literally the conversation that's happening within our eyes. We're missing the ball. We're literally missing the ball. So, any questions before we move on? Wow,
Wild,
this is the quietest.
Yeah, just taking in the information.
Bro.
Cool, say less.
It's sad though.
To be honest, you ain't really told me nothing. I really don't know. Key stage 1, bro.
Yeah, say nothing. Okay, we're going to see.
Stage 5.
Cool. Don't worry, we're going to move on to Trinidadian Christians. So, so moving on. Playing a part in how we identify, you could argue is related to this, and it's called Making of a Slave by Willie Lynch. People have argued to say Willie Lynch didn't exist and all the rest of it. However, there are certain things within the philosophy of the making of a slave that we could connect to or correlate to today. So this Willie Lynch letter goes back to James River, 1712, where this is a slave master who owned slaves within the colonies of the Caribbean. And he says, look, United States, you lot are slacking, right? You guys essentially don't know how to control your slaves. You see what we got going on? We got it cracking over here. This is what I'm going to do. Gather your members, okay, together. We're going to sit down and have a conversation. Then I'm going to show you exactly how you can control your enslaved Africans. A few steps. It's quite easy, but this is what you can do. And trust me, if you follow these steps, you will be able to control your slaves for at least 300 years.
Scary.
So this is in 1712. So skip for me. These are the list of things that he put forward. Okay, I'm just going to read the bold bit. He said, look, when you've got your enslaved Africans on your plantation, this is what you need to do. Don't forget, you must pitch the old black male versus the young black male and the young black male against the old black male. What you must do is use the dark-skinned slaves versus the light-skinned slaves and the light-skinned slaves versus the dark-skinned slaves. You must use the female versus the male and the male versus the female. You must also have the white servants and overseers distrust all blacks. It is necessary that our slaves trust and depend on us. They must love, respect, and trust only us. Cool. So out of that list, you've got young versus old, old versus young, light versus dark, dark versus light, male versus female, female versus male. Out of those three, what do you think, or which one do you think is probably the most prevalent today? Like in terms of like really evidently in our faces, which one of those three is hardcore still a thing of 2024?
Got a colorism.
Men versus women.
Got a sexism.
What would you say is at the
All
top?
isms. I think colorism.
For us, I think it's a colorism. Ooh, it's tough.
I don't know. Men versus women stay at it, you know.
That's true.
But then I feel like sometimes that's to do with your environment or like what you're taking in or what's visible to you.
There she goes.
I'm trying to
disagreeing
think.
with us again.
I'm gonna go this hard ass book.
Throw a hat.
Can you imagine?
I couldn't help myself saying it.
You're going to take to David Starkey. These damn blacks in this podcast should have never
It's actually giving case in point. It's giving case in point. But now I'm thinking about like other societies and like what's happening on their side of town.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like this men versus women thing, it's a thing worldwide, but it's more prominent in the West.
Absolutely.
With just Western ideas and stuff. Do you get what I mean? But yeah.
Okay.
Maybe a neck for neck, actually.
I could understand, because obviously like the men versus women thing is kind of like universal.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. It's not necessarily within race. Obviously there's colorism issues within other cultures and stuff, but it's proper prevalent within our community. So maybe the colorism is for real, yeah.
Yeah, I think the colorism.
Oh, look at black men supporting a black woman. Love it.
You show us the light, man.
I love it.
But yeah, I think it's the colorism as well, because even, as much as there is conflict between the men and women, we still, for the most part, choose ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So I think the colorism is probably the main one.
I agree. I think colorism and beauty is the one, because we can have the men versus women, but even within women, they say there's no beef between men. Within women, colorism. Oh, right. Do you know what I mean? Colorism amongst older people, younger people.
Word.
So
It
that
has
is
no limits.
right. It just travels everywhere.
Yeah.
So we're going to expand on that, because colorism also shapes how we see blackness. Okay, if you skip forward.
That's true.
Okay, my face is going to be in the way, but if we so you got
We can move it like it's not
before you click forward. Okay, you've got left, you've got ghetto, and the right you've got high fashion. What do you think is going to be classed as ghetto, and what's going to be classed as high fashion? Before I show you the image,
Is this colorism, or are we talking about in society at large? Because I would say like
I would say society more than colorism, but it does play a part. But
so like black. I feel like black fashion and black things that are black are always seen as ghetto.
Like a tracksuit, hoodie,
Tracksuit, even
cap,
for the women, long nails,
braids.
Yeah, it's
There
always
you
seen as
go.
ghetto.
Yeah.
And then white fashion is what is always seen as high fashion. Yeah,
Europeanized fashion. So some
Europeanized beauty.
suit,
Yeah.
shirt,
okay,
clean cut kind of thing.
Brent, if you want to click forward, please.
The artist is Jennifer Lee.
Yeah, spoiler of that.
Oh, there you go.
See?
Braids.
Hoops. And she got hoops on as well. She's got the same edges,
Yep.
Right.
same plaits. Yep. Anything that's done in white, they be saying white is right. That's their vibe.
Yep. If you click forward. So this is another example. What do you think would be classed as professional hair, and what would you think, or what do you think is classed as unprofessional hair? And this is a Google search from 2016.
It's just gonna be straight hair.
You know what's mad?
Anything curly, natty, afros, dreads.
Yeah, that's
those
unprofessional.
Kind of things.
Okay.
These times the white girls be with messy buns all over the office. But,
Facts. Doing Pilates.
but okay.
All right, Brett, if you go forward. So what was listed as professional hair
Is that
was
Beyonce?
yeah
Queen.
was, as you can see from the imagery there,
Yeah.
a certain standard, and those who could be classed as passing. And then on
Yep.
unprofessional hair,
There it is.
you can see. So also, not only are you seeing hair, but you're also seeing a level of a change in hue.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the darker ones essentially are closer to the unprofessional hair side, because even with the professional hair, you're not seeing dark-skinned black women with straightened hair
there's not
included in
one.
that list. You're not.
Meghan Markle and Beyonce.
Right. Okay. As examples, where on the right-hand side, you're seeing it quite evident who they're talking about and what they're representing, essentially.
Got Jennifer Lewis in there.
And it's professional hair is an afro. That's basically where they're going with this.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So focusing on what you said, Esther,
That
about
lady at the bottom, sorry, has got low cut hair. No, the other side. Not Avril Lavigne. The other side.
well, the right.
No, the black side. See, the unprofessional side. There, that lady, hasn't she? No, next to right in the corner. That one.
She has her hair back in one.
See? How's that
Like a one
unprofessional?
kind of, yeah, skin, right? But going off what you said earlier in terms of the Willie Lynch theory and what you feel is more like prevalent today, you said colorism. And I think that's very important when it comes to speaking about, when we discuss black, because color always becomes a thing. Shades, are you black enough? Are you not black? Things of that nature. And I think that's something that we need to highlight, because that also is a poison from the transatlantic slave trade period. So if you can go forward one for me, please. So we have what we know as colorism. And if we click forward, because some people may not know what colorism is, it's a differential treatment based upon skin color, especially favoritism towards those with a lighter skin tone, and mistreatment or exclusion of those with a darker skin tone, typically among those of the same racial group or ethnicity. And as you can see there, the image is something called the brown paper bag, because there was something called the brown paper bag test, which we're about to explore. If you click one more time for me. In her 1983 book, In Search of Our Mother's Garden, womanist prose Alice Walker, important novelist best known for her book, The Colour Purple, first offered the term colorism. So it was existing before that, but...
Coined the term, basically.
Arguably, yeah. From 1983. So big up Alice Walker. And if you skip one, we're just going to watch a short clip explaining about the brown paper bag test and how colorism works.
The racism that we have as a people amongst ourselves is a direct backlash of slavery. The house niggas versus the field niggas. The paper bag rule, if you're darker than a paper bag.
Well, I know growing up in Harlem, I've heard others mention things regarding the paper bag test or being a member of Snow and Blow. If your skin is white as snow and it blew in the wind, that gave you some level of credibility or desirability.
The paper bag test, when I first heard about it, my mother told me about it. If you were lighter than the brown paper bag, then you was considered beautiful, smart. You passed that test. If you were darker than that, then you were considered dark and unattractive.
I think it has to do with the history of colonization. I think that's the first piece of it. The way in which these different nations have been colonized over the years, largely by, but not exclusively, by European armies who, not only in terms of a physical colonization of invading these countries, but also a cultural invasion into these countries and shifting the perspective of people and creating a sense of beauty, a sense of identity, a sense of superiority. And of course, in the history of colonization, people are taught that the colonizer is the superior. And, you know, if the superior looks a certain way and you want to become more elevated in yourself, you aspire to this.
All right, so before we move on, that was like a brief kind of backstory behind colorism, essentially. But one of the key things to look at when it comes to colorism is the fact is it's more appeasing to be lighter than it is to be darker, right? Yeah. And if you are darker skinned, there is one particular way where you can change or shift your DNA in your epidermis to become lighter. And what am I talking about?
Bleaching.
Right.
You'll be looking green though these days, but...
Yeah, bleaching, correct. Brent, if you skip forward, here's some data for you to look at. In a survey by the British Skin Foundation in 2019, it was found that a third, 33% of those using skin lightening products did so because they believed lighter skin was more attractive. Okay. A further 14% cited pressure from both family and friends to get lighter skin. Another 22% explained that their culture deemed lighter skin as more attractive. Also, those surveyed discussed side effects such as rashes, skin thinning, and uneven skin tone, but of those who had experienced side effects, 26% carried on using the products anyway. 14% said they used a skin lightening product on a child. That's in Britain. Okay, there were some alarming stats there that we need to consider. Huge alarming stats. That a further 14% cited pressure from both family and friends to get lighter.
It's sad because when I was younger, like, it just seemed like a... Like I remember like colorist remarks and stuff like that when I was younger and whatnot, but it just seems like an auntie thing. But it's weird because it's passed down in the generation. There's young people doing that, and you see that even like with some people, like the people they choose to have children with because of how they want their children to show up and stuff like that. Like it's it's proper generational. It's a proper generational curse.
Mm-hmm.
It's really sad.
And again, the favoritism of the lighter skin tone goes back to the plantation, unfortunately. And also because not only were we a product of this racial hatred, this was a European thing anyway. Mm-hmm. Because back in Victorian England, a lot of the women used to have these arsenic products that they used to rub on their skin to make themselves be like pearly white, because the whiter you were, the more pale you were, the most ghost looking you were, is the more beautiful you were. So that's why some paintings that you might find if you go to like the National Gallery and you're seeing these old monarchs or anybody important, this pale skin was seen as like the most beautiful. So even within their own dynamic, they were moving a bit crazy anyway.
That's making a comeback, you know, actually. Because even with Kim, you know, Kim is like the trendsetter of trends. She doesn't tan that much anymore. her look these days is like that white pale look, and you see with the fashion trends, that's kind of the thing that's kind of in right now. That whole fake tan phase is moving.
So that's Britain. But what about the continent? If you skip forward, please. So what we're seeing here, okay. Well, on the right-hand side, this is an ad that appeared in the issue of Central and East Africa edition of the Drum magazine. And what you can see at the top, it says, lighter, lovelier skin today, the American way. Okay. Data from the meta-analysis and the meta-regression analysis of 68 studies showed that people aged 30 years and under had the highest prevalence of skin bleaching at 55%. Follow 55.9%, followed by those aged 31 to 49 years, 25.9%. Now, if you skip forward, please, here are some stats and some figures for you. Okay, Congo, Brazzaville is basically the Republic of Congo. Ghana is at 39%, Mali 25%, Nigeria 77%, Senegal 50%, South Africa 32%, and Zimbabwe 31.15%.
That's a high.
High, ridiculous numbers when it comes to understanding
Just in the car.
The lessons, King.
Oh, my dentist said I can come at 12 instead.
Okay.
Okay,
Get
cool.
an appointment, you have to stay. So it was that engaging. See you later, babes. See you tomorrow.
So essentially these numbers are staggering, but also this is only a few of African countries that have been, studied essentially. But 77% of Nigerian women bleach their skin.
Do you know how mad that is? But you see, that's still a thing. Like, that's still a thing. Very, very much a thing. I was there how many weeks ago, but that, like, it's been in the culture, even how I grew up. Like, it's just language you hear. There's a whole thing about being, when you're lighter skinned, you're more beautiful. Like lighter skinned women, girls even, get complimented. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, you.
Oh, the big. Yeah. Oh.
Sorry, class.
Sorry, y'all. Go pause the lecture.
For 5 minutes, use this time to go toilet, things like that. Yeah.
Go over your notes.
Go.
Finish yourself.
Give me a sec. So you can both have this course.
Yeah.
But
it's sad though.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like seeing these numbers, like skin bleaching. But
Out
what
of
got to me?
Out of how many people?
100%, Brent.
Yeah.
It's
No.
77% of the. Is that women or men?
That's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
It's aimed at women, but I know men are in that figure as well.
Are you saying our professor came with wrong statistics?
No, I'm
It's hard
saying
to
that
believe.
you must have looked to get this. The pool of information that you actually generated off the back of this must be from a group of individuals that you tested, right? Or you asked.
Okay, you're saying what's the sample
size.
number?
100%.
Okay. Because
Yeah, but-
also in that same data, it's not just for Africans, it's also Asian. So 40% of Asian women bleach their skin.
So
And if you speak
40%
to
of Asian
They
women.
would confirm that is true.
Yeah.
So he's saying 40% of Asian women as well bleach their skin. But yeah, they've got a caste system though.
Yeah.
They've got colorism. Can't find your keys. No. It's because you're looking for them. Is it in the bag?
I remember seeing a program, I can't remember how, like many years ago, talking about bleaching. And I think that was one of the first times I found out about Asian people doing the same thing.
Yeah,
the
it's
same
mad.
creams that, unfortunately, us Africans go and get, they're getting the same thing from the same
The same
shops.
shops, yeah.
It's crazy. But what kind of shocks me more is when that was said, I believe it's 55.9% of people under the age of 30
Yes,
in
man.
America.
But that's your prime time, innit?
It's insane.
That's their prime age time. It's very sad.
It's so
It's very, very sad.
Man. So sad.
It's very, very sad, man.
Oh man, it just shows like all of these things, like how many years, hundreds of years of indoctrination, of just pure hating yourself.
And that's why, like, whenever this conversation happened, like, I don't feel like I'm not I can't remember what video was it that we watched, and the guy was I can't remember what video it was, but I think it was a video, and the guy was telling off the women about wearing weaves and stuff like that. Like, stuff like that. Like, it's been years and years and years of, I would say black women, because that's what we're talking about. But black women being told you're not beautiful enough, your features are this, your features are that, For you to like be online shaming people for having certain kind of hair or doing, like, just because you're quote unquote woke like give people the same grace to kind of get there at the point that they will get there. It's a lot of damage that's been done over time, and it's a lot of damage that's like it's reaffirmed in people's private spaces. Like Darrel was saying, there's people in their families who are being shamed for that, or like comments are being made. Do you get what I mean? Like, so even in their close families and stuff, there's things that reaffirm or that make them feel like they're not beautiful enough, they're ugly, or they're that, whatever. So I always feel like that's why these conversations, I always approach it with grace, because there's so much damage over generations that's done for you to just cuss somebody for wearing a wig or a weave and then expecting them to just be like, okay, tomorrow I'm going to rock in my natural hair. When I've been told, like I remember when I cut my hair off, I didn't go to, when I was enough, I wore a wig to the office for time. And that's nothing to do with, well, it's a sprinkle of racism, but it was more to do with just, the microaggressions of, oh, what's the like just making a scene about my black hair. Like, I just couldn't bother to do it. I remember even when I went to Nigeria recently and I came back and I was saying how one of the things that was so nice was like, things like getting my hair done it wasn't a big deal. No one was like, obviously people were like, oh, your hair's nice, but it wasn't like, oh my gosh, your hair's nice. So how long did it take you to braid that? There was no Q&A. I didn't have to host a Q&A about my hair. And like, even like things that we call, like what we call the wig came rose here, the girls are just rocking that casually back home and stuff. Do you get what I mean? But it's those little things. It's crazy, man. Black
And
people
to
don't been through
like
it.
going off, so for example, I have here, I always got resources or something.
Of course.
So you can look at this. This is the summer issue of 1990 of Black Beauty magazine. And if you just like skim through, and maybe you could show the viewers essentially,
Show y'all.
like that's from 1990 summer edition.
Let's go behind.
And if you look at the products, if you look at the hairstyles that they are promoting in 1990, you will see a lot of what has been known as the creamy crack.
The relaxer, man. I'll be honest with you, yeah. I hate to say it. I'm a work in progress. Just the other day, I thought I might relax my hair again. I don't think I'm going to do it there because it gives me itchy scalp.
But if you look at the wording, I think it's important that we highlight, because the wording of preferential treatment, essentially plays a part into why people want to be considered themselves like. It's about the wording of these things in terms of you having a particular skin tone or your hair type being a particular way. It's the words. We do word association all the time.
Can I say though, this is interesting. I just come across something interesting. So there's a voucher here for 50p off all Afro hair products in Boots. But we've had to fight to get our product back in Boots. So that's interesting that back then
90s, yeah.
That stuff was in Boots.
At small, small, but
It's getting bigger now.
Yeah.
But then also the formulas are changing. So I will let that do what it will.
Yeah, exactly. So wording is very important. There's another thing that we tend to do as people as well, especially as black people, is to describe someone of a particular hue. Someone who is of a lighter brown tone, we tend to use the word fair. Fair skin. Now, word association. Your brain can't differentiate between fantasy and reality. Hence why when you watch a horror film, your brain thinks it's real. That's why you get scared. So when we're saying someone is fair skin, we're not saying F-A-R-E, as in like bus fare, train fare. We are saying fair is an F-A-I-R, which is equal, right, and just. Now, if we was to go to B&Q, get a deluxe chart, and we say, okay, cool, we want that. Call the assistant over and say, could you whip up some fair brown paint, please? They're going to look at us like we're crazy. Probably call security, right? Fair brown paint doesn't exist. Fair brown doesn't exist. So if we're saying fair, we're using the operative word, which is fair as in equal, right, and just. Therefore, if I am at the opposite end, if I'm saying someone who's of a lighter brown tone and saying they are fair skin, my brain's going to say, well, I'm the opposite. I am therefore unfair skin, unequal, unright, and unjust. Therefore, colorism within the wording alone, I'm perpetuating by just simply by saying someone is fair skin, because their brain's like, okay, they're fair. Because why can't a dark skinned person be fair? Who set that tone and that parameter to say those people of a particular hue, they're fair?
And if they're fair,
they're fair.
If they're fair, what makes them the dark person then?
Right?
Unfair?
Exactly. So as black people, please please. And if you're of dual heritage, mixed, biracial, whatever, regardless of who you are, listen, stop using the word fair. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. You might see it as one simple word. No, because kids pick up on it. And they will associate fair with being better. And it's okay. And it's all right. And it's favored to the white dominant society. That's what we've got to kill. Kill that. I know a lot of us in our older generation, we say, oh, no, the fair-skinned person. No, don't say that, because who told us that was fair? At what point do we say that was fair? It doesn't make any sense. It does make sense, but it doesn't make any sense. We need to scrap that, essentially. So when it comes to bleaching, you're seeing, when it comes to lightness and darkness, we're seeing some statistics in Britain and also in Africa. But what does the rest of the world think about when it comes to lighter? Now, for the next slide, we're going to see a few adverts that are promoting lightening of the skin. And I would like for the viewers to tune in, get ready. So there's several, and then we're going to be followed by, that's going to be followed by two others, which I think are diabolical. But essentially,
Ultra poster anyway is wild.
Exactly, right?
For one.
But essentially, these adverts were real adverts that were on TV, mainly in Asia. Okay? So, everybody getting ready? All right. 3, 2, 1. The one before, 3, 2, 1. Let's start.
I love white. White is clean. White is pure. White is beautiful. Moss Bew makes my skin whiter, healthier, younger looking. I'm at my most beautiful with Moss Bew Placenta White.
Moss Bew, whiter skin in 14 days.
White plus papaya only takes a week. Helps make my skin so white. Make my skin so smooth. Palmolive Naturals White Plus Papaya. May 100% natural orange papaya extracts para ang skin whiter at smoother feeling in 1 week. White Plus Papaya. My skin so white. Para sa puting pangjosa. Palmolive Naturals White Plus Papaya. Feel your skin and soul sing.
भैया फिर से मेरी सारी फेयरनेस क्रीम खत्म कर दी।
मर्द होकर लड़कियों वाली क्रीम।
छुप छुप कर काहे को लड़कियों की क्रीम लगाए, उनकी त्वचा है कोमल कोमल और तुम्हारी रफ एंड टफ त्वचा नहीं उनके जैसी, क्यों ना समझ तुम्हारे।
इमामी फेयर एंड हैंडसम आम फेयरनेस क्रीम मर्दों की सख्त त्वचा में नहीं समा पाते। सिर्फ फेयर एंड हैंडसम में है अमेरिकन डबल स्ट्रेंथ पेप्टाइड और जड़ी बूटियां जो अंदर समाए और गोरा बनाए 4 हफ्तों में।
इमामी फेयर एंड हैंडसम दुनिया की नंबर 1 फेयरनेस क्रीम फॉर मेन।
ใช่เขาอะแค่คอยหลบแดดอยู่แต่ที่เย็นๆจนค่อยๆขาวขึ้นอย่างเป็นธรรมชาติใน 10.4 ล้านสัปดาห์
That's wild.
Tung yo kya maluk?
That is insane.
ยินดีด้วยที่คุณเกิดเป็นมนุษย์เวอรีนาแอลกลูตาเบอร์รี่พลัสมีกลูตาไทโอน250 มิลลิกรัม
I won't let my skin keep me in the shadows.
Try Olay Natural White Beauty Bar. With triple whitening system, it gently exfoliates, brightens, and even skin tone for beautiful, naturally fair skin from head to toe.
Now, step into the spotlight.
This is your moment. Natural white from Olay, your best beautiful.
You can't help but notice the rosy white change in her skin with Pond Skin Whitening Vitamin Fluid. See the difference in just 6 weeks. Now in cream and fluid.
हीरो को बुलाओ।
क्या लुक है सर? एसी में पैदा हुआ है, अच्छा तो दिखेगा ही। 2 दिन बाइक चलाने दो, फिर देखना।
बदल दो अपनी कहानी। पेश है फेयर एंड लवली मेंस एक्टिव। इसका 3-वे फेयरनेस ट्रीटमेंट दे आपको एक्टिव सन कंट्रोल, एक्टिव स्मूथ फिनिश, एक्टिव फेयरनेस सिस्टम।
Keep rolling. No, keep rolling.
We'll do one more and then we'll skip.
Great shot. Yeah, fast.
नया फेयर एंड लवली मेंस एक्टिव। बदल दो अपनी कहानी।
Okay.
I don't believe that I can have instant white skin.
Instant?
Pwede ba yun? Instant, like, now. That's not true. No.
Believe in the power of Instant White, made possible by Skin White Power Whitening Lotion. It whitens upon application while moisturizing and nourishing your skin.
Ang galing ah! Gosh, it did! Sorry. Kinikilig ako.
Instant nga.
Try it to believe it.
Here's my proof.
Girl, it's makeover time. Try this.
This is awful.
Wow. Meet your new best friend, Black and White. Unlock the power of nature with up to 3 times more whitening actives and sun protection. For naturally whiter skin, it's truly a beautiful new you. New Black and White. Start something beautiful.
If you can skip to the next slide.
To whiten your skin,
Because there's that too, but pick up on the language that's being used. Because remember, you're hearing nature, white, beautiful, refreshing. All of these words. Remember we did a dictionary.
Yeah.
They're not playing. That was done on purpose. So this one is this one went viral. Remember. That's washing detergent. Yeah.
Super mad.
All right, there's one more last one, and then that's the last of the trigger warnings.
一颗俏皮洗衣溶珠，俏皮全国招生热线400-800-5086。
The next one is all of them were bad, right? But this one is they try to be innocent, but even in their innocence, it's still diabolical. Okay.
Darky toothpaste gives you a cool,
Darky?
tingling taste.
Darky toothpaste.
Darky with fluoride protects your teeth for clean, brighter smiles. Darky toothpaste, so fresh you can feel the difference all day long.
Smile a Darky smile for me.
Darky toothpaste.
Now why is it? Now why
So
is he?
before we move over, this is just the rest of the world, essentially. But again, the same narrative of lightness and darkness. and the purity of being lighter, being favoured, goes throughout the continent. So when I was talking before and I was saying, scrap the word fair, because look what they're associating with it. Fair, we're taking on the ideology from the powers that be. Unfortunately, stop using it, because your brain's picking up on all of these words, and kids are using all of these words as well, and they are associating. And I'll show you an example of what it actually does to children shortly. But we are also to blame, because we perpetuate that. And I have to put my hands up. Sometimes, or majority of the time, black men perpetuate it at an alarming rate. We're just being honest. When it comes to discussing the hue of women and preference, we, as black men, we are not innocent. We go through it ourselves, and we are not innocent. To the degree, I'm going to show you. So the next slide, these are actually real. And if you could move my image out of the way, please, sir. What we're seeing here are real flyers for events.
Is that versus dark skin versus light skin?
Yeah. These are real flyers. The top one, light skin versus dark skin affair. DJ Simple Simon. The middle one at the top, light skin versus dark skin party. The one on the right-hand side, Battle of the Complexions. Wow. You got light skin versus caramel brown versus dark skin edition. And the venue is at the venue, which is on Martin Luther King Drive. The bottom left-hand corner, MLK Weekend Party. All black party. Dark skin versus light skin. And then the one in the middle.
Is that Crystal Palace?
Not as in the area. Different in Chicago.
Oh, okay.
The one in the middle is even more diabolical than the rest, because it says light skin Libra birthday bash.
What's it? No darkies allowed.
At the bottom, it says all Libras free entry all night. But above that, it says light skin women and all Libras free. Now, let's put this.
Wow.
Security in the door is mainly going to be men. A group of girls turn up, group of women turn up. There's 5 of them who all claim to be light skinned in their own eyes. They turn up at the venue. 4 of them get through. The 5th one, security's like, nope, you're not free, you have to pay.
Not tonight, ladies.
Thank you very much. And then she says, hold on, what are you talking about? It says light skinned women free. Then they step forward and security's like, listen, I don't know who told you, who lied to you, but you're not light skinned, you have to pay.
Get a paper bag out. Might as well get a paper bag out.
Exactly. So then she's arguing with him like, what do you mean I am light skinned? Then turn to her friends, hey. And they're coming up, what's going on? Oh, she has to pay. What do you mean she has to pay? She's not light skinned. Why are you lying to her? No, she is. Oh, come on, can't you? So 4 of them are already in. The 5th one's there now. So now you're creating an environment now. She's questioning her own identity, thinking, I've been told I've been light skinned my whole life. I'm the lightest skinned one in my family. What are you talking about? But to that group, apparently no. So the measurement stick is by the security and by black men. That's what's going to happen. So then a fallout can happen where the men could be like, well, you're going to have to sort it amongst yourselves. The 4 girls are in free. They want to party. They want to have fun. The 5th one now is saying, do you know what? Fine, I'm going home. No, don't go home. Come, it's my birthday. Come on, just pay. So then at the moment,
tell me that.
So at that moment, what happens now? Discrepancy amongst the group happens based upon skin complexion by one event.
Yeah.
And now that solidifies things. Like
just pay.
Forward.
Like, come on, you got money. Oh, just ignore them. Don't you know you're light skin? They're just being dumb. You know how men are. They're trash.
Moving forward, though, there'll be things that happen that she feels like it's reaffirming the fact that she's not the attractive one. She's not the one.
And then what if the club has a VIP section for light-skinned people? And then they're going in there and then security guys like looking at, okay, just lifting up the rope, gets to her. I'm sorry, I'm with the girls. Yeah, but light-skinned girls, only. It's not, I'm just trying to do my job, you know what I'm saying?
So
I don't make the rules.
She's like, no, I'm a Leo. He's like, no, that's worse.
Right? So she's like, fine. And it's like, oh, okay. And the girl's like, oh, gosh, why have we got... It's my birthday.
So
no, it's my birthday.
Invite her out even moving forward.
And then the argument broke out. And then, you see what I'm saying? Just that one thing. But who set it up?
Exactly.
Us. We have to be honest, bro. It's us that did it. That is dangerous. So that was 2007, 2016.
The other day.
Yeah, 2016 top left one. But let's talk about the
2016.
The top left-hand corner, yeah. February 2016.
The fake Lil Wayne.
Yeah. Little Shane. Now, let's move forward. That was then. What about recently? Because you said that was the other day. What about the other day? If we can skip forward, please. Look at this.
I can't see 2023 on that.
2023, Nick Cannon's group.
Yeah, remember this.
He had the Bad vs. Wild.
No.
Bad vs. Wild, 2023, December. You had the dark skin versus light skin. Everybody went crazy. It was like, are you mad? And then they changed it to chocolate goddesses and caramel goddesses.
That's the same thing.
That's even better.
Stupid.
That's
Then
Nick
again,
Cannon.
though, it's Nick Cannon, though. But that's the answer, though. That's the explanation. That's the answer. That's the reason.
So, going back to the Willie Lynch theory of 1712.
Yep.
Remember, he
Keep them
stated
divided.
it will last for at least 300 years.
Yep.
300 years is 2012.
Yeah.
And they renewed the
And we've
membership.
still got the
Still there.
same issues.
They renewed the subscription.
We're just operating like, yeah, you know, this has been drummed into us.
Yeah.
That's so sad, though.
That's
very sad.
I saw the difference in the light skin versus dark skin thing, essentially when it came to preferential treatment, when it came to women. I saw that in black movies, Hollywood movies. The male protagonists being darker tend to be the woman be lighter. For example,
Tyler
Brent,
Perry, Shonda Rhimes. Sorry, I thought you were going to name names.
Brent, if you can skip forward,
Boy.
please. Have a
That's
look at
their
this.
bag.
So if we click one time, Woo. With Jada Pinkett, she's the main, but also the main guy is darker than her. Next. I mean, these are just films that I've seen.
Yeah.
Disappearing Acts.
Sanaa
We got
Lathan.
Wesley and Sanaa Lathan. Again, Love and Basketball. These are ones that I love. I still love to this day. Go again. You got Boomerang.
Thinking the same thing.
Okay, you got another one that's going to be behind. Yeah. Brown Sugar.
Oh, I never clocked that.
These are classic films. And again, Wood.
Love that film.
Love Jones.
Oh, my favourite film ever. But that's Neil Long, though. Neil Long is dark skin.
When you look at the images below, do you see what says Love Jones? And the people in
the other woman.
Got curly hair.
I don't care about her. I only cared about Neil.
Cool.
I only see Nia.
Fair enough. Nia's my girl too. Coming to America. And then obviously...
I love that film so much.
And one more time. Now, these are just... This is when like Black Hollywood was booming.
Yeah.
Making our own films and things of that nature. Now, I'm not saying there's an issue where there's an issue selecting lighter skinned people. I'm just saying on a grand scheme of things, let's look at the ratio. How many people are being selected on this front and how many people are being selected on that front. So that's what I'm highlighting. I'm not highlighting like, oh, that darker skin. No.
No, but it's a real thing though, because when you do have darker skinned women, the roles they're playing are very, very different. When you have darker skinned women, they tend to be married to white men. So there's still that
could be
trying to bring that balance there and whatnot. But also when you have darker skinned women as like the lead, there's always something going on with them. They're either like crazy, they're either like in that stereotype of the angry black woman. Like there's always, they're never just happily and in love. I'm not saying films like that don't exist, but for the most part, it's never just like, let me not play a film where I'm not a slave, where I'm not a maid, where I'm not, do you know what I mean? There's always something.
During this period of time as well, because role reverse, where you had a dark-skinned woman and a light-skinned guy was Deliver Us from Ava.
Oh, yes.
Gabrielle Union
and she was angry. She was angry.
Right?
In that, like her character was miserable, was angry. Her sister was always saying, "Oh, calm down, you're gonna chase the men away." Like it was those same stereotypes.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, it wasn't mixed. It wasn't like a balanced argument. It was pretty much the same kind of, and it was the main like the 4 or 5 girls that they kind of women that they gravitated to and said, "Okay, we're gonna have you fill these roles," and they're incredible actors and actresses. They are. However, there was a pattern back then. It's changed now. So the younger generation are lucky. Yes, you're right. It's changing. Could be a lot better. But my introduction and noticing that was from the mid 90s,
early 2000s,
to early 2000s. Essentially, that's where I noticed. Like, hold on a minute. But they're incredible films. These are classics. But these are some of my favorite. So, as a young person watching that, I wonder what young people would think about their preferences. So, Brent, if you can skip over. This is from 2016. Okay. And this is a video this guy, Van Banter, who interviews people. This was taking place outside Stratford Station, about their preference. Obviously, it's been clipped, so, you know. But listen to the responses to what these... I mean, like who you want to like. But listen to the responses, essentially, to who they prefer. Go ahead. If you skip forward, yeah. And this was what, 8 years ago? No, one before. Ooh. Oh, there it was. When you hovered over the image, it went, yeah.
What kind of girls are you into then?
Mixed race girls and black girls.
Well, mixed race girls for a little
like that girl there, like this girl here. I point the camera. Like that girl there. Yeah. I bring it back. Man.
What kind of girls are you into?
Light skin.
Well, light skin for a little bit of highlights in the hair. What kind of boys are you into?
Light skins all the way. Sorry, light skins all the way. Light skins all the way. Light skins all the way.
What kind of boys do you like sliding to your Snapchat?
Light skin.
Tall light skin.
Light skins, brown skins, dark skins. No, dark skins are a bit too much.
What kind of girls do you like to move into your Snapchat?
Dude, they're mainly lighter skins, but I don't mind my Adan girls. You know what Adan means, innit?
I don't know what that means.
Adan in Somali means white things.
What kind of girl?
Pen things.
Black things.
Girls with fat back.
Every race, you get me. Every race. These men are trying to say black.
Loud up, all of that, yeah?
No Mali.
You got fat back, though.
Let me pop a trigger warning. Sorry. It's mental.
Very mental.
Yep.
Sorry to continue
this. You're going back to ends on your ones.
What kind of boys do you like to slide into your Snapchat?
Chocolate ones and light skin ones. Don't be dark though. And if you're light skin, don't think you're prestige because I'll slap you straight.
You slap them through Snapchat?
Yeah, through Snapchat.
So what kind of girls do you slide into?
Obviously mixed race girls, oriental girls. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Dark skins or light skins, but you can't be too prestige. Lying. Mostly dark skins. I'm not lying. No. Dark skin as well. Dark skins.
Well, how about white boys?
No.
Why no white boys?
They're ugly.
What kind of girls do you like sliding in?
Black. Big bum. Light skins, fuck light skins, fuck.
Well, why no white girls?
Sticks. They're sticks.
What kind of girls do you like sliding in?
All type of girls, fam. Every girl, I don't mind. As long as you're paying. Yeah, fat girls, man. I like some meat, fam.
What kind of girls are you into then?
Light skins are Latinas, innit? Straight up.
What kind of girls are you into?
Me, mostly light skin and caramel, innit?
What kind of girls do you like then?
Oh, alright, cool. First of all, curly hair. It has to be curly hair. Light skin, Colombian, Brazilian. I don't really fuck with black girls like.
How about white girls?
Nah, man, they're scatty, bro. Unless they're foreign, not English things, foreign.
What kind of girls are you into then?
Obviously, I'm into the whole world girls. Like girls around the city.
I like my light skins, I like my brown skins, you know what I'm saying?
What kind of boys are you into then?
Black boys.
Only black boys?
And maybe sometimes light skins, it depends.
So that's a snapshot of how some young people prefer their significant other. I mean, without dissecting it too much, you can kind of get an energy and vibe for it, essentially. But again, the same mentality behind how they address and how they describe one another, it goes back. So they're thinking, yeah, like, cool. But the terminologies that they're using all stem back. The etymology of it goes further back, and they don't understand how damaging it can be.
Yeah, because calling dark-skinned girls scatty, that's the same language as like dirty and like filth and all that kind of stuff. That's wild.
And if you look at their facial expressions on a psychological level, when they're saying like, gotta be a light, you got this. Oh, what about dark skin? Facial expression first before something comes out of their mouth. So there's an innate kind of hatred to some. It's like, oh, wait, no, you're mad, no way, sort of thing. It's like, what? And some of the people that are saying that are dark themselves.
That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's irony. Self-hate.
Sad, man.
I know. But it's just reality. It's blackness, right? Cool. So the next slide essentially is a song, but for copyright reasons, I wouldn't. You can get the title going so people can see.
Imagine the whole episode gets pulled down. That's wild.
Right. So maybe not, but it's a French artist called Take. Or if you can mute it whilst I'm talking, that might work. So there's no audio for that part. If that works, brilliant. If not, we'll just move over anyway. Let's see. If not, then no sweat. If not there, don't worry about it. So basically, that's the title of this song. So if people want to take their time out, there's a French artist called Take, and he's got a song called Moi j'approuve, which means I prove it. Yeah. And when you look at this video, I went through about 60 videos of like French R&B songs. And this was like the common approach to a lot of the music videos here, which I saw. And basically the backstory, so there's no audio, fantastic. The backstory is this guy, the one in the white turtleneck, he's the singer, he's the guy. And he is essentially saying that he's hurt and that he feels a particular way and this woman hurt him. Now, around this banquet that he has these friends, he has, loved ones, but essentially you're not really seeing the kind of like the origins of what made him sing this song. So for example, a black woman breaks his heart.
Okay.
And that's the black woman there. And she sleeps with multiple people.
Okay.
So he's like, I'm just going to move on. I'm going to crack on. I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to find my happiness. And my happiness is essentially not with someone who looks like you.
But lighter-skinned woman.
But if you look around the table and how things, besides those two there, you're seeing the dynamic of the table. And the reason why this is an example that I chose is because when I went through multiple R&B French songs, I saw this. Literally 80% of the time, this is what I saw. This was a perfect example of, great artist. The song is a bop. It's really, 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 really good. But essentially, it represents exactly what we're talking about in terms of the dynamic of what we see as representation. So my bad, I thought the black woman was with the black guy there. She's not. He's with the other person. So that just goes to show she must be with someone else. But you can see who's rubbing up on him and who else is at the table, things like that. Now, I'm not like anti like whatever, but I'm just saying there isn't the balance.
Yeah.
And we know about the reasons why these things happen in terms of people called swell life. But essentially, there needs to be that full representation for those who may be feeling insecure, might be doubting themselves, thinking, all right, I'm seeing the music videos. Even in France, they got the preferential treatment. Even in America, even in the UK, even in Africa, we got the music everywhere. Like where can I see what I want to see? Yeah. So I think there needs to be that equal amount of balance, but it doesn't really happen in a lot of music videos, essentially. But yeah, people can check it out. It's by Take. It's a great song. If you don't understand French, you don't even need to, but you can get a feel and energy from it. But it's a bad boy song.
Maybe
but
the video, colorism.
Yeah.
Shake your hips to colorism.
Right. We dance to worse. We dance to murder.
We do.
And other kinds of abuse.
Craziness.
So,
yeah.
Unfortunately, that is the way that we need to move on. But moving on to the next slide. This is the poster for a documentary that I wrote and narrated called The Dole Test, The Birth of Self-Hate. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to do my own independent research looking at what are the side effects of racism on children. Based upon the Dole Test that was done in 1940s by Kenneth and Mamie Clark, I said, you know what? That's great. That's incredible, shocking, but really interesting in terms of the research. That was in the 1940s in the United States. What about the UK? So in 2019, I wrote and narrated the first of its kind in 2019, first of its kind in the UK, where I sat down 11 black children and performed the test on them to see what the results will be. So you had people who were...
Oh, I remember that test.
You had people who were like from real pro-black backgrounds who were like, we've changed our name, we don't have slavery names, whatever. Their children still said particular answers. You had people who were just...
The parents were so disappointed.
Oh, they were. But I had to pull them to the side and be like, do you know what? It's not your fault. I'm just showing you. I'm bringing to light, despite what you're doing, like
the society,
fighting
though,
on
spend a lot
Babylon.
of time in school and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a war going on
Absolutely.
outside, essentially, as Mobb Deep will put.
I keep reaffirming them.
It's true. Like
Right.
I find myself saying F Elsa all the time in my house. Don't watch no
Elsa
Elsa.
and Anna. Yeah,
I'm
man.
not interested in none of that. Grace's Corner, Encanto.
Yeah.
I wish. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, Snoop Dogg's he's got a kids show for his grandkids. Because he said that when he was spending time with grandkids, they're out here trying to watch Grace's Corner and all these other people. And he just felt like, excuse me. So then he created a whole show so they could always hear his voice and they could always like, even when he's not with them, they're like hearing their granddad's voice. It's really, really cool.
So what I've got is like a snippet of the actual documentary for you to see. But it's a recording of the actual documentary, not the actual documentary itself. So you might want to, on the next slide, if possible, if you put the volume up for one. So the volume up, and also if you pause it, sorry. So the volume up, and then if you can move my image out, just so people, because there's subtitles, and also maybe want to put trigger warning, essentially, because I think people may be upset about this, about what they're about to hear. So the subtitles there because it's quite quiet.
Sorry, how old were the kids?
Between 6 and 11.
Okay.
All right, if you can rewind it a bit.
Tell me which doll looks the friendliest. Which doll looks like your favorite best friend? And which doll would your best friend like? And why would your best friend like that doll? Which doll do you think adults like? And why is that? Which doll do you think school teachers would like? Which doll is the bad doll? And why is that doll the bad doll?
So what you're seeing here, like, even though I remember filming and watching it all play out, I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, my nose, man.
Like, it was crushing.
Yeah.
It was crushing. Because the original doll test essentially had which was the good doll, which was the bad doll, and they would just point. But I wanted to expand on that and say why, which hasn't been done. And when you're hearing the answers, the one with the braids, the younger with the braids, like it still gives me, like, till this day, my hands just like shake, because one of the answers one of the girls gave was, I was like, why is that doll the bad doll? And she said, because the police kill black people in America. Wow. This girl is 9 years old. She's 9. What do you mean? How is that an answer for a 9-year-old? We are missing the trick.
Yeah.
Like these... Brother.
It's sad. That little girl saying that people like white people more. And that little boy just knowing that, like, the teachers favor, and I feel like he's experienced that. That's why he can answer that with, like, do you know what I mean? The confidence in which he answered. Because that's how they're treated in school. That's how black boys are treated in school, in society.
Sorry, could you replay that, please, Brent? Yeah, I want to show you something. This is what I was noticing. I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna cry.
You can take the volume off, yeah. But look at their eyes. These are our children. Like, we're missing the. Listen, when I'm asking the question, they are going straight to the white doll first, and then they're giving the answer to the black doll. Look.
Tell me which doll looks the friendliest.
Look at the white doll, and then she's gonna. Do you see what I'm saying? Look, they're going straight there. Authority. These are kids. Like, we're missing the trick. Look at her. Looks at the white doll first, then points to the black doll. Authority. These are kids. We're missing. We're so missing the mark here.
Which doll looks like your favorite best friend?
Look, white doll straight away.
Singing Catherine, but I don't really like Catherine like that in school. So.
See what I'm saying? These are babies. Look.
And why would your best friend like that doll?
Look how cute. Look at her.
They're so
Look
sweet.
at her mindset.
They're so sweet.
Which doll do you think adults like?
Straight to the white doll first.
She looks sad.
Look. Why is that?
because they like white people more than black people. We're talking about dolls. Just talking about white people and black people.
Which doll do you think school teachers would like?
Already looking at the white doll already. This young king, look.
Which doll is the bad doll?
And do you know what? Listen, there was one point there I want to show you. One of the kids, I said, which one's the bad doll? It's not in the clip. And they point to the black doll. And I was like, why is it a bad doll? Because it's because it's bad. It's like bad in school. And I said, which one looks like you? And they paused. You see that? I'm telling you, man. There was nothing in the world that was more... It was telling you. That pause where everybody in the studio was looking and you can see we just wanted to stop. It was hurtful. But it's hurtful. When I'm seeing these kids, yeah... Oh, you don't understand. Like the reason why I do what I'm doing, I'm seeing this. Yeah. This is what I'm seeing. Look at their eyes. The kid then point to the black doll and said, "That's the doll that looks like me." And you can see at that moment, that was the moment where they said, "Raw, am I bad?" Yeah. The parents were there crying in the back. They had to walk out of the studio because they couldn't believe their kids were saying this. And they've taken them to the motherland. They've taken them to the Caribbean. They've got all Nyabingi drums in there. They've got all of this stuff here. And they're sitting there and they're watching their children. Doesn't matter what they've done. The system has corrupted them just like that. Yeah. Because we've allowed it to happen. Because we're too busy worrying about stupid questions or irrelevant stuff. When the kids them are suffering, we're like, oh, I know it's a question I'm going to get asked at the end, like, are there gender roles in relationships? I know I'm going to get asked that. But whilst we're worrying about that, look what's happening to our kids. These are babies. Yeah. And we think we're doing the right thing. We're not. That's crushing. Forget our generation. We're done out here, as Margs would say. We're done. But these are babies that we need to save. Look at that. Who's protecting these kids? We're warring over some stupidness on a day-to-day basis. And these kids are being coerced and warped and brainwashed every single day. Every single day.
It's heartbreaking.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. No, you can't be sorry.
Sorry, man. I'm sorry. But I'm telling you, it was painful. It was painful. But I did the screening of both the screenings, one in Birmingham because it was Birmingham children that I was using, and one in North London. The one in Birmingham was at BC University. Done it there, and then the one in North London was in the community centre in Tottenham. The people you could hear the tears. People were crying when they got to this part. And that was just a snippet of because it's about 11 minutes long. And there's data and I'm narrating and walking around and giving you facts and figures and stuff. But just within 30 seconds of the questioning, because that's not you're not seeing the beginning. That's just a little part. People were crying. Parents would come up to me and they just said, I don't know what to do. The people you could hear people were crying. I'm just I just wanted to highlight what's going on. I see it. I see it on these kids, man, and we're the ones that are raising them. We can blame the system as much as possible, but no, it's us, man. We know better. All the information is here. All the information is no excuse. Yeah. Whether you're online, whether you want to read a book, whether it's an audio book, all the information is here. I want to hear nothing else about, it's here. There are some people who may be in environments where there's no village. They might be living in Muckleland all the way in Kent somewhere or somewhere far, so they don't know where to go and their children might suffer. Cool, I get that. We need to support them and help them out and say, do you know what? Whenever your child feels like a particular way, we're going to come up to that school and we're going to cause terror and we're going to make sure racism doesn't happen again. That's, cool. Yeah. Because I understand that some parents don't want to live in certain areas because they're scared for their children's lives. I totally get that. But at the same time, we've got to have that village mentality. We have to. Yes. That can never happen in the Asian community. No way. It can never happen in the Jewish community. No way. No chance. No way. And it starts from the census. That self-hatred starts from the census, which I showed you. All of this ties into blackness. All of it. Dissecting bit by bit. There's so many. This is what I'm saying about the ultra-crepidarians. People say, race is this. No, it's deeper than that. It's deep. It's health. It's politics, it's science, it's sociology, it's history, it's geography, it's children, for Christ's sake. Yeah. We are missing the mark. This is 2019. I can only imagine. It's probably worse now.
No, yeah.
5 years later, it's probably worse.
It probably is worse now.
I'm scared to do it again on a larger scale. I'm scared I've been asked to. And turn it into a documentary for I'm scared I don't want to. Because it's just going to be too much. Imagine, look at these kids. Which doll is the good doll? Look at the white doll
The way
first.
they all look at the white doll instinctively is scary.
Like
the
you're seeing it.
like, even the girl that picked the black one, she picked the white one because I feel like that's a reality. Then she thought, actually, my closest friend, okay, I could pick that. But then when you asked which one would she play with, that one, why? Because she plays with it. It's scary that they're all straight. Even the black boy, who does the teacher, he didn't even look at the black. He didn't even look the black way.
Nope.
He just looked straight at the white doll, like there, that one. That's scary. They're literally innocent children. Like, that's
between
scary.
6 and 11.
And the thing is, they go to schools and so, and then the schools, like, institutional racism is wild, and then they reaffirm these things, and it's scary, man. Parenting is a hard job, man. Like a full-time role, man. You can't. That's mad. Because every part of society then reaffirms these very crazy and these stupid mindsets. So like starting out, like 6-year-olds saying that is wild.
Yeah.
Is wild because unfortunately the way society is set up is just going to reaffirm these thoughts they already have at the age of 6. So they're 25 now, like really living the reality of what it is that they said at 6 years old. Because even they're still innocent, but even in that innocence, they know that my skin color is not favored, my people are not favored, I'm not loved like that in society as my white friends, and do you know what I mean? That's mad. That's mad. That's so sad. That's so heartbreaking. It's
crushing, man.
That is so heartbreaking.
These are kids, innocent kids. They're asked to be born into this world. We brought them in, and then we're shaping their minds like that. Looking at the white doll first for authority. Which doll's the bad doll? Look at the white doll. No, it's not that one. It's that one. Which one? Oh, it's that one. And do you know what? I also extended the experiment. I brought in 2 Barbie dolls. One was dark skin, one was a lighter brown. You can.
They picked the lighter brown one, didn't they? Because it's closest to white.
When it came to which was the prettiest, only one said the darker one was prettiest, and that's because she had a nice little a dress on. I was like, why was that one the more? She goes, oh, I like the dress. It was like a rainbow kind of dress. It was all glittery and stuff. She liked the dress. It wasn't the skin, it was the dress. I was like, yeah. But afterwards, people were just like, it was the silence. Just like, oh, so we had a Q&A, and people were just shaking their head and just like, that was a lot. And that was only, like, the experiment was shot within like 4 minutes. And the rest of it was just data and other information that we should know about. But that 4 minutes was a punch. Like that is only a minute and a bit. Yeah. But that alone, we're missing the mark,
sample
man.
size, so but it's like a sample size that actually reflects reality, like the reality we actually live in.
I don't know, man.
Sorry about that, man.
Don't apologize. No, don't apologize, because this is important conversations we need to. Like this is our reality, and more kids keep being had. And unfortunately, it's a cycle. It's a generational curse. So people need to wake up and people need to be aware of this. And I'm really praying that moving forward, like we're all very mindful about the languages we use and like our little interactions with people. Like it's because it's all come from somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Iman, what were you gonna say?
No, I'm just gonna say like this is the reality check that people need, man. Like we can't keep doing the whole soft thing and acting like these things don't exist. This is the reason why, and people won't like it. This is the reason why even our generation, we like certain things over other things. It's all part of this. And this is what we're passing on to our children.
That's so sad.
Literally, we're just sending them into the world to be people who hate themselves. And this is something that we need to recognize. Because it doesn't happen when they're 15 and 18.
It doesn't.
It happens so young. You have to nip it in the bud from early.
Kids absorb so... Like I was into... Since I said what I said, so it was Children's Day in Nigeria, right? And they had these 2 kids on the podcast. They're like 10, I think one of them was 12. And then they asked them like something about like, what don't you like about Nigeria? Do you know what the kids said? The economy. And it was funny. I was like, what do you don't know about the economy? But they were like they can see, like they know it's affecting dynamic in the household. When they, one of them was like, usually her mum buys her like bare treats. Now her treats have been cut down, and she's like, because of the economy. Do you know what I mean? So like, even at that age, they know that. And when you ask them, like, one of them that made me sad, they were like, something about like going to university. So in Nigerian university, unfortunately, there's a lot of things where basically the guys will join cults and a lot of the girls get essayed, basically.
Yeah.
There was actually a whole thread over the weekend of like this it was very, very horrible. And when they asked the girls like, oh, like, would you want to go to university? They're both like, no, not in Nigeria. And like, oh, why? They're like, oh, we just heard they're 10 and 12.
Yeah.
And it's sad because I could understand, like, the hosts, I know that they know deeper than what the kids are saying, but there's just that thing there. And I literally felt scared for them. Like, I pray they don't because of the realities of what it's like when girls, like, the thread I was reading over the weekend, no, it was 2 days ago, like, people's grades are being held back because they don't want to sleep with the lecturer. Like, it's mad. And these kids, 10 years old, were saying they don't like the way the economy is because it's affecting this, and they don't want to go to a university in Nigeria because it's scary. They actually said, it scares me. At 10 years old. Kids absorb so much. Yeah. So much. It's so important. It's so important, man.
You really have to be intentional about certain things.
You have to be intentional about having children. You have to be like, when I talk about intention with children, people think I'm just chatting. No, you have to be because, like you said, some of the parents in there are hands-on, telling the kids pro-black, their names, whatever, their culture, all that stuff. But again, it's what society is teaching your children. It's when they go to school. They spend more time probably at school. They do after-school clubs or whatever it is. It's about like whenever you're with your children, pouring love into them, letting them know they're beautiful, letting them know they're talented, letting them know there's nothing they cannot not achieve. When the teachers are in school telling them, oh no, I'm gonna put you in the lower grade. I'm gonna, you know, you're not really They're like, all these things is so important. Is their teachers calling you to the school saying your kid was disruptive, and you saying, how is my child disruptive? Because my child is not disruptive at home. Do you get what I mean? It's even if your child is disruptive, is understanding that the way institutional racism works, your child is just they're just going to pick your child out to be a victim anyway. Yeah. There's so much to do with it. There's so much to pour into children. It's scary. It's scary. And then with social media as well, keep giving your kids iPads, keep letting them on social media when they're young. All these things, like they're going on there and they're seeing these crazy, crazy things. And all these things are letting them know what standard of beauty they should have. Or no, not really your natural hair. Oh, straighten it. Try and get a weave. Like I'm seeing young girls in secondary school and whatnot with like hair long to their bum, and I'm not understanding it. I'm not understanding it. They're not of working age yet, so your parents are the one buying it. I don't understand that.
It's a joke.
Yep.
I
don't understand that. When I tell you I'm so, like with my little sister, I'm so strict when it comes to her hair and all that stuff. Because I'm like, you need to learn you're going to appreciate your own beauty. You would appreciate your own beauty and you will see yourself as beautiful and you see yourself as the best thing God made since sliced bread. Yeah. You're not going to start using these things because it affects your mind.
It does. But people don't want to hear it. But
you have to hear it, man.
I'm pretty sure Darrel would say this as well. Like, as much as like this is the reality, these things can change.
It can.
Absolutely.
So we don't have to feel like, okay, cool. You know, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like we can make a decision today and be like, cool, let's make sure tomorrow these kids know better.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? They don't have to be stuck learning this stuff. Because the reality is, if we don't do anything, they'll be further indoctrinated.
And then they will have children.
This is it.
Exactly.
It's generational.
Yes. Because
I know the conversations that grandmas and the aunties and stuff were having about our weight, about our skin color, about our hair, all that stuff. Like, how do you think hella girls had permed hair?
This is it.
It's only now as adults where like a lot of women are like natural hair and but all of that stuff, like it's generational work. Exactly. It's generational work. So it honestly starts now, regardless of what age your children are. Yeah. It starts now with planting them those nuggets in their heads and all that stuff. And God willing, we can actually change the narrative because it's scary.
Yeah, 100%.
And we don't belong here. We don't. We honestly don't though. We don't. We do not belong here because all the society is going to do is continue to pass on the standards of beauty that they've set. We're never going to be beautiful in their eyes. We're never going to be precious in their eyes. We're never going to be any of these things in their eyes because they don't care about us
at all.
So it's for us to do the work.
And this sort of thing is just everywhere. Like, you just have to stand back and just open your eyes. You see it everywhere. This is why we're out there wasting time with, I need better representation. I need better this.
Representing your household.
This is it.
And you start trying to be on Oxford Street with megaphones and have all these cameras in your face. Exactly. What are you doing in your household? Yeah. What are you saying to your nieces and your nephews? What are you saying to your little cousins? What are you saying to your big cousins? What are you saying to your parents when they're saying stuff that's harmful? What are you saying to them to correct them that actually that's not really good language because actually this like what are you saying? And sitting adults down to have conversations with them and said, do you know what? Actually, that mindset is dated and this is why it's harmful because these are the effects of it. Like, what are you doing? A lot of you just don't want platform. What are you doing with the voice that you've been given in your own home?
100%.
It's too much, man.
Exactly.
100%.
It's too much. Stop looking for a world stage. Stop looking for. No, it pisses me off. Stop looking for a world stage. Stop looking for clout. Stop looking for things where it's like I'm going to amplify my voice. If you cannot speak in a room of 2, you've got nothing to say in a room of 1,000. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say in a room of 1,000.
That is come on.
But for real though, if you charity begins at home. If you cannot in your home have certain conversations, I'm not trying to hear you on a podcast that's got 1 million views or 1,000. I don't want to hear it because all that shit is performative. It's all performative. I know people who, when they're in the public eye, that's when they're woke now and they've got these mindsets. But the way you treat people is shit. You treat people like shit. You're a horrible person. But when you go on this platform or you go on whatever platform it is, now you want to sit there as if you're the one who people should be looking at to lead the charge. Live your raps. Walk in the light that you speak publicly. These things are important. It's mad, man. Honestly, I don't know, man. I just feel like sometimes we can't be letting the curse lingering. We can't let the curse linger. It's a generational curse. It's generational trauma with black people, and we cannot. There has to break at some point, and no one's gonna do the work. Like no one's going to do the work. Stop waiting for leaders to stand up.
Exactly.
You have a voice, you can use it. Exactly. Same stupid thing you're coming to tweet that you didn't get tickets for some stupid event. You can use them same little fingers to tweet important stuff. It's important.
100%. We're the only ones who can save ourselves, man.
Literally.
Stop wasting time with other nonsense.
What benefit is it for anyone else trying to save us? What benefit is it?
Well, people, for some reason, they think that like someone's going to come help them.
The same, what was that stupid man's name that was talking about we should be lucky that,
David
won that ban and all that kind of crap.
Imagine.
Like, do you get what I mean? Like, what benefit is it to them? I'll be honest, I'm shocked with the whole Diane Abbott thing, I thought they were going to try and play us a little bit and do you get what I mean? Like, but then do you know what? When things like that happen, it just lets me know how much they do not value anything to do with us.
Yeah.
Because Labour know that you always get the black voice and whatnot. So it's like, okay, do you know what? Let's try and appease them.
Little trinkets, right?
Do you know, let's give them little crumbs. Let's give them crumbs. But sometimes they don't even see us as valuable enough for even crumbs. They don't care. Because they're like, you probably still vote for us anyway. You don't know any better. So,
Precisely.
Man, black people, honestly, like,
gotta do
we
better,
can't be 10 years from now having these same damn conversations. We cannot be. There has to be some kind of progress we can report. There's got to be something we can bring to the table to be like, do you know what, actually, we had a conversation with Darrel in 2020, what year, in 2024?
Yep.
But okay, now it's 2030, and this is the progress we've seen. Darrel's done 2 more documentaries, and then look at the change in the answers. Look at what the children are affirming. Look at what look at the answers they're giving. We cannot be having the same damn conversations. These conversations I'm having since I was a kid, since I was a child. I'm gonna be 30 soon. Do you know how mad that is? That's 3 decades of the same damn conversations.
What's sadder is longer than that.
It's longer than that. My mum was having the same conversation with sisters. I don't even know how old sis is. It's mad.
Exactly.
But like we were saying, we can change it. You know
We
what I'm
have
saying?
to. We have
and
to.
we focus on that, we can make tomorrow better for ourselves,
Amen.
man.
Amen to that.
We got to recognize what to change, right? So we got to we've got to unearth all of the bones and be like, okay.
Yeah.
That's not history, man.
Do you know what I mean? You're right. We got to start with ourselves and stop looking outwards. In Jamaican culture, we have something called dance at home before you dance abroad.
Amen.
Just stay here. Let's do what we're doing here, and then whatever. And also, when we're trying to bring about change, don't tell the whole world. Don't go out there and be like, just what we need to do. No, we just having our little conversation.
No, because then you have a Richard Dolezal talking about, I like that idea. You guys can cook out. Come on. Come on in, sis. Let's do that, Shiki.
Absolute.
Oh, stop it, man.
Absolute nonsense. All right, so we're nearly at the end. We need it at the end. How you doing, Brent? You good?
Yeah, I'm alright, fine.
Yeah. All right. So if we can move forward to the next slide. Shout out to all the viewers as well who've been tuned in this whole time. This has been a very long one, but don't worry, you can go to your branches. I've seen the messages from people saying, I'm watching, but I quickly got to nip out and things of that nature. But
your white manager's calling.
Exactly.
You're bad for that.
Sorry, boss. I was just watching this TVs that you got that I got with my wages that you gave me.
Boy,
I'm playing. Go do what you got to do. You can watch it back. Right. So, question.
Yeah.
Nigeria, beloved Nigeria, has the largest population of black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Outside of Nigeria, which country or nation is second place for the largest population of black people, do you think?
I gotta think who's got really large population in Nigeria, because Nigeria's crowded, child. It's crowded.
Yeah.
It's crowded. What is that?
Brazil.
What was that?
Brazil.
Correct.
Oh, Brazil, yeah. It's crowded over there too.
So we've looked at, you can skip forward one. We've looked at Britain. We've looked at France for the video. We looked at Africa as a continent.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it be to get the perspective of what it means to be black, also get a different idea so we can like compare notes, is to go to the second most densely populated nation outside of Africa, which is Brazil.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not the United States. And as you can see from Wiki 2017, Brazil is at the top. There are more black people in Brazil than there are in the United States. We wouldn't think so based upon adverts.
Fine, yeah.
But all you got to do is just watch football and you'll see it. And then you got Haiti, third, Dominican Republic, then Colombia, then France. Now, France is a lot higher, but what France did in their previous census is that what they're trying to do, they're trying to scrap the idea of being African. So you're either French or you're not. And some people are saying, do you know what? If I side with the French side, I don't have to deal with all the things that make me black.
Yeah.
So the population is a bit, we have to wait till the next census to see, but the game with the census, they're scrapping African. If you know anybody that's of a particular age, same age group as us, who are French, ask them about the census in terms of how the how it's basically the population is made up in terms of the classifications. Then you got Jamaica, United Kingdom, and it goes on and goes on. So we have to look at Brazil to see how they've been treated and what's their notion of what it means to be black. So if you can skip to the next slide, please. I know it's going way over time, right? Way over time. We're nearly at the end anyway. So what you're seeing here is, if you click it one more time, please, is basically, this is Portuguese. I was going to try and attempt it, but I'm not going to butcher it.
Redemption de Cam. You got to say things with confidence. We don't know you're trying shit.
Modesto Brocos.
Okay.
Musée National. Dichabellatus, something like that. I think that's how you say it anyway.
Yeah, we're around the ballpark.
I think it's Adenchel. I think I say the R is like silent.
Okay.
And essentially what you're seeing is what is known as the redemption of Ham or the curse of Ham. Okay. And what you're seeing on the left hand side, this is a national portrait, Brazilian one, which is important to Brazilian culture, where you're seeing an African woman who's like a grandma, her daughter who is there, her grandchild is there, and then the husband. And if you click one more time, what we are actually seeing is what's been depicted is a black grandmother, a mulatta, as they labeled her, mother, and then you've got a white father and their quadroon child. Quadroon is quarter black, but they labeled them as quadroon. And then you're seeing 3 generations of hypergamy through racial whitening. Hypergamy means when you mix your race, but then someone of a lower class mixes with someone with a higher class. That's hypergamy. If you're of a lower class, higher class mixing with a lower class, that's hypogamy.
Okay.
So hyper is when you're going up, hypo is when you're going down. And what that's saying, the image is saying is, this is a grandmother who is looking up at the heavens saying, thank you for my quadroon grandchild.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
She said we leveled up.
So with the next slide. In Brazil, you have 5 colors and 4 races. If you skip forward, please. And basically what this is, it's broken down into 4 sections. You got Asian being yellow, black being black and brown, indigenous, and you got Indian, and you got red, and you got white. Okay. And if you stop there, in Brazil, you've got something called the racial divide of the North and South. And that yellow line is called the HDI, which is the Human Development Index. And what it is, it's a composite statistic of life expectancy, education, and per capita income indicators. So, when you're seeing the lighter brown, that is the percentage of those who are of a lighter skin complexion. And then you have the darker brown is a higher concentration of black people.
74%, that says, right?
Right.
Okay.
So below the yellow line, they have a high HDI, which is life expectancy, education, and per capita income.
So the lighter skin people, that's a complexion people have.
But the green arrow facing down, that is high HDI.
Doing better in life.
And then up top, where the favelas are and all of that, up there is where you have more Africans. That essentially is where you're seeing low life expectancy, low income, and education is low. Now, within the classifications that we had in the UK or have in the UK, we've got like Black, British, Caribbean, African, other, white, British, Scottish, Irish. We've probably got about, 20 classifications, including Asian and things like that, that you can tick on the census that you can classify yourself as, right? How many classifications do you think are in Brazil? Racial classifications.
You say it was 5?
Well, for us, Black, British, Caribbean, Black, British, African, mixed other, mixed Caribbean, mixed white. You know, all of the boxes on the census, for example, there's probably about 25 different boxes that we can tick, right? Okay. So for racial classification in Brazil, how many options do you think there are available that they can classify themselves as? So we've got 20 here. Yeah. But in Brazil, take a guess.
3.
Got 3?
I say 5. I said the 5 because remember the other side we went through the yellow, the red,
Those are ethnic groups.
Oh, those are ethnic groups. I would say 2.
Okay.
Awkward if it's 18.
Brent, could you skip 1? In a 1976 survey, there were 136 racial classifications or classification of self-classification. If you can click one more time. In June 1998 survey, there was 143 different terms of racial classifications. That divide is greater than the whole of Europe and the whole of the continent of Africa.
That's so interesting.
So I'm going to give you examples of what this is. If you can skip forward. What you see in the red is the translations, and what you see in the blue is interpretations. And these are legit. I confirmed this with my Portuguese and Brazilian friends. So you got branca being white, preta being black, pardo being pine wood, amarela meaning yellow brown, morena meaning brunette brown, morena clara meaning light brunette brown, clara meaning very light brown, moreno meaning golden brown, morobombo meaning chocolate brown, dajor meaning of color or brown, Camino de Praia mean burnt beach or suntanned. Mia Branco is kind of white. Quinza is grey or half white. And you got Cor de Arrea means colour of sand.
First of all, you nailed that.
Thank you.
First of all. Wait, so these are all races?
You can classify yourself as this. You could say that I am Brazilian, however, I am Moro Bom Bom.
I'm like brunette brown. I'm yellowish brown. And that's a race.
Absolutely. You can class that as a classification. Now, you got burnt beach and suntan, which is Camida de Praia, right? Suntanned. They're saying, I am the colour of suntan. Now, if you and I went to the beach, we're going to get a tan.
Absolutely.
If David Starkey went to the beach and get a tan, he's not going to have the same tan as us.
You get burnt.
So what tan do you think they're talking about? Do you think they're talking about us, or do you think you're talking about...
We're talking about the other guy.
Exactly. They're saying, I'm the colour of a white person being tanned at the beach. Not a black person being tanned at the beach. That's Brazil. Colorism is rife.
Over there, innit?
Absolute rife. It's worse than here. Look at that. I'm brunette brown. I'm not light skin. I'm like light brunette brown.
Kind of white is taking me out, because what does that mean?
That's like probably quadroon, as they call it. Yeah. Quadroon is such a bad term anyway. Any droon is like, yeah.
Even, is it decox that says, or decor? Of colour,
of
brown.
Colour, yeah. Of sort of...
Some kind of colour. There's something in me.
Mm-hmm. But we can't figure out which but it could be indigenous, it could be whatever. But essentially...
There's something in my lineage somewhere.
Yeah, but it just translates as brown, but there's different shades of brown. There's over like 300 shades of brown.
That's wild, because yellow, brown, brunette, that's like your, what do you call undertones at this point.
But that's Brazil. So what the colorism they go through is rife because of what the Portuguese did to the Africans in Brazil. Oh, I remember Brazil was the last nation to end what we know as chattel slavery. So whilst it was in the colonies of the Caribbean in the 1830s, then you got the 1860s, in America, but it was in 1880s where Brazil still had slavery going on. In the 1880s. All right, we're going to move on. We're coming to the end. Salute everybody that's still tuned in. This
is so interesting. Honestly.
Thank you.
So interesting. One day your school's coming. University, the whole works. So this is very interesting.
Thank you.
You're very
I've done
great,
that once
very
at
great
university.
teacher.
Right, thank you. I've expanded it a little bit. So I did do this at a university as well.
Okay.
If you skip forward, just one. This is basically the formula for what all of this kerfuffle is about. Do you know what this formula is?
Is it a DNA formula?
It yes.
No, not DNA. What's it called? Like hydrogen and them, man. What are they called? Elements and stuff.
Yes, a chemical full of. It's focused on carbon.
That's it.
But if you skip forward, please, Brent. What we're talking about is this. That is the chemical
melanin.
formula for melanin. And I'm just going to whiz through this because I don't want to get too scientific because I know your viewers love a bit of science. But melanin is found in several areas of the human body, including skin, where it provides skin color, hair, pupils, irises, and all the rest of the stuff, okay, that we already know. If we skip forward, please, just so we can identify melanin. Melanin, actually, it's just a small kind of, it's a chemical.
Yeah.
But within the chemical, there are little bits of what we call cells.
Mm-hmm.
So a melanocyte is basically where the melanin kind of travels throughout the skin.
Yeah.
So you've got all the indicators on the left-hand side. I'm going to go through them because it's kind of long. But on the right-hand side is your epidermis, meaning your skin. And then you can see where the melanocyte is and how it branches off. So the dendrites move around the keratin site.
Mm-hmm.
It moves around that. And the more you have, is the darker your skin will be.
Okay.
Essentially, that's all what melanin is. So everybody actually has melanin. So some have higher content, some have a lower content.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah. And this is basically what the war is over. The war of melanin.
Imagine.
Because melanin you can actually buy and purchase, which is worth a lot of money. Like where people buy gold, you can actually buy melanin, and it's worth a lot of money. Yeah. That when people buy organs and that legally, you can buy melanin. Essentially, it's worth a lot. So the more you have, that's why black organs always go for a higher price. I was going to say on the dark web. I'm going to say on the light web. On the light
That's
web.
like legally?
Yeah, on the light web, essentially. But if we can skip forward, just to kind of break this down, we're nearly at the end, folks. There are 3 types of melanin in mammals: the brownish black eumelanin, and then you have the pheomelanin and the dark pigment neuromelanin. And if you just tap 3 times, these are like the breakdowns of the different types of melanin. So how we get grey hair, how we get ginger hair, and things of that nature. Neuromelanin is a form of melanin found in different areas of the brain, and the loss of this melanin may cause several neurological disorders. Meaning, the more melanin you have in your brain, the more intelligent you can potentially be.
Oh, that's right.
That's not what you will learn in school.
It's absolutely not.
Melanin is a condenser of carbon. The more carbon you have in your body produces magic.
That's interesting. It's a very interesting fact, considering
It
the way the world
produces,
operates.
it's just melanin, right? But the less you have, I'm not saying you end up being like a bit fickle-minded,
But you're not as smart as people that are very melanated.
well,
But somehow,
yeah. But then if you're controlling the history books or the science books, then
Exactly.
regardless of doesn't matter how dark you are, you won't win because it's tailored towards.
Yeah.
On an even playing field, the darker you are just tends to be like, in historical terms, you just win. I didn't do that. God did. Essentially. And then pheomelanin is about yellowish and reddish colors. And also, for people that have children, when you have children, you will see the potential color of the child that you're going to have is always during the period of time when they're first born. You look at their fingertips.
Oh, yeah.
And you look at their nipples and genitalia and
the
bit the
ears.
ears, you get to see, because that's where melanin is charged the most. One, sexual organs, because it's about reproduction. Your fingers for touching, and also hearing.
Yeah.
So we just say, "Oh, babies, no." Science is God is telling you these are the important things that you need to focus on.
Look at the ears, child.
Just
Because
you must listen, and they're going to be touching everything. They're the baby's got the fastest hands. They want to grab things real quick. You're like, oh, wait. Get genitalia obviously for reproduction. So it's letting you know, science is telling you these are one of the most important things that we need to focus on, which is your genitalia and your
Fingers.
hands, because it's about sensory stuff. All right, we've got a few left, and that's it. If you can skip forward. So, based on... Wait, go back.
These kids have been trending on Twitter for years.
Right, so... when we think about melanin, people say the more melanin you have, the more dark you are, which means you're black.
Yeah.
So, for this moment, you may have to get my image off the screen, please, Brent, so we can see. So, as the group's not here, just going to have to deal with you, Esther.
Of course.
All right, if you skip forward, just one time, thank you. Would you say these people are black? And those who are watching as well, you can answer this question.
I would say they are.
Yeah?
No, actually, no.
Are you saying they're black?
No.
Why?
But technically, I'm kind of cheating though, because I've seen their images float around social media.
Okay.
And I remember one of them came out not too long ago. I believe it was this year.
Okay.
Because basically, the pictures when they were younger,
Mm-hmm.
and then people were like, "Oh my gosh, where are these kids now?" And then one of them growing up, one of the viral images. But he said that they don't see themselves as black; they see themselves as something else.
Okay.
So,
What do you think, though?
I would say they're black.
Where do you think they're from?
Probably like some Aboriginous. Is that PC? Can you say that?
You can do, once
Okay.
you attach a country to it.
Oh, I don't know the country. Then my bad.
Because Aboriginal just means like indigenous, or another way to
Indigenous.
say indigenous.
I would say they're
to
from an
where?
indigenous part of a country. I don't know which country though. Maybe like a Brazil or
Okay. Are people...
Brent, do you want to play as well?
What do you think?
Yeah, I do think they're black.
Yeah? Where do you think they're from?
Maybe for the fact that you're asking the question, maybe a country or a region that predominantly don't have people looking at that. So let's say China.
Okay. If
Someone
you click...
said Kenya.
I'm just trying to play a game.
Someone said Kenya?
Someone said probably Australia.
Okay.
But they're saying yes, they are black. So yes. Them being
Okay.
black.
If you click one
Someone
time...
said somewhere in Africa. New Guinea.
New Guinea.
They're from New Guinea. Okay, big up Jeremiah. He got that right.
Sick. All right. So what we do, we'll ask it, and then we give like 15 seconds for people to...
Yeah, because they're a bit
All right,
behind
cool.
in seconds.
All right, cool. If you skip one more time, would you say this person's black? Because based on melanin...
She ought to be.
Based on melanin...
Yeah.
They're darker than a lot of people who... Like Nia Long, you can say she's black, but that person is darker than Nia Long. So do they pass as being black because they have darker skin or they have black skin? Because what makes you black then?
That's what I was gonna say. Because black is now a social construct at this point.
Well, there are black people who have the same skin tone. Is that person black then? And also, where do you think they're from? So we'll put it out to the public. But yeah, where do you think they're from?
So that auntie, that grandma.
I have no idea if it's a man or a woman. I can't tell because
God,
they could have long hair. I'm seeing a bit of like
That's
a bit of a
true.
tash on the
She's got nice
side.
cheekbones.
Are they black?
No.
Based upon melanin, the conversation that we just had.
No, but everyone's got melanin though.
Okay, a lot of melanin. Are they black?
No, I'm gonna say no.
Because they look slightly darker than Margs.
Yeah.
But you would say Margs is black, so why are they not black?
First of all, Margs is black. Margs will fight you for that. Because I don't know.
Where do you think they're from?
I don't think they're from an African country.
Okay.
We're talking about the lady, right?
The middle person.
The second person, yeah.
I'll give you
She looks
5
like
seconds.
Asian or something.
Okay, Brent, what are you saying?
Black.
That's South Asian.
China.
Okay. Do you want to skip forward?
You say black in China?
Tibet. So from not too far from the region that not too far from China, to be fair. All right, next one. You're going to like this one.
Ooh.
Are these people black? These two men. Look at their hair. We speak about melanin in their hair, certain textures and things like that. Are these people black? And where do you think they are from?
They're like from like Mexico, Colombia or something.
Okay. What do you think, Brett?
Black China.
You're gonna say black China for everyone?
Probably. All right, we give it 5 seconds to see what people are saying.
Oh, let me check actually.
Are these two men on the right-hand side, are they black or are they not? Look at the afro.
India, Australia, maybe. Actually, are they on? Yeah, they are. Someone said Australia, Asia, Mongolian.
Okay.
I see.
Okay. You want to click one? Fiji.
Okay. That's kind of close. Isn't Fiji like Mexican and Colombian then?
Fiji's on the like
My
way
bad, I'm
on
not
the
good
other
at
side.
geography.
We on the other side. That's like they call it Oceania.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, we'll go again.
So are these people black then? Are they not?
Well, that's the question I'm posing. Are these people black?
No. Actually.
You wanna get up and look closer? Because you might change your mind once you get closer.
Yeah, they
Black
are.
India.
Yeah, they look like they're black South Asian.
Yeah? What does everybody else think?
Let's see.
Are people saying yes or no for
They're
them being
saying
black?
yes, they're black.
Yeah.
Yeah, people think they're some type.
All right, we give them 10 seconds and then
That's so interesting. It's so
5.
I find stuff like this so interesting because these people are not probably don't think black or
No.
like.
Definitely not. Not the way
Not
that
the way
we
we
do.
do.
Not in the Western world.
And
All
that's
right.
amazing to me.
Let's click. City Village, Dandeli.
In India.
Yep, the Dandeli.
Brent will recognize the
India.
Indian child.
He's an Indian. There's
What
an
do you think
Indian.
about Brent?
All right. Next one.
Oh, they're like Australian.
Nah.
So are they black?
No, where they
This
from?
is Polish or something.
They're giving me Australian vibes.
Okay. But look at their skin complexion. They got curly hair.
They're not black though. I feel like they're probably actually maybe they're African actually.
Ooh.
They're not black though.
Okay, so you've got
Just
Poland
tanned.
over here. What are you thinking?
Ooh, I've got 2 options though.
Okay. Are they black
Submit
first?
Australia for mugs.
Wait, sorry, Brent, did you say they were black?
Yes.
Okay, you said they're black Poland. What you said?
I thought it was China. I'm gonna say Australia, and then I'm gonna say. What was the other thing I said? I can't remember what I said. Crap, I can't remember what I said. Let me just go with Australia.
Australia? Australia non-black or Australia black?
Australia, black. Non-black.
Okay, because I know some light-skinned brown people who
Yes,
have the
but-
same complexion, have the same look.
Yeah, they do, but I
same
just
hair.
feel like this is just trick questions at this point.
All right.
I don't know where I'm going with this.
Do you want to click one more time?
Iran.
They're from Iran. Yeah,
And they're black.
absolutely.
Black people are everywhere, man.
All right, last one. This one, you're going to love this one. Look at that.
Ooh.
Look at that.
She's like Filipino. It's giving Philippines.
Look at that. Look how
And yes, they're
perfect
black.
that afro is. What comb was she using? That's what I want
Listen,
to
probably
know.
not using a comb, you know. Probably not even using a
Something
comb.
just a
She woke up like this.
She just like pats it like boom,
Literally,
boom. Look
and
how
it's perfect.
beautiful the afro is.
But
Are
look
you-
at her son's hair there. That's funny.
Just, see the
Interesting. I feel
right.
like she's from the Philippines.
But
She's
anyway,
black. I
is
would
she-
say she's black.
because of the hair. The hair got you, right?
The hair got me.
All right. Okay.
And her features. She's got African features.
And nose and okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What about you, Brent?
Yeah, definitely black. And I would say, what's that place that people go to eat, pray, love stuff?
Oh, Bali. Look at how quickly I answered that. Crazy.
Them ones there, Philippines or Bali.
Okay. Do you want to click?
Malaysia. I didn't get one right.
Batek tribe, Malaysia.
Okay. And they're black. So all the people are black.
They identify with blackness. The one in the middle, dual heritage.
Okay. But when
But
you say they
regard-
identify,
So that they've been asked, do you class yourself as black? And they will say, yeah, but we are from this place, this region, things like that. So they actually are in these countries of where the title was written underneath or above,
I want to do
essentially.
some reading on what it is to be black.
Because there are the Tibet person, like obviously you can see they're from a particular part of the world just by their phenotype, right?
Yeah.
Nose and eyes, right? But there are people in South Africa, like the San people, who look very similar. It's just the hair that's different. So the hair will be, they have tighter curls in South Africa, but that part of the world in Asia, there are some real. But then historically, Africans have been traveling around the world for like thousands of years,
Ciao.
especially in India. So
Yeah.
all right, so we are
Interesting.
at the last point. If you can skip forward.
Oh, the black Indians are going through a hard time in India, boy.
Oh, mate.
Them people hate black people, child.
And if you could move my image. So, based upon everything that you've learned today, right, is blackness a concept of skin color, DNA, urban cultural aesthetics, language, geographical location, or is blackness antiquated? Antiquated just means old-fashioned, in other terms. Is that
former.
antiquated? Is that antique?
I'll say the former.
Yeah? Why?
I think it is a concept of skin color, DNA, cultural aesthetics, language, geographical location. Maybe not so much geographical location, actually.
Do you have to have all of those things in order to be classed as black?
That's why I said no, maybe not geographical location. I don't think you have to have all of those things, but I do think it is the concept of skin color. It is the concept. It is DNA.
Mm-hmm.
I would say definitely cultural aesthetics. Maybe not so much language. I feel like language is more culture.
Okay.
Because I'm still operating from a place of blackness being a race.
Mm.
So yeah, I would say maybe yeah. Because when you say antiquated,
is it old-fashioned? Blackness is just an old term. Like, it doesn't even make sense in today's form, because you can get someone who is essentially like Mariah Carey's tone.
Who's black?
And people will say, is she black? Is she not black because of her skin complexion? So
okay, maybe then.
You might have people who are lighter than Mariah Carey, but then might have like dark-skinned parents, and somehow it was a throwback DNA gene that got shifted down. And
maybe it is antiquated. Maybe we actually can't define it in such a linear manner, because yeah, like Mariah has some blackness in her.
Exactly. And so if it's antiquated, if it's old-fashioned, and it's just like a term that we shouldn't really use, so if blackness is that, and black in itself is antiquated, what would you then class yourself as?
I'm moving forward now, from today moving forward, as African. As an African Nigerian Yoruba woman. Because after the definition, yeah, I'm African now.
It's up for debate. People can define who they are. But what you just said is, when you say you're black, it's like, okay, cool. It's a global kind of culture, global kind of cultural aesthetics and things like that. When you just said you're African Yoruba woman, then it's like,
There's
do you know
more
what I mean?
to it. Yeah, you can trace where I'm from. As if I say you're black, okay, but black where? Like, you still ask people like, okay, so where are you really from? Like, where you from kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and that's what I find interesting, because when you go to like predominantly black countries, they don't like, blackness is not a thing there. It's more about your tribe. It's more about the culture. It's more about like, that's really what the focus is, and that's the big deal there.
Absolutely.
And I love that though.
And I also think when I have these conversations about blackness and how you identify, I say to people, your identity is like your address. It's where you live.
Word. To run that back one more time.
Your identity is like your address. It's where you live. And more defined your address is more unique your identity is. And more unique it is where you live. Because you can have a global statement of I am this, but it's like, but where? And the more defined you are, and you celebrate that, it just creates nothing but purity. So we can all live in a particular borough, but whereabouts?
Whereabouts, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Where? It's like, oh, I live in Lambeth. Okay, but whereabouts? Well, I live in Streatham. Okay. Oh, I live in... Okay. Well, okay. It can be like
we
that.
do that even in our UK culture, where we're like, oh, where you from? And someone's like, oh, South. Like, no, like, where you from? What's your heritage? What's your culture? What's your... Do you know what I mean? Like, we want more specificity.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I feel like we see evidence of that in African American culture.
Yeah.
Someone that's from New York, and you ask them where they're from, and especially they're from like the Bronx, they will say, I'm from the Bronx, I'm from
the Bronx.
23rd Street next to them. And you're like, yo, like, it gets you amped. Where we're like, oh, we're from here, there's no pride. We're just like, I'm from here. But if you can say where you from, oh, I'm from such and such and such and such.
But there's a lot of pride when I talk about I'm Nigerian. That's my personality. My personality trait. I lead with that.
Right?
Yeah.
And then we get it. When I speak to elders, and they say, oh, where's your family from? And then I say, oh, family's from Jamaica. They say, oh, yeah, which part, which parish?
Yeah,
oh, St. Anne. Okay, what do you know?
Do
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when we talk about ourselves here, it's like, where you from there? Okay, cool. But when you connect with someone else who's from the same place that you're from, there's this level of excitement. Oh, where are you from? Oh, which part? Which parish? Which part? Oh, you're that? Oh, you're that? Oh, you're that? Okay, cool. There's a sense of pride in it, and we've got to take that pride back. So blackness is skin color. It is DNA. There is a level of urban culture aesthetics, because there are certain things that Yoruba do and people who Igbo do.
Yeah.
So they'll have coral beads over there in Igbo, and then you have Yoruba. You have and there's certain things that you can celebrate. But the more we dig into ourselves, is the more we find how important we are. Your identity is your address. It's where you live. It's literally where you reside.
Yeah.
And they say you should never sugar honey iced tea on your own doorstep. It's the same thing with your identity. You should never sugar honey iced tea on your identity and who you are. Have a sense of pride. Make sure your front garden's clean, your back gardens, your front doors, and all that stuff. Where you live is where you live in your soul. I know you can't see it. I know you can't feel it, but you can feel stuff around your house like furniture and that. But your furniture is your mindset. Yeah, your sofa is where you spend most of the time sitting and relaxing. Your brain is your sofa. That's where you sit and that's where you're relaxing. And your heart is your bathroom. That's where you become clean. You clean your heart, you tap into your heart, that's where you feel good. Do you see what I'm saying? So Blackness is up for debate amongst other people. Is it a concept of skin color, DNA, urban culture, aesthetics, language, geographical location, or is Blackness antiquated? And lastly, if people want to read more or find more resources on this stuff, I've got 2 slides available. So these are a few books that can expand the concept of Blackness. Ones that I would recommend. My Global Journeys in Search of African Presence. They came before Columbus. Melanin, What Makes Black People Black. Black Athena, The African Origins of Civilization. Staying Power, African-Centered Consciousness versus the New World Order. Melanin, A Key to Freedom, When We Ruled, and Urugu. And then the next slide is the last one. And if you want to talk about the British Black experience in itself, essentially these are highly recommended books that you can go for. Black and British, A Forgotten History. We have Natives, Race and Class in the Ruins of Empire. Back to Black, Retelling Black Radicalism for the 21st Century. Afropean. And then we got African Europeans and Untold History. And that is it.
You are a brilliant man.
Thank you so much
Very
for your
brilliant,
time.
man. Thank you for your time.
Nah, man,
you had to
anytime.
prep this. You came all the way from where you came from.
Like, yeah,
That's
honestly.
amazing. Thank you so much. But that just shows how much it is that you care about what it is that you're really doing. Like, it's
100%.
from the heart. That's a lot of effort. Thank you so much. That was amazing.
What's the public saying? What they feeling? I know they like to run jokes.
Someone said,
as well.
how does that work for countries impacted by slavery? I don't know what. Can you be more direct about your questions? I will let 5 minutes for questions. Brent, is that cool?
that's fine.
All right, so if you guys have questions, please drop them in the chat now so Darrel can answer them.
If you want to call in, you can.
Yes, if you want to call in, but don't call in and stay on there for 30 minutes. No.
So what was the highlight of all of those for you?
Sorry,
anyway?
you're getting claps as well.
Oh, big up. Thank you so much. Love,
thank you
love,
so
man.
much.
Love. Appreciate it.
I think what I've taken away, all of it was very interesting. I did not tune at any point. I was very, very captivated by it all. But I think I'm going away wanting to learn more about Blackness.
Yeah.
And what it is that makes quote unquote black and stuff. I've always known that. So I'm one of these people where I just don't feel like this is just how things are.
Yeah.
I've never felt like that. Even as a child living in Nigeria, I wasn't allowed to think much. But as a child, I was only, Nigerians, you can only think outside of your house. They want you to be first in school, When you come in the house, you can't be thinking too much.
Yeah, right.
Okay? So I've always questioned things about even my culture. I've always questioned, but why does the culture favor this more than this? Or why is this? So I've always believed that there's a reason for things. And I think the older I get and the more work I do in reading stuff and whatever, I'm realizing even with society that there's a lot. Things are not just how they are. Black people are not just in the position that we're in for the sake of it. Things are not as innocent as, for the most part, white culture makes you think it is.
Right.
So this just reaffirmed that. Let me know I'm not crazy. Because I think sometimes when you have conversations with people who can't see it, and they can be white, black, or whatever the case is, sometimes you can feel like you're weird.
Yeah.
Or you're doing too much by thinking like that. Or do you get me? You're being bad vibes by thinking that way. So this is just reaffirmed, firstly, that I'm not crazy, that I know the way I feel is right and how I'm feeling. And it just makes me want to carry on moving in life, questioning everything.
Yeah.
I have to question things. And just how important it is as well for the black community, for us to pour into each other, loving each other. And like I was saying earlier, not necessarily just with big acts, not necessarily when I'm going to go to the next protest and stuff, but just in how it is I communicate with the next black person I see on the street. Like, I feel like we have to pour love into ourselves in those little ways. Like, I was in Lagos not too long ago, and I don't know how to explain how it made me feel being back home. Like, it was so great. Like, I don't have the vocabulary to really explain how I feel inside. Like, I was trying to tell my therapist, but I just didn't have the words. But I was like, it was just the best thing. It was just the best thing just being there. Because again, I feel like with black people in this country, we don't realize how much it is that we carry subconsciously. And like that running joke, like when a girl has a man that, that is very reliable and she just forgets her brain at home because he'll handle it. It was like that being at home. Like, there's just things I didn't have to worry about, things I didn't realize I was worrying about here that I didn't have to worry about there, like things I didn't have to switch and change and try and like figure out how do I relay this information, or how do I relay what I'm trying to say, kind of thing. I just didn't have to do all of that stuff. So it's just really, really highlighted the importance of, with black people, I'm gonna have to quote Iman, man, of having to do for ourselves. I know he's shaking in his boots wherever he is. But having to do that, and again, it doesn't have to be like the biggest scale of things, but it's in the little things. It's in reaffirming each other. It's in understanding how it is that society sees us. And so when a black person's around me, I'm going to be your safe space. Like when you're with me, you're not going to have to worry about some kind of beef or some kind of negative energy. Like, do you get what I mean? Like, it's not going to be that. Because I love when I go out and it's like black spaces, mainly black spaces. The joy of black people. So like, it's very important to me now to just really, really move with grace and really, really move with love and just be tender with us. I feel like we really need that. But also, just that there's a lot of work to be done. There's so much work we have to do. And I feel like everyone has to take part in the work. And not that everyone has to take part in the work so you can't start because you're waiting for the next person to start. But like, everyone has a part to play. So start playing your part. Because you don't know how that might encourage somebody else, the next person, or inspire the next person to do something.
Absolutely.
Do you get what I mean? So, yeah, man, this has been great. Absolutely amazing.
What do I say to that? That was deep. And I understand what you're saying. Like, when you going back to Lagos and you're just there, you probably felt, because you didn't have to worry about anything.
Nothing.
You probably felt like a baby again.
I did.
You know, babies don't worry about that. It's just there.
They're just living the best life. It honestly, that's a great way to actually describe it. Because it just felt like, okay, like, yeah, it's got its own things and whatnot, but when you don't have to worry about racism on the side, it's a big relief. It's a big weight off your shoulders.
I can imagine. Like,
yeah.
And how did you feel as soon as the tires hit the tarmac and the airplane starts? Yeah, when you landed back in Heathrow.
I've been sad ever since. I'll be very honest with you. I've been sad since I came back.
See?
So we just let that do what it needs to do.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
How was it for you, Brent?
It was cool. I really don't like talking too much about change because it's been talked about to death, innit? I'm an action guy, and whilst going through this particular presentation, I was picturing what this particular presentation could look like with resources, with like editors, graphic design and this, that, and X, just to make it, quote unquote, more appealing to the masses, because this is the type of stuff that we're going to be having, like just blasting out of the network 24/7 in different forms, different fashions. And I'm blessed that I've connected with you, so that once it is that we have all of the infrastructure up and running, I know at least one person I can turn to say, all right, let's look to magnify this particular message. Let's sit down and strategize how it is that we look to save the children. You understand?
Yeah.
That part with the children really, really took me out.
Yeah.
Like, I can't remember the last time I cried. I think somebody asked me the other day, when was the last time I cried? I said, I can't remember. Maybe it was when it was watching Bambi or something. I was in like primary school. But just seeing those images, it really, really hit me. and I appreciate you. I appreciate you
Appreciate
bringing
you too,
these,
man.
these disturbing images for me to continue this particular duty, making sure that TNB is funded, past funded, and governed properly, because this can't continue. Not when I have breath still in me, not when Emmanuel has breath still in him, not when Esther has breath still in her, not when you have breath still in you. It can't continue. And I'm encouraged that we were able to set ours aside.
Yeah.
And I'm encouraged that that number that normally tunes in, it did not drop.
Wow.
It did
Yeah.
not drop all throughout. It did not drop. And this is what we do this for. And I can do this each and every day. Each and every day. Whatever sacrifice I have to make, this is what we do this for. So I appreciate you greatly.
Appreciate you too, brother.
Any
Thank you.
time you have another lecture to basically show the world, come right back here. You're always welcome.
Always welcome.
And
Thank you.
The quickest I can get the resources that you need to make sure that this is amplified, the better for me. The better for me, because I couldn't sit down and do the research that you did. I have my own calling. You have your own calling. We are supposed to understand that each of us are called for different parts of the big plan. And I am so grateful that that first time when it is that you just ambled in here, unassuming, and you sat in that couch, that you opened your mouth and you showed how capable you were, you showed how much you cared, and you came back. So I appreciate you greatly.
Honestly, thank you so much. Like I'm truly humbled, but I'm truly ecstatic as well, because like what you're all doing is incredible. Like this is my favorite YouTube channel. I'm not saying that for the sake of saying it because I'm here. I'm saying it because I don't really do podcasts or show. I don't really, because I'm just like, oh, here we go again. We're going to come out with another topic about something. I'll speak, and then like 10 seconds after I finish, okay, so, and it goes back to some counterproductive. Right. But the way how you lot are all diverse in your thought and ideology, the way you challenge each other is so beautiful to see, because it's like the coming together of the minds. This is more than just breakfast. This is more than news. This is a meeting of the minds. And you're doing it at an alarming rate, where you're doing this every single day. The caliber that you lot are bringing to the masses is unmatched. The research, the knowledge, the information, how you break things down is elite. I don't watch Al Jazeera, BBC News, and Sky News first for information. I'm saying, all right, let me, do you know what I mean? I might hear about something today. I'm not going to go on the news. I'm going to say, do you know what? I'm going to watch my people discuss it tomorrow. I'm not even going to deal with it today. What you guys are doing, I'm saying this, and I'm probably speaking for many other people. What you guys are doing, you're providing us a service for free. Understand that freeness. You are taking the time out of your day. We're all big people. We've got stuff to do. You're taking time out of your day to have a conversation and invite people live to join the conversation and to contribute their thoughts. Not only is that beautiful just to see anyway, but on a psychological level, there are people who may not be confident in speaking publicly, but they're thinking, do you know what? There's a microphone here on my phone. I can talk in the phone and they can't see me. So let me contribute this. You are providing a service for the masses to come and express, and it's unapologetic. That is beautiful to see. And I can only say thank you so much, because when I'm away doing my research and I'm doing a million other things to try and get information to spread to the masses, I always look out there and thinking, okay, what are people doing? I can always count on you guys to keep it all the way real. I am so grateful I've met you guys. I am so honored to even be on your platform for a second time. And I'm just, I fully rate everything that you guys are doing. Like the beauty of the knowledge that you guys share, the opinions, and the way you can go from talking about reality TV to speaking about Africa, speaking about the Caribbean, the Black British experience, talk about science, geography, all of that, that is intelligence. You don't need to go uni for all of this. You just got to have the right intent. And you guys mean well. And I just want to say thank you so much from the Black community. For this one little second, I'm representing all the Black community. Thank you so much from the Black community. You lot are valued and you lot are cherished. And I'm verbally giving you lot your flowers because what you guys are doing is incredible. There are people who watch and never comment, but they tune in every single day because they know what they're going to get. And us Black people, we are very particular with our information and we're very particular with our time. And if people are giving you time around the same numbers every single day consistently, one, that also goes to show that you lot are talking sense. But two, that means you are tapped in because after a while, people will lose interest and be like, you know what? I like what they did last week, but all of a sudden it's gone a bit weird. No, they are still tuned. The same people are calling in, same people are online debating amongst themselves, having fun and whatnot. You're providing a safe space which no longer exists in many Black communities. So we have to make the online digital world our safe space.
Amen.
And you have provided a safe space that we can come in and watch. You don't even need to have a YouTube account. You can just log in as a guest and you can watch and get some free information. What we just did today when we broke bread, we shared emotions, we got teary, we was happy, we was laughing, we got sad, we got angry. That is what we call church.
Yeah.
What we did was church. Yeah. We had the beginning, there was a middle, and now here's the end. We just had church. We were just in a prayer room in a mosque. What we did was we just held our own and we had a real meaningful conversation that was needed. But at the same time, what we've done is spoke about what we can do better. We've spoken about what we need to be aware of. And what tends to happen a lot in conversations is that complain, but there's no solutions. And you guys, for every day, there's a solution to every problem. And that's what's beautiful about what you've created here. So for TMB, like I'm just the number one fan. Any given time, I get that bat signal to come out and whatever, I'm there. So guys, just thank you so much. Like I love you all and I appreciate everything you're doing. It gives me faith in humanity that there are people talking sense out there. And you guys are doing it on a regular basis, taking the time out. That's consistent. In my social circles, I want to say conscious community, but for the lack of a better term, the conscious community, there are people who are part-time. They know who they are. They're part-time. Oh my gosh. They'd be like, yeah, we need to do, in the next community meeting, yeah, we need to do this. And for the next 2 weeks, you don't hear from them. They're cracking on with life and they're too busy trying to listen. You guys are doing it every day. So just want to say thank you so much for creating a safe space for Black people to feel free and to be open and just keep doing what you're doing. We're all there. Look, we're all tuning in. We're there. Like we're here. Like you say go, we're there. Do you know what I mean? So you've built a good foundation, a strong one, which is genuine. Not many people go for genuine. They just kind of go for flair, which I said earlier. People prefer flair over substance. And what that does, it produces nothing but ultra crepidarians. That is not you lot. You are the total opposite of that. So thank you so much. Honestly, this has been a blessing.
Thank you for coming. Like you're a great teacher. Great. And like Brent was saying about the research and just the talent and the skills that you have and just pouring so much life into it. It's amazing. You're great at what you do. And I pray that God continues to give you the strength to do what you do because it's not easy.
Thank you.
It's not easy to do what you do and it's not easy to sometimes do things that sometimes you feel like an island and you feel like where's the support? No one's on the same wavelength as you and to keep going, that's massive. So I do pray that you have the strength. God blesses you with the strength to just keep going and just keep being impactful because you definitely are.
Thank you so much, man.
It's been such a great show.
Thank you, man.
Thank you so much.
Big up the listeners, man. Big up, man.
Yeah, big up everybody. We didn't even see if was there any questions? Y'all had questions? I don't know.
No.
No? Okay. It was a lot of compliments and there's a lot of they enjoyed the show and learned a lot. So
thank you.
Wonderful. Just can you let people know where to find you?
You can find me where all the black people are at.
Okay, period.
Wait till you my secrets where I can get assassinated. Yo, he's gonna be there on Tuesday. What's that on my neck? So on social media, you can type my name in, Darrel Blake, Darrel space Blake. And to Google, Instagram, Twitter, you can see everything that I'm doing.
You doing your tours?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Tours, they're back. I'm still going strong. The last Saturday of every month, I do my own Black History tour in the City of London, looking at the monuments, statues, and landmarks that glorify the transatlantic slave trade. So all of the money went to the City of London, and I show people, take them on a tour around the City of London, pointing to buildings saying, look, it says that, but what it means is that. And look at that. Did you notice that? And things of that nature. Because when I was young, when I say young, like 15 and below, I didn't pay attention to the City of London. Matter of fact, I didn't even know the City of London existed. I just knew that was central, but I didn't know it was the City of London. It's not for me, it's just for the middle class, rich people. So until I started to do my research, I was like, what? We should be up here because if it wasn't for us, we would have like, what? So I was like, all right, let me get this information where it's digestible for whether you're a super duper academic or if you're someone who doesn't really read or if you're dyslexic or you're autistic. This tour caters to everybody, and just to kind of bring people into these areas where they're like, I've never been there before, I didn't, because someone needs to do it. And I wish I had me when I was that age. So I'm trying to be that. Also, I featured in a documentary, I think I mentioned it last year, that I filmed an episode of a documentary called Stuff the British Stole. And season 1 came out a couple of years ago, but season 2 has now been announced. Nice. And episode 1 of season 2 comes out on June the 17th on ABC, which is Australia's version of BBC. And I believe it will be shown on CBC, which is Canada's version of BBC. And what it is the host, a man named Mark Fennell. He goes around the world and he interviews people, whether it's academics, historians, social activists, or people who have information on particular artifacts Britain has stolen and put in the British Museum. So he gives the real history and the real story behind it. So I believe my episode will air on July 1st. Nice. And I believe that's episode 3, I think. And I believe the title of my episode is called The World's Largest Diamond. Right. However, it will be shown on Australia's TV because BBC have not bought it for the obvious reason, because the title alone. Right. But season 1 was incredible. 6 episodes. But season 2, it's even fire. I will be hosting a watch party. So they're going to provide me with a link so I can watch my episode. Once I do that, I'll put information out there because I'm going to invite you guys to come down. Lovely. And then for the public, it's like a small, intimate kind of feel. And I'm going to watch it for the first time with everybody. I don't want to watch it ahead of time and then screen it. I'm just gonna. So it's a half an hour documentary. But still we'll have Q&A and whatnot. It's my first TV debut, so hopefully that will put me in the right direction to do certain things. But the topic is obviously they had to cut up. It was filming for like 8 hours. Oh wow! But they've got to try and fit it into. So I'm excited to see. But if you type Stuff the British Stole trailer. Season 2 trailer will be on YouTube, and then you can see in the trailer there's a clip of me talking and whatnot. But
sick.
Yeah. I don't want to say too much about what the episode's about, but the information will be out soon. So look out for that. But yeah, just look me up, and my tours are good, they're informative, and I work with corporations, so do private bookings, and also work with schools and universities. So if anybody's a part of a faculty and they're thinking this might be intriguing for Black History Month,
reach out, please.
Reach out and let's get it cracking.
And then also the documentary that we got snippets of with the young kids, with the social experiment, the doll. How do people see that? Watch that.
Well, you have to go through the producers. So the producers of the documentary is an organisation called TG Group, and they're based in Birmingham. Okay. So they have the documentary. I don't. Okay. So everybody has to go through them. So if you look up TG Group on social media, on Instagram, send them a DM or an email. And reach out like, I'm interested, and they will be able to let you know how Yeah, well to
get on it.
you can get to see it.
Lovely.
essentially.
Thank you so much again, Darrel. Like,
thank you.
This has been a great time.
Thank you.
It really has been. But should we get into our outro, please?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. One second, y'all. All right, thank you guys. Honestly, if you've stayed the whole course, big up you. Big up you every single time. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for always showing our guests love, but thank you particularly for paying attention to Darrel's lecture. I would call it a lecture today. That was a good lecture. I never liked no lectures when I was in uni, but that was a lot of fun. So thank you for tuning in. We really, really appreciate it. Please don't forget to share it. Share the knowledge. Sharing is caring. Share the knowledge. Share this video. All that great stuff. You guys know what to do. But as we've said many times, we need to start living differently and have different things happening for us. And I feel like that begins with information being known. So make the information known and share the video. Follow us on our social media platforms as well. The Day After TNB on Instagram, Twitter, Discord, and on TikTok. Yes. And as you know, if you want to send dilemmas in, we've got our websites for that. And it's The New Black, right? /TDA. No, it's thenewblack.com /TDA, isn't it? Yeah, so check that out. So if you want to send dilemmas in and all that great stuff. And if you want to inquire about the show or feature on the show, our email address is thedayafter@thenewblack.com. Have a great afternoon, people, because it's halfway through the day, ciao. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you back tomorrow. Bye.